Recorded Books presents Stolen Moments with a Bad Boy, a murder-for-hire mystery by Winter Time. Narrated by Vance Goodwin and Charlie L. Wood.
This book is dedicated to all my winter flakes and readers who enjoy a good romance with a cup of drama and a tablespoon of mystery. Author's Note. Hey, winter flakes. There is explicit language, scenes, and harmful actions in this book. There is a trigger warning because topics like sexual assault, molestation, and suicide are discussed. This dark thriller carries the love, drama, romance, sabotage, and manipulation that's expected in a dark thriller. Happy reading, everyone.
Prologue. A month earlier. I worked diligently to fulfill my supply inventory on my computer as Dawn stepped into my office. "Hey, boss, you got a new contract. This one needs your attention ASAP," she stated, walking over to me. Dawn handed me her tablet. My eyes wandered over an older black man that I'd seen somewhere before, but I couldn't put my finger on where. I swiped to the next slide, and her picture popped up like blam. The moment my eyes connected with the brown-skinned beauty, I knew who the older man was. He was her father. Who would want them dead, though? I killed monsters, not hazel-eyed beauties who looked like they wouldn't hurt a fly. I swiped to the next slide and looked over the information. A $2 million contract for each of them was requested. When my eyes read over the name of who took out the contract, I released a deep breath. I shook my head. It really was those close to you. I handed the tablet back to Dawn. "Don't accept it yet. Let me do my research first." "No problem," she replied. Dawn exited my office. I leaned back in my seat. What had Erie done to piss him off so bad? What had her father done? I had a feeling they didn't do anything. That nigger was just greedy. I strolled out of my office and walked to the front of my store where Dawn resided. I crossed my arms and peered out of the front door and across the street. Erie's diner had closed, but she and one of her employees danced around the store while they cleaned. They giggled and chatted just like girls did. I would have given up anything to know what the reason behind her smile was. I'd soon find out. It was 1:00 a.m. Instead of resting, I had work to do. I sat in the comfy chair and watched Erie sleep. My gun laid across my lap. I just watched her. She looked like a real-life sleeping beauty. I'd never seen a specimen so beautiful. Erie was just a doll. Her thick body was outlined by her blanket, and I craved to lie next to her. She looked so warm and at peace. The way she slept and lightly snored. Her conscience was clean. Her hands were clean. Erie was pure, too pure for a sinner and bad guy like me. Killing was my hobby. It was a sport I learned and was damn good at it. I was so skilled at my job that I could sniff out a monster in a heartbeat. Erie was no monster. I stood from my seat and tucked my gun away. Casually, I swaggered over to her bed, getting a closer look at her beauty. I couldn't resist touching her. My fingers trailed lightly over her wavy curls, then brushed over her round cheek. I could never kill an angel. Erie stirred in her sleep. I froze. She snuggled further in her pillow and blanket, then fell back to sleep. Was there a chance I could experience something so rare and pure? Would my demons allow me to? There was only one way to find out.
1. Erie, May 2025. 3 weeks later. The bell chimed on the door, warning us that a customer had just entered. My back was turned. I was making a white chocolate latte for my previous customer. There wasn't a need for my assistance when my very capable and experienced store manager, London, could handle it. I had just added whipped cream on top of the latte when London tapped me on my shoulder for assistance. "Give me 2 seconds, I'll help you," I said quickly. I carried the latte to my previous customer. "Here you go, enjoy. We're up front if you need anything else." I turned away and scampered back to London. Finally, I was able to exhale. The mid-afternoon rush had finally died down. I wiped my hands on the clean cloth hanging from my apron as I rounded the counter and stilled. When I looked up, my eyes clashed with the warmest yet amazingly intense blue eyes I had ever seen. It was like a scene from a movie when the atmosphere shifted. All the background noise had quieted, and all I saw was him. What I needed was for someone to pinch me. There was no found evidence on how this specimen of a man even existed. My eyes closed, prompting me to count to 10. Seconds later, I opened them. He still stood there. I decided to pinch myself. "Ow!" I pouted quietly. This man had me making a fool of myself. My eyes moved around the dining room in a calm manner. Everyone seemed to be enjoying their meal and not paying attention to the handsome stranger. I gave the mysterious gentleman my full attention. My eyes traversed over his unnatural beauty. He sported a tapered, wavy fade with a fresh lining. There were sprinkles of salt throughout his hair and full beard, adding that sex appeal to his not-so-obvious sugar daddy facade. His thick brows bunched together out of curiosity with naturally curled lashes that pointed upward. His skin. Damn, his skin was something to praise. He was the color of a walnut shell, and all of a sudden I had a hankering for nuts. His nuts, to be honest. His lips were so plump with a brown hue that would haunt my dreams for a while. I could tell he kept his lips and skin moisturized. He didn't shine like a kid who sat front row Sunday morning at church. No, his full lips and tattoos that played peekaboo from his black collared shirt held a light sheen that gave the vibe of hydration. My eyes trailed down his short-sleeved shirt that fit perfectly across his sculpted chest. I felt pregnant just from observing him. He stood well over 6 feet with the broadest shoulders I'd ever had the chance to ogle at. His ink-covered arms clearly told a story by the way the words and images wove together in different colors and sizes. His hands were shoved inside his black dress pants. He analyzed me intensely as I did him. I didn't know who this man was or where he came from. What I did know was that I would make it my business to find out. London cleared her throat. Boss lady, you okay?" she asked with apparent humor in her voice. This fine-ass middle-aged stranger had me spellbound. I was totally mesmerized because he looked almost angelic, yet underneath all that fineness was something fierce and maybe even a little dangerous. My instincts never led me wrong. I diverted my eyes to my designer mules to control my breathing. Plus, I had to mentally give my kitty a stern talking to so she could stop throbbing and end the tidal wave of moisture that seeped into my panties. She had never showed out like this before. I cleared my throat and my eyes connected with his blue irises again. "Hi, I'm the store owner, Erie. How can I be of assistance?" I probed, extending my hand to him. He smirked and eyed my hand with the look of his hidden desires, until he placed my hand between both of his big and sensual hands. I could feel the grooves of his calluses, yet they didn't feel rough and disgusting like some. There was a powerful yet sensual feeling in his large hands. The handsome stranger released my hand. He cleared his throat and focused solely on me. "There's no issue. I just prefer if you take my order, Bella," he voiced in a heavy Italian accent. Whoa. Not only was this man drop-dead gorgeous, but he was also Italian. God was not playing fair when he made him. I didn't even know black Italian people were a thing. The sound of his deep voice went straight to my honeypot, making me take a few deep breaths. Good grief, I wanted him badly. I tried to play it cool and keep my composure. I had a job to do. What does Bella mean?" I queried, nibbling on my lower lip. He smirked. "It means pretty or beautiful. I find you and your name beautiful, Erie. You're named after one of our Great Lakes." "Very much true, yet I don't know your name," I admitted. "I'm Gennaro Torelli." "It's nice to meet you, Gennaro. What can I get you?" While he spouted off his order, I stared at him. He called me beautiful. I did my happy dance internally before I tuned back into his order. Once he was done, he flashed a wicked grin that was one for the books. Baby just didn't know how he had me teetering on the brink of insanity with his smooth and charming mannerisms. But that grin of his also revealed there was much more to him than met the eye. My gut told me that if I gave him my time, it would for sure be a wild ride. I exhaled. The intensity of his glare had me ready to risk it all. "Thank you for your order, Gennaro. I hope you decide to come here more often. It's not easy, but I pride myself on being able to service and provide a level of comfort for all my customers and staff. London here will ring you up and I'll get started on your order." "Oh, trust. I'll be back, and not just for the food only." He winked, making me blush. London and I switched places. I hit the bell on the counter that separated the dining room from the kitchen. Braden, a college student I hired for the summer, popped his head through the small space. "What do you need, boss lady?" he quizzed, smiling at me like a lovesick fool. "Braden, I need a turkey and mozzarella panini with red and green peppers and gazpacho soup," I responded and handed him the ticket. "I'm on it." He disappeared to handle the order. I offered a variety of hot and cold beverages. The different flavored teas and lemonades I offered were a sure hit next to the milkshakes and malts. While they created his food, I crafted his tropical berry iced tea. Once done, I turned and looked for him, and saw Gennaro sat at one of the tables where we offered a game of chess or checkers to the patrons. The senior gentlemen that shuffled through were mainly the only ones that played. It was my way of offering something for all ages. I tapped his shoulder lightly to get his attention. He looked up at me with those piercing blue eyes of his, and for a moment, I was stuck. I shook my head subtly before I gave him my attention again. "I'm sorry, Gennaro, but there's no eating or drinking at these tables out of fear of ruining the board and the pieces." Understandable, Bella. Do you play? He quizzed as he moved to a different seat. I nodded. Yes, I do play. I'm not the best chess player, but I can move around the board, I stated with a girlish giggle. How about after I'm done eating, we play? That's if you have time after running this fine establishment of yours. I blushed and shook my head. Yes, I do. I'll be right back. I left to service another customer. London delivered his food. When she made her way back to me, we stared at each other for a few seconds before quietly squealing like a bunch of schoolgirls. Oh my goodness, Erie, he likes you. That man personally asked for you to surface him. London voiced excitedly. I know, right? He had me speechless. I ain't never seen a man as fine as him. And that Italian accent ain't too shabby either. Hello, I'm with you when you're right, sis. We did our handshake. He also asked me to play chess with him. I mentioned, do it. Give him a chance and see what he's about. If there's no chemistry, then get up and leave. You don't owe him anything. I nodded. You're right. I'm going to do it. That's right, girl, London replied. We slept 5, then went about our duties. While I wiped down my fancy coffee machines, I reflected on how my little cafe had brought people from many walks of life to us. It had been 3 long yet amazing years that Gigi's Baby Cafe and Lounge had been up and running. There had been all kinds of hiccups and major roadblocks, but my perseverance had no limits. My dreams had no limits. I spent every waking minute working hard to improve my business and supplying my customers with good quality food, drinks, entertainment, and most importantly, customer service. You could have a bomb-ass product or service all day long, but if the staff was shitty, you could pretty much hang it up. There were fresh fruits and vegetables delivered weekly from local produce farms. The chicken and eggs were free-range because I used a free-range farm a couple of counties over from where my cafe was located. My cooks were all well-rounded and experienced in cooking multicultural cuisine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was a requirement because I strived to offer not only a visual experience, but an explosive palate experience for every customer that visited my cafe. My staff that worked the floor in front of the house were very professional and friendly. I made sure both my managers were on top of their game, supplying the day and night customers with accurate and speedy service. My staff was well taken care of with full benefits, holiday bonuses, and vacation time. So much so that there was always someone dropping off an application for a job. Being a boss and business owner, like my dad, was what I dreamed about. As a little girl, I always spent time with my Gigi, and that was where my love for oldies and comfort food was born. Gigi used to say old-school jams and a hot meal were a lethal combination. 2 things were bound to happen. You either found a solution to your problem, or you ignored it entirely. That was my Gigi for you. She was so vibrant and wise beyond her years. I spent almost every day with her, soaking up her positive vibes and admiring her outgoing spirit. When I turned 16, Gigi's health declined mysteriously. As the days went on, she transformed from a healthy ox to a shell of a woman. Doctors couldn't pinpoint exactly what the issue was. Some speculated cancer, while others twiddled their thumbs. My Gigi lived to see my extravagant sweet 16. A few weeks later, she suffered a heart attack and passed away. That was the worst year of my life. When she left, my whole world ended, leaving me with a sibling who would rather do anything than spend time with me. My Gigi left everything to me in her will, including her and Grandpa's insurance policies. I had more money than a little bit. Trust me, the money wasn't a factor. The most important thing to me was our memories and the cookbook we created with an oldies jam to go with every recipe. I vowed to make her proud. The main level was the cafe. The second floor was the lounge, and the third level was my 2-bedroom apartment. I was more elated than Lamar Odom at that bunny ranch when I was granted my storefront from my daddy. I spent the whole summer decorating, menu planning, and hiring staff. With the help from my brother's girlfriend, London, and my dad's 40-year-old girlfriend, Trix, business was up and going within a year. Thousands of dollars, sweat, and tears went into making this place sparkle and shine, like my Gigi would have loved. Customers made their visits during rain, sleet, snow, and just about any type of inclement weather. They were loyal and faithful. What could I say? The place was worth the buzz. I finished my cleaning when a deep voice cleared behind me. Gennaro stood at the counter with a sexy-ass smirk on his face. "Hey, Bella, how about that game?"
2. Janeiro. In my 41 years of living, I'd experienced different emotions, but hope was never one of them, until today. Hope was what Erie turned around and blessed me with. In my line of work, knowing God was necessary. I always asked the man upstairs for repentance. In this particular moment, I knew a blessing when I saw one. When Erie's hazel-brown eyes connected with mine, hope swam freely in them. Her eyes weren't just any old brown and green. They were the vibrant colors that signal to everyone that summer was here. They were shades of browns and greens that matched the newly blossomed flowers and full leafy trees. Her irises captured me at first glance, and immediately I was enamored. I ran into women every day that vied for my attention, but none of them could hold a candle to this brown-skinned beauty. Erie's skin made my mouth water for a piece of old-fashioned caramel cake. She stood at about 5 feet 4 inches or 5 inches with a medium build. Erie was thick with round hips and an ass that you could balance a cup on. It took everything in me to focus on her and not the restriction my dick felt in my slacks. After our brief conversation and Erie agreeing to play a game of chess with me, that literally made my day. The escorts I dealt with only pretended to be interested because the job paid well, and I knew my way in and around pussy. With that being said, I was never into sleeping around, but I occasionally paid for a moment of sexual relief when the spirit moved me. Call me old-fashioned, but I too wanted that dream of coming home to my wife and kids. I couldn't carry out my line of work forever. The nice waitress by the name of London brought my steaming plate of food. I ate and reveled in the ambience the cafe freely distributed amongst Erie's customers. There was an old-school jukebox that crooned out one of my favorite tunes. The Four Tops, Bernadette, would always be a classic and remind me of my senior prom. When the most popular girl at my high school asked me to prom and broke my virginity later that night, I felt on top of the world. I never knew why she did it. Some part of me always assumed it was out of pity. Whatever it was, I worked her ass out that night. Just because I was quiet didn't mean I was slow or any less of a man. I had my reasons to keep to myself. Only the woman I chose to marry would know those secrets. I finished my food and sought out the hazel-eyed beauty that had been heavily on my mind for the past month. "Hey, Bella." How about that game? She looked up from her task and grinned. I'm ready. She put her supplies away, then followed me over to the first table I sat at. I made the first move, then looked up at her. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You look so youthful. She giggled, then made her first move on the board. I'm 29 years old. She made a counter move after I went after her, taking one of my pieces. It was much better than she led me to believe. Young and successful. I love to see it, Bella. Was it hard obtaining your store? I made a move, taking one of her pieces. Her eyes were focused on the board as she spoke. My father helped me financially with acquiring this building, but all the inspiration is credited to my Gigi. She's the reason this place has the old school vibe. The jukebox, black and white tile floor, recipes, and mainly the whole feel of this place is her. It's my way of keeping her memory alive. Edie beamed brightly as she appeared to be proud that she made her Gigi proud. Now, since I get the feeling we're about to play 21 questions, it's your turn. How old are you? And what do you do for a living? I see you have a sense of humor. I like that. I'm 41, and I own the tailor shop right across the street from you and a dry cleaner's 2 blocks down on West Boulevard. Edie got up and walked to her huge storefront window and examined my store. Once it appeared she saw what she needed to, Edie came and sat back down and smiled. I've been here for 3 years, and this is my first time meeting you. How come? She inquired, with her brow raised in curiosity. I usually send my assistant over here for food, but for some reason I felt like getting out of the store today. In addition to that, I keep to myself, and I allow myself to be seen or unseen when I choose to. Edie nodded respectfully. Silence greeted both of us while we focused on the game and made strategic moves across the board. You're very beautiful. You could be doing just about anything right now. Why sit here and entertain an old man? Edie blushed shyly. You're an old man? I hadn't noticed. She joked, staring deeply in my eyes. There went that feeling again, in my dress slacks. Edie had my nose wide open. I never talked this much, but there was something about Edie that inspired me to reveal some parts of myself to her. Where's your accent from? She probed before taking my queen. I'm Sicilian. Oh, I thought you were Italian, Edie added. Nope. Sicily is its own little country, but in the village we're from, we speak Italian. My parents were one of the few black families there. They said it was love at first sight. A dry chuckle escaped me. I left that confession there because I wasn't in the mood to take a dark trip down memory lane. My parents were a sore topic for me. They were no longer here, and it still fucked with me until this day. I must have zoned out because the feeling of warmth and fingertips trailed up my arm. My eyes instantly connected with Edie's eyes. You zoned out on me. It feels like my conversation made the moment kind of heavy. You don't have to share anything that makes you uncomfortable. We can keep the conversation light for now. Like our first date together or night together. I'm not opposed to you having my full attention, Gennaro. I laced my fingers between hers. Bold and daring. You're my kind of woman, Bella, I asserted truthfully. Edie laughed. I'll take that compliment. One thing you will learn about me, Gennaro, is that I say what I feel. The need to sugarcoat shit is overrated and makes life shorter than it already is. I leaned over the table so only Edie could hear my reply. I share your sentiments so much that the next time you trail those silky fingers of yours up my arm, you better be prepared for the tongue lashing I'll give that little kitty of yours. I kissed the top of her hand and let it go. She sat back in her seat with the spirit of arousal outlining her features and posture. We stared each other down. Her breasts gradually returned to normal, but I could see the light sheen of perspiration on her top lip. Gennaro, there's nothing lil about my kitty, and you damn sure don't need to threaten me with a good time. Her silly self expressed as she danced in her seat. My shoulders rose and fell as I chortled from her reply. When my phone pinged to alert me it was time to make a move, I instantly regretted not being able to converse longer with her. I have to go out of town and pick up my new fabric. I'll be here next Monday at the same time. The solemn look that wiped away her beautiful smile tugged at my heart. I didn't want to leave her either, but there were vermin I had to deal with. I understand. It was nice meeting you, Gennaro. Don't be a stranger, she stated sweetly and walked back to her place behind the counter. London paid us no mind as she helped a customer. Gently I caressed the side of her face. I didn't want this moment to end. I could fall so hard for her. From here on out, Miss Erie would have all my attention. The jukebox switched songs and the sweet vocals of Etta James, a Sunday kind of love, flowed between us. Erie gently held my chin with her finger and sang a few lines of the lyrics to me. Damn, this woman had vocals that could rival the original singer herself. In this short visit, Erie had already put a dent in the icebox around my heart. She was full of surprises, and I wanted to keep unwrapping her until I couldn't anymore. I tore my eyes from her mouth and observed her beautiful face and features. It was evident that she would be my reckoning. Erie knew it too. That was why she cast me a sly smirk. That woman was too sexy for her own good. I look forward to seeing you Monday, handsome. I bore her a huge grin. Erie gave me a nickname. I never had one besides. I let my thoughts trail off before I took that awful trip down memory lane. Nope, not today. Today was filled with hope, and not even my past could ruin it. I kissed her hand again. Erie gave me a bashful grin. It was past time to let her go, but I didn't want to. Nevertheless, I had to. I released her hand and tapped the top of her counter space. I walked backward to the exit without breaking our eye contact. Erie blew me a kiss. I caught it quickly. I wanted all her kisses, even the air kisses. Once this job was done, I'd get my way. Ciao, Bella. I turned and exited Erie's store with her heavily on my mind. Once inside my own store, I strolled past my assistant or handler and headed straight to my office. Dawn was hot on my heels. I plopped down in my chair and looked at her. So, what's the move, boss? You going through with the hit or not? She questioned, crunching on a red apple. With one hand tucked in her front jean pocket, Dawn leaned against the door frame. No matter how many times I told her to dress up and look professional, she still managed to wiggle in some denim or leather somehow. Dawn was beautiful, with dark chocolate skin, a slender build, and a highlighted brown pixie cut that matched her dazzling brown eyes. She played for the other team, though. We are not going through with that hit. If that greedy bastard wants Erie and her family dead, it won't be by my hands or anyone else connected to me. Reach out to all my connects and spread the word. Make it clear that if anyone from their camps touch a hair on Erie's family's head, I will personally see to the annihilation of their lineage. You know I don't bluff, so make sure this shit is taken care of, I voiced sternly. Dawn munched on her apple some more. She examined me with merged brows and a saucy smirk. There was something on her mind. Furthermore, Dawn knew I had cased and observed Erie since the contract hit my inbox a month ago. There was no way I could take out a beautiful soul like her. Not to mention, Erie would soon be mine, and I dared the nigger to fuck with her. Silence was the loudest person in the room until Dawn tossed her apple core in the garbage and snickered. Ah, so the little minx has gotten you caught in her crosshairs? She stated in a matter-of-fact tone. There was no way I could help the subtle way the arcs of my mouth rose. Our short exchange wasn't enough for me. I craved to consume all of her, and I would. Maybe. That was the only reply I had for Dawn as of now. I stood and tugged on the lampshade on my desk, and the hidden door behind my collection of dress shoes opened. It revealed one of my weapons cases. I collected what I needed and placed them inside my leather designer duffel bag and closed the door back. Your car is waiting for you in the alley. Navy's also waiting for you with the rest of your gear. Be safe, and I'll be in touch as soon as you land. Dawn affirmed. I saluted her and walked out the side door in my office. Swiftly, I hopped in my car and sped off with Edie on my mind. 3. Janeiro. My leather designer bag was draped over my shoulder as I entered my family's private jet. It was necessary to have our own jet since my uncle and aunt performed the same missions as I did. Good afternoon, Janeiro. Right this way. Navy greeted me and gestured. Navy was head of my family's security team. He was 15 years older than me and swifter with his piece than any veteran that I knew. There was no one who took their job more serious than him apart from me. Navy had dark chocolate skin with a bald head that shined brightly all season long. He matched me in height, but I was definitely more toned. Good to see you as well, Navy. We shook hands. Afterward, I made my way to my seat and removed my coat. Navy went back to his sweep of the plane. I was sure he'd done that 10 times already, but Navy lived by the motto that you could never be too careful. I rotated my neck in a counterclockwise direction, then cracked my knuckles. Janeiro, we're taking off in 5 minutes. Do you need anything beforehand? Navy inquired. I'm good. All right then. I'll return when we take off. Navy bowed and turned away from me. I leaned against the plush material of the airplane seats and closed my eyes. My thoughts went straight to Erie. Earlier may have been our first physical encounter, but I'd observed her since she first opened her cafe. There was ambition written all over her beautiful face. I watched her day and night as she combed over every detail before she opened her doors. Some days she had a pencil tucked behind her ear with some hot concoction steaming in front of her. As time went on, I noticed her clientele increase. The added lounge was definitely a great idea. I was certain residuals flowed in nicely because there was a party a few times out of the month. On certain days of the week, there were day parties as well. I didn't know how she did it because she made everything look so easy. I could tell she had an amazing support team behind her. My thoughts were interrupted by Navy's heavy Haitian accent. We are taking off now. If you didn't know Navy, he seemed like a really domineering man. Looks could definitely be deceiving because underneath that facade was a man who was full of life and very caring. Although, when I first entered the assassin world, he and my uncle didn't take it easy on my ass. Together they trained and trained me until I was ready to strike out on my own for my first assignment. When I got my first taste, I had been addicted ever since. I reached into my bag and grabbed the folder as the airplane made its rocky ascent into the air. There was a picture of my next target, Martin Vetti. He had a rap sheet longer than both my arms. There was a $2 million price for his head. Apparently, Martin liked to solicit female minors for sex. When I killed, I made sure my targets were worth more than the money I was paid. I was granted with the utmost satisfaction that another piece of shit would be removed from this world. Martin owned a nightclub in Miami called Privy. Your wallet had to be on another level to get in. Black cards with no limit were a start. That was how exclusive and private it was. Police and city officials were on his trail, yet they didn't have the evidence needed to take him down. Most of his employees and people in his inner circle feared him. So, naturally, it was impossible to build a case against him. Fortunately, the right hunter was on his trail. I was about to handle what they couldn't. Leisurely, I placed the folder back into my bag and leaned against the headrest. I needed to get my head in the game, so I closed my eyes and enjoyed the ride until it was time to make my move. 3 hours later, Navy shook me awake. "General, we've landed. You got your itinerary?" I nodded. "Yes, sir." "All right. See you on the other side, man." We dapped each other up before I strolled down the steps and slid behind the wheel of the custom black sports sedan that waited for me. The tinted windows were always a must in our line of work. The less faces that spotted me on a job, the better. With lightning speed, I peeled away from the airstrip and headed to my hotel. In the assassin world, hotels were used to help you set up shop, not sleep in. You had to get in and out. Once I made it to the hotel and checked in under the false name, I immediately set up. From my intel, Martin usually made it home from the club around 2 a.m. His home was heavily guarded, and there was surveillance everywhere. In spite of that, most of his manpower was with him, leaving his home open and vulnerable. There wasn't a single piece of technical equipment that Dawn couldn't hack into. It would be yet another victory I could add to my trophies. I removed my guns from my bag and slipped on the silencers. The watch Dawn placed in my bag looked like a simple designer one, but I was sure there was more to it. My knives were already strapped to my arms. You could never have enough protection in this business. Once I gave myself a once-over and a mental check, I was good to go. It was around midnight when I stepped out of the revolving doors of the hotel. Once outside, I gave my room key to the first less fortunate person I saw with all the info they needed. This was something I did on every mission. It was my way of still giving back to God after I had taken a life. It may not have made sense to some, but it mattered to me. The rooms were booked under different aliases, and so were the credit cards. We made sure to leave no trail that could lead to us. For the next couple of nights, they had somewhere to sleep, and their bellies were filled and warm. Swiftly, I hopped back into the car and drove to Martin's home. I parked 1 block over and traveled by foot through the wooded area surrounding his home. My watch reflected the time, and I was on schedule. I tapped the mini wireless earbud in my ear. Dawn's voice instantly flowed through the speaker. "It's showtime," she exclaimed. "The watch you're wearing has a mini chip in there installed to disarm any surveillance you can't see. It works like Wi-Fi. Once you're in distance, a wave is sent out, giving you an 8-second window to get a move on it. The small turn dial on the watch emits an X-ray screen, detecting all physical cameras to avoid. Last but not least, the soft button on the opposite detects tripwires. Press it now. I followed her orders and pressed it. The watch emitted a soft beep. When you come within distance of any wires, it sounds off loud enough to alert you. Now kick ass and make it back home, sir. I'm on it. I ended the call. Like a thief in the night, I trekked through the woods until Martin's home came into view. He was most definitely a flashy guy. No other home surrounded his. Martin had the only home on top of the hill. I assumed he wanted to be the king of the hill. Stealthily, I moved behind the large statues in his yard until I made my way around the back. My watch went off, and there was a tripwire before I ascended the stairs. Once I stepped over it, I ran up the stairs and crouched under the door handle. There was a camera right there, so I had to play with the blind spots. I removed my tools. Hurriedly, I picked the lock and slipped in. I turned the dial on my watch, and the green screen appeared. Martin's home was huge. There was expensive art paintings that covered the wall, and statues spaced strategically throughout. Yeah, Martin was surely rolling in dough. I moved around his house, looking for his bedroom and avoiding as many cameras as I needed to. Once I located his room, I searched for escape routes. I found them, then returned back to Martin's main bedroom. I made a home inside his closet and waited for his arrival. After a couple of hours of waiting, I had action. Mr. Veddy, the house has been secured. It's safe to enter your bedroom. Thank you, Thomas. Report to your station, Martin expressed. The door closed, and I heard small giggles entangled with his boisterous ones. After a beat, the laughter was replaced by moans and grunts. Slowly, I crept out of his closet. There was a young girl between his legs. She performed oral on him while his head was tossed back. Without a second thought, I fired 2 shots at his head. He never saw it coming. His young companion was about to scream until I wrapped my hand around her mouth, silencing her. I turned her to me. I'm not here to hurt you, only him. Follow me. I gestured and we crept to the door. Once I opened it, the party started. Quickly, I shot the first 2 guards outside the door. I moved toward the stairs and pulled the young girl behind me. Bullets whizzed past me. I fired at the next 3 guards that ran up the stairs. Bullets continued to rain out as we hid behind a Cupid statue. I counted to 3 in my head before I hoisted her on my shoulder and jumped over the remainder of the staircase banister. When we made it to the kitchen, a huge beast of a man blocked me. He had an ugly mug on him. There were deep slices all over his mud-colored face. With a face like that, I knew Martin's guards had no issue with following his directions. He cracked his neck side to side. Surrender now, because ain't no way in hell you gonna make it out of here, and you sure ain't gonna pass me, he stated with a deep snarl. I cracked my knuckles. I'm not going past you. I'm going through you, I replied. He swung. I ducked and pushed the girl behind me. He swung again. This time when I ducked, I removed my knife and jabbed it into his side. Ugh! He bellowed. Music to my ears. Hastily, I went between puncturing his sides and stomach until his big ass dropped to his knees and groaned. I gave him a finishing jab right in the neck. He fell on the tiled floor, resting in a pool of blood. I wiped my knife on him, then grabbed onto the young girl's hand. We raced out the back door and shot into the woods. I fired off a few more shots as we continued to run. I made my way back to my car, and we burned rubber out of there. My hands and feet helped me to switch and hit corners until I made my way to the nearest bus station. I handed her a duffel bag of money. Take this cash and buy a ticket there. Go live anywhere you want. Be free of him and all men like him. Now go." Her tiny arms wrapped around me and held me tightly. "Thank you, mister." The young girl made her exit and sprinted into the station. I peeled away and made my way from the station straight to the private airstrip. Once I made it there, Navy was there to escort me inside. "Nice walk, Janero. We are taking off now." I made my way to my seat and finally exhaled. Another monster down, many more to go. I closed my eyes and said a prayer to God. Sleep came easily, and I dreamed of my Bella.
4. Eerie. It was Monday, and my heart beat out of my chest. I stood in front of my full-length mirror. I admired my simple olive green maxi dress with thin spaghetti straps and an open back. There were pockets on the sides, and that made me even happier. I loved dresses that had pockets. Pockets on a dress to me were like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. My dress was so long it pulled over my gold flat sandals, adorned with pearls all over the top and a cute peep toe. There was no way I planned on tripping in front of Gennaro. To prevent this, I tied a cute knot at the end of my dress so I could move around freely without the fear of falling. It was the perfect dress for the first week of summer. Chicago's winters may have been freezing, but the summers were just as brutal because of the dry heat, especially for us natural hair girlies. I wanted no smoke with that damn heat. My hair was up in a big high bun. I laid my edges with my flaxseed gel and made a few swoops of baby hair with my edge control and brush. I saturated my lips with a nude gloss before I gave myself a once-over. Content with my look, I released another deep breath, then headed down my hidden stairs from my apartment to the cafe. Each step I took, my heart seemed to thump loudly in my ears. All of a sudden, fear clouded my brain, and I was scared to push open the double doors to enter the dining room. "Shape up, girl, you can do this. Gennaro is just a man." I took a couple of deep breaths before I pushed open the doors. I was only in the dining room for seconds before my stomach did backflips. My eyes fluttered to him. There he was. Gennaro sat in the same spot with his tropical berry tea and turkey panini like he did last week. Damn, he looked good enough to eat. Gennaro looked up at me mid-bite. I swear all the air from inside the cafe had evaporated. My eyes trailed from his cool blue eyes to his blemish-free skin. The summer white dress shirt he wore contrasted against his skin and dazzling eyes. It gave Gennaro an otherworldly look. Ankle-length olive green dress slacks and designer black loafers completed his look. There was just something about a man that could dress. I smiled broadly and held up one finger to him. I walked behind the register and leaned against the counter, waiting patiently while London finished up with her last customer. When she turned to face me, I saw the sadness in her eyes. I was pretty sure it had everything to do with my nothing-ass wannabe tough brother. "What's wrong, honey?" I asked her sweetly. "Nothing, girl, just tired from these summer classes," London lied. "Try again, boo. We're best friends and our friendship is tight. It's been 4 years now. You know you can talk to me about anything." I took her hands in mine and waited until she felt safe enough to speak. "What I have to tell you would really hurt you and your dad. If I tell you, you have to promise me you won't say anything," she probed. "Yes, I do, but..." "No buts. You have to promise," London voiced more sternly. "All right, I promise, boo. Now spill. I urged her. London exhaled loudly. You know, every Thursday I take Troy's no-good-ass lunch so we can have office sex and talk. She revealed that tidbit of information, and I cringed, but I nodded after because I was aware of their little office hookups. Last week, when I went, Troy and Trix was fucking like wild animals. He was whispering to her all his sweet nothings while they shared I love yous with one another. They were ass naked on top of his desk, and the door wasn't even locked. Before logic could kick in, I beat Trix's hoe ass and I stabbed Troy in the thigh. London dropped her head because her tears came down like a rainstorm. I reached out and hugged her. I'm so sorry you had to witness that, honey. No one deserves to be treated that way. Troy has never been any good, but I definitely underestimated Trix's hoe tendencies. I gotta tell my dad, London. She immediately broke our eye contact and looked at me. No, you can't, Erie, you promised, she whined, wiping her hands on her apron. Well, do you have a better idea? Because us knowing and not telling him is just as bad as them fucking, I yelled in a quiet tone. London fumbled with her apron, then looked at me. I'll tell him, not you. I don't want it to look like some tit-for-tat shit between you and Troy, she firmly stated. The bell dinged, but we didn't pay attention to it. Wouldn't it look like that when you tell him? Jealous, scorned lover is what my dad might think, I commented. What who might think? What are you ladies gossiping about? Both of our heads whipped toward the deep voice that interrupted us. My dad was there in the flesh. His presence piqued my curiosity. When he flashed his award-winning smile, instantly my curiosity had ended, and I bounced around the counter and jumped in my daddy's arms. Yes, my daddy's charm worked on me too. He picked me up in a tight embrace and placed me back on my feet. Hi, Daddy. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? I quizzed excitedly. I was most definitely a daddy's girl. To my brother, I was a spoiled brat. That wasn't the case. I worked my ass off to accomplish all my goals. Unlike him, my dad had to give him a nice, cushy position in Lake's Holdings. Troy Jr.'s funky little chief of field operations title really went to his head. That was why no one at the company liked his bitch ass. All he did was throw around his last name and treat people like shit. Later for that fool, though. I focused on the handsome man in front of me and not that loser brother of mine. My father was in his early 60s, but he didn't look a day over 40. He had a toffee-colored complexion that made his salt and pepper hair look more pronounced. Yet, in a weird way, it added to his youthful face. My brother and I inherited our dad's leafy hazel brown eyes and toffee complexion. For as long as I could remember, my dad always wore his hair in dreadlocks. Normally, they were always down or pulled to the back, but since Trix came into his life, she convinced him to cut them. I hated her more for that alone. Daddy was too good for a money-hungry bottom feeder like Trix, but she was who he wanted for now. His mid-top fade looked amazing on him, though. Daddy stood at 6 feet, 3 inches with broad shoulders and a solid build. My dad wasn't super muscular, but he was strong and solid as hell. In place of his tailored suits was a short-sleeve Henley with oatmeal-colored linen pants. He paired his custom suede loafers with his fit for today. Daddy's deep voice pulled me from my thoughts. I was in the neighborhood taking care of some business, and I thought I'd drop by to see how you two ladies were, Daddy admitted. He looked over my head to London, and there was something else in that look. My dad was the kind of man that you never knew what he was thinking because he never wore his emotions. Furthermore, I was very curious to know what that look was about. That was nice of you. I'm good. I actually have a friend I'm supposed to be playing a game of chess with, but it won't take long. I was going to send London home early, so how about you two get started beforehand and I'll join you guys in a minute. London was about to protest when my dad cut her off. Sure, sweet pea. We'll be waiting over there. He responded in a chipper tone. Daddy reached for London's hand and she shyly accepted his hand, then walked away. My dad had always treated women with the utmost respect, but the way he guided London to their seats was similar to the way a husband would guide his wife. I watched them for a few seconds longer before I happily strolled over to Gennaro. He waited patiently for me at our chess table. I took my seat and batted my eyelashes at him. My chin rested on top of my closed hands. How are you today, Mr. Gennaro? I queried with a smile. He grinned broadly. I'm well, Bella, but Mr. is too formal. We're already acquainted. Gennaro would do just fine. I made the first move across the board. Then I looked up at him. Okay, I feel that. How was your trip? Where did you go, if you don't mind me asking? Gennaro made his move across the board. My trip was really nothing to call home about. I flew to Paris to pick up my shipment of fabrics. I met with the people I needed to see, and then I jumped back on the plane the next day. He replied plainly. He was so nonchalant. You went to Paris and picked up your shipment, yet you didn't stay for any fun? You really are a loner, honey. Gennaro hunched his shoulders and made his move. I countered his move, then grabbed his hand. He looked into my eyes. The intensity that beamed from his ocean blue optics tried to relay an encrypted message I couldn't decode. I hope it wasn't because of what I said. Is everything okay, Gennaro? My intentions aren't to offend you or bash you. I just wanted to help fill the void I know you have. When my grandmother died, that's exactly how I felt. Empty and very lonely. I don't have any sisters. My only brother hates my guts. For years, I tried winning his love and friendship, but every time I tried, he just dismissed me or treated me worse than before. After a while, I accepted the fact that things were never going to be that way for us. So, I know how it feels to be lonely. Gennaro snatched his hand from me. I was shocked at his reaction. You don't know shit about being alone. There's no way possible that you can. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. My pleas fell on deaf ears. Gennaro abruptly got up and walked out the door. Tears formed in my eyes as I watched him walk away and back into his shop. I turned and looked at London. She gestured her head as if to follow him. From the time we met, London always encouraged me to stand up for myself. Being a young woman and a business owner, she said it was important that I commanded my respect, even if it was given. London even took me to her gym and showed me all kinds of self-defense moves. A woman could never be too prepared when operating in a man's world. London grew on me and became the big sister I always wanted. She came from a rough background, and that was why she had a late start with her education. Law was something she was very interested in, but she just didn't know what her main focus was. I had my life together, but love seemed so hard to acquire. I shook my head at her before I walked swiftly to my office and through the hidden stairs to my place. I kicked my sandals off and cried softly into my pillow until I drifted off to sleep.
5. Janeiro. I felt like a whole asshole. I'd hurt the one woman that had shown genuine interest in me in years. I royally fucked up. All Leary wanted to do was get to know me. I hid my emotions for so long that I struggled at times with allowing anybody to get close to me. Erie was the most beautiful and kindest soul I had ever met. Yet all she got was hot and cold vibes from me. It wasn't that I intentionally tried to hurt her, but my childhood trauma still had a hold on me. Erie's get-to-know-me questions just triggered a feeling in me I didn't like. I felt discomfort. All I wanted to do was stare into her pretty hazel brown eyes and listen to her beautiful voice. Why did she require more of me? Fuck. The demons of the past ruled me. They intervened with my dreams and my day-to-day routine at times. I wanted to let the past go, but it was so hard to do when it felt embedded in my soul. The only way I slept good was when I killed. Every bad guy I killed felt like I killed my abuser all over again. Except it wasn't enough. Would it ever be enough? I snapped out of my thoughts and focused on the assignment in front of me. For months I'd worked at getting invited to this underground poker game. It was set up in the basement of a laundromat, one of the most important places that parents brought their children with them while they washed. I looked around the table at the other 6 card players. They were all from different parts of the world, yet they had 2 things in common. Those monsters loved poker and trafficking children. Word had gotten around there were quite a few kids missing from this laundromat and neighborhood, and that piqued my interest. My assistant and handler, Dawn, sent me the location. I cased the place while she secured me the invite. Now, here I was about to end all their lives, and they had no clue. It didn't help that I was a great poker player either. The plan was to kill them, rescue the children they had locked somewhere in here for shipment, then give the kids tonight's winnings. I scanned my surroundings. There were 2 buff-ass guards by the front and back entrance. There were 2 guards under the small window, and more foot soldiers down the narrow, dark hallway where the bathroom was. That hallway had to have led to where the children were, or there wouldn't be any guards back there. The dealer tossed out a few cards, and the guy next to me quickly played his hand. He was the last to go, which worked out in my favor because I won this round too. "Player 4 has won again," the dealer announced. Groans and murmurs filled the room. Cards were slammed down in anger. I went to reach for my winnings when a beefy hand landed on top of mine. My eyes shot to the side and examined the Russian mobster with devilish eyes, a thick beard, and tattoos that covered his neck and hands. He had no clue how much joy he just brought me. My opposite hand slid under my blazer and locked onto my semi-automatic with a 60-round magazine clip. "If you're thinking you are going to walk out that door with all of our money and you're the new guy, you best think again. You're not leaving this place," he warned in his heavy Russian accent. I leaned closer to him and smirked. "I'm glad you said that because neither are you." Quickly, I shot him in his neck. I stood abruptly and snatched him in front of me. "Ah!" he yelled. Pop! Pop! I took out the 2 guards by the front door. Swiftly, I turned my gun on the guards by the window. Pop! Pop! The guards by the back door shot at me, but I used the mobster as a shield. They riddled his body with bullets before I popped both of the guards. I dropped the mobster and snatched up the Asian crime boss from the table. My arm wrapped tightly around his neck. He was my new shield. I turned my weapon on the other traffickers and popped each of them right between the eyes. They all slumped to the floor while the sound of heavy footsteps raced toward us. I turned us toward the dark hallway and shot every dark figure that loomed forward. "Please don't kill me. I can pay you," he screamed. "Shut the fuck up. I don't want your dirty money. I could never be bought by a child molester." I shot him in the head and he dropped to the floor. A hail of bullets filled the room and I ducked and hid by a wall. Those bullets pinged off every area in the roomy basement. The industrial-sized washing machines and dryers took most of the shots. The shooter stopped firing and their hesitant steps filled my ears. His unsure body awkwardly entered the room, and I popped him right in his temple. He slumped to the floor, and I fired my way through the hallway, dropping their bitch asses 2 at a time. I made it to the end of the hallway. There were 3 more guards guarding a room. In no time, they went from standing to on the floor, bathing in their own blood. I kicked them out of the way and kicked down the door. My heart immediately dropped to my stomach. There had to be over 50 kids crammed in this little-ass room. They all looked dehydrated, tired, and filthy. There was no telling what these kids endured. Despite everything, today was the end of their suffering. "Hurry, let's go. Don't mind the dead bodies, just run over them," I directed. Some kids were able to jump and immediately take flight while others struggled. I had to assist a few of them. Before we made it upstairs, I grabbed the winnings from the table and continued my trek. I looked around the busy laundromat, then focused back on the girl who looked older than the rest of the kids that were just rescued. I kneeled in front of her. "Take this burner phone and call the police. Let them know you all were rescued. Afterward, take this money and split it between each other. You all are strong and brave children. Tell the police everything about your guardians that you all can remember so you can make it home safely. Okay?" She nodded as her tears fell down her face. "I can do it. Thank you, mister." I gave her a small smile before I hastily made my exit. Usually I slept like a baby after I had removed scum from this world, but I had no such luck. I couldn't sleep or focus at work right now. It was all because I needed to see Erie. She was all I thought about this past week. It was high time I went to see about the woman I desired. I locked up my store, then walked across the street to her storefront. She was closed, and all the lights were out except one. Erie sat in a booth seat with a single hanging light over her head. Music clearly played because the lights to her old jukebox lit up, and her head moved side to side in rhythm to whatever song played. I was nervous. The nerves crept up like a thief in the night. I raised my hand to knock on the glass, but quickly lowered it. My thoughts got the best of me. Did Erie want to be bothered? Would she allow me in? Did she even think about me the way I wondered about her? The only way to find out was to knock. So before my nerves could get the best of me, I knocked on the glass door. Her eyes snapped to the door, and the smile she once held dissolved when we locked eyes. Erie didn't look happy to see me at all. Yet she put down her e-reader and walked away from her booth. As her curvy figure stopped in front of the door, I could see the hesitation in her body and unsure look on her face. Erie released a deep sigh, then opened the door to her store. She motioned for me to enter, and I did. When the door was locked, she strolled away from me and took her seat in her booth. Both of us stared at each other. I released a deep breath. From her stern yet passionate eyes, she wanted an explanation and no bullshit. Well, I was here to give her some of the real.
"If you came here just to stare at me, then you can leave. I have no more patience for your hot and cold treatment. I may be young, but I will not be mistreated or mishandled by anyone,"
Erie affirmed. Her eyes bored into mine, solidifying she meant every word. Erie had every right to feel the way she did. I did mistreat her. I was rude and mean. But all of that was about to change. Here goes nothing.
6. Erie. A week had passed and there was no sign of Gennaro. I tried not letting it bother me, but it did because our energy together was amazing. He'd really hurt my feelings. I felt it was for no reason, but I suspected there was something deeper going on with him. The feeling was there from the moment we met. Gennaro had unresolved issues with his past, and I wasn't in the therapy business. There was no time to sulk over Gennaro. I had business to handle. It was Friday night, and one of the dopest hairstylists in Chicago by the name of Hair by D celebrated her 90s theme birthday bash in my lounge. She had a full house of guests, and it was more exposure for me. My lounge manager, Olivia, and I combed through every detail about 100 times in order to make sure her party jumped off without a hitch. My security team used a wand to pat everyone down that entered. DJ Smooches had the crowd lit with her 90s playlist she mixed. Raquel mixed drinks like she had 8 arms. She was one of the baddest bartenders that ever lived, if you asked me. I was very business savvy. That was why I had her on my team. Raquel had a natural talent for mixing and creating drinks. She was worth every penny in her salary. "Boss lady, can I get you something?" she questioned flirtatiously. Raquel was such a flirt. Normally, I would say no, but tonight, what the hell? "Can you make me an amaretto sour with some peach juice instead of lemon juice?" I inquired. "Of course. Coming right up." She quickly prepared my drink and adorned it with a few cherries and pineapple rings. I wrapped my lips around the thin black straw, and my mouth was immediately filled with hints of citrus and mint. "Damn, girl, that's a hit." I snapped my fingers proudly. "Thank you. I try." Raquel smirked at me. I chuckled, but as I savored my drink, an idea came to mind. "I got a business proposal for you, and I believe it will be very lucrative for the both of us. Give me to next week to iron out the details, and we can sit down and talk." Raquel wiped down the bar. "All right, Toots, let me know." She blew me a kiss. "Hey, you better stop it before Cookie pop up on your ass again." I laughed loudly. She laughed and shook her head. "That crazy bitch and I are no more. At first, I thought her possessive ways were cute. As time went on, I realized that bitch had a serious problem. I had to cut ties. That crazy bitch popped up on me and my mom's lunch date and accused me of searching the senior club for pussy," she admitted. I couldn't help the laughter that exploded from me. My drink slightly dripped down my hand because that senior club line caught me off guard. I gained my composure after a few seconds and shook my head. "Cookie knows she petty for that shit. I understand. It's more freeing when you get rid of the negativity. She was a pretty girl, but I could tell she didn't have it all. Use that button if you need to, boo. I'm heading out." "You ain't lying, boss lady. I'm with you when you're right. No worries here either. You know I ain't got no problem hitting that button," she replied. "Okay, cool." Since my very capable staff held down the lounge, there was no need for me to stay. I grabbed my drink and walked away. I didn't stay for the parties unless my absolute presence was needed. Tonight, it wasn't, so I had some time to myself. Instead of being holed up in my apartment, I walked down to the cafe and set my drink down on the table in one of the booths. I grabbed my tablet from my office and waltzed back in the cafe. My jukebox started and I let the mix play. I hit the lights except the one over my booth. There was no time for customers to assume I was still open. Bloodstone's natural high crooned out first. I did a little two-step before I slid in the booth. I'd left my e-reader on my new favorite author, Winter Time. Her book, Theirs to Own, was an erotic thriller, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I took a sip of my drink when there was a knock on the door. Couldn't people see the closed sign? My eyes connected with Gennaro. My mood had instantly changed from relax and a good vibe to sour. I slid from the booth and strolled over to the door. Our eyes connected. There was a rave of emotions that swirled in me. My head and heart were in a battle right now. I liked him a lot. Gennaro was kind and a good listener, but the emotional baggage he toted around was brutal. There was something about him that I could not resist. He stood outside my door like a lost puppy. The look of sadness in his eyes just pulled at my heartstrings. So I acted before I thought twice. I exhaled and unlocked the door and motioned for him to come in. Gennaro was dressed in a black tailored suit. It wasn't hard to tell that his suit was made of the most expensive, luxurious fabric most people could only dream of. He followed me to my booth and removed his suit jacket and laid it across the table. The black fabric from his dress shirt stretched across his toned body like a second skin. God, why did he have to be so damn fine? Silence settled between us like a mediator. We just stared at each other. Finally, after minutes of staring, I uncrossed my leg and sat up. If you came over here just to stare in my face, then you can leave. I have no more patience for your hot and cold treatment. I may be young, but I will not be mistreated or mishandled by anyone. Seconds went by and Gennaro was still quiet. I'd had enough of that shit. In haste, I grabbed my items. He grabbed my hand and stilled me. I raised my brow. Gennaro's fingers trailed down my hand and laced our fingers. I'm incredibly sorry for my actions the other day. It wasn't gentlemanlike of me, and you didn't deserve that. You've been nothing but an angel to me, Bella. My past, my life, is just filled with so much turmoil, and I don't want to involve you in it. Yet I can't bring myself to stay away from your outgoing and loving spirit. Please, forgive me, Bella. There was so much hurt in his voice that it was etched on his face. I'll forgive you on one condition, I expressed slyly, swaying to the music. Anything, Bella, he replied eagerly. I smirked. You have to have one dance with me. Anything but that. I haven't danced in years. When I do, I still have 2 left feet. I chortled loudly and grabbed him by his hands. Gennaro reluctantly followed me to the middle of the floor. You said anything, and this is my way of forgiving you. Smokey Robinson's Baby Come Close melodiously flowed from the jukebox. Gennaro wrapped his arms around my waist. I wound my arms around his neck. We slow danced, gazing into each other's eyes. I may be young, but I'm no one's idiot or pushover. If we want to evolve into something more, then you have to respect me in the ways I exhibit that I care. If it's too much for you, then let me know, but no more abruptly walking away from me or leaving me to wonder about you for days. He nodded his understanding and pulled me closer to him. I laid my head on his chest. My nostrils were engulfed with his expensive cologne. Gennaro kissed my curls. I hear you loud and clear, Bella. There's a lot about myself that I need to emotionally work on when it comes to being the man that you would want to be with. Please, have some faith in me. I can change for you, Eerie. I grinned. It felt as if Gennaro pleaded with me to hang in there with him. He didn't have to any longer because I forgave him the moment I allowed him in. My hands rubbed up and down his muscular back. Deliciously, he caressed my back softly. Gennaro's hands rested on top of my ass. Instantly, I felt him brick up. I pulled away from him, and there was a huge bulge in his pants. My mouth watered, and my taste buds danced in excitement for the treat I involuntarily promised them. I was turned on more than I'd ever been. My sweet tooth emerged full-fledged with a thirsty plea to taste an ounce of his sweetness. I closed my eyes, and my tongue inadvertently snaked over my top lip as my panties pooled with moisture. Seconds later, I opened them. The heated glare he awarded me with was all the confirmation I needed. I turned and walked over to the jukebox and ended the song. Gennaro's eyes lowered and never left me. The devil had entered the chat, and I could feel every dark pleasure he desired to deliver. I sashayed over to our table and collected our things. Tonight, I had plans for him too. My body was relaxed from the alcohol, giving me free rein to let my inner freak fly free. I made it to the double doors and glanced over my shoulder. Subtly, I gestured for him to follow me. Gennaro left his place on the floor. He swaggered over to me and took my open hand. I hit the lights, taking a big risk on us.
7. Gennaro. Erie's body felt so warm and filling wrapped in my arms. I tried hard not to break up, but when I felt that ass of hers, all my self-control went out the window. She stepped back and there was nothing but lust in her eyes. I followed her up to her apartment and walked inside. Erie's place was lavish with a homey vibe to it. There were expensive-looking paintings that covered her walls, small figurines and artistically crafted lamps dispersed around the room. I liked how her home was decorated in earth tones. The smell of vanilla and peach invaded my nose, and I inhaled deeply. Instantly, I felt warm and comforted all over. Her apartment had an open layout. There were 2 bedrooms, an open kitchen, and living room. When we entered her bedroom, I wanted to continue to observe it, but Erie had other things on her mind. Before I could move, she pushed me on the bed and climbed on top of me. Damn, she was strong. But this was my moment to control. Roughly, I grabbed onto the back of her neck, pulling her mouth on mine. My tongue invaded her mouth, taking everything she had to offer and more. Erie's mouth was warm, with a satin-like feel. She went between suctioning my tongue and adding pressure to my lips. Her fingers danced at the nape of my neck, pulling me further into her web. I could get lost in the maze of her kisses. Kissing was a luxury I hadn't had in years, so I took full advantage of the moment. I kissed her deeply, tasting hints of alcohol and something sweet marinated on her tongue. I growled when she rolled her pussy over my hard dick. Swiftly, I slid my hands under her dress, sliding her tongue to the side. I inserted 2 fingers in her wet and tight pussy.
Fuck!
She groaned between our kisses. Erie felt like a water well. I'd had my fair share of pussy, but none of them dripped like hers. I was excited and worried at the same time. Could I handle her once she slid down my pole? Would I come just from a few bounces? From my observation, I knew her pussy was about to be lethal. Her sheet was tighter than 4 knots.
Shit!
Edie panted, riding my fingers with urgency. Her speed increased, and I knew she was close to climaxing. I picked up the pace and rotated my fingers in all directions until she screamed.
I'm coming! Shit!
Edie had come all over my fingers. I sucked and tugged on her bottom lip until her legs stopped shaking. She stared me down as I removed my fingers and savored her essence. Damn, she tasted amazing. I flipped us over and undressed her. She gasped from the sudden movement. I slipped her dress over her head, then pulled her tongue down with my teeth. My long arms quickly unsnapped her lace bra, causing her to sigh for more. Her body shook with need under me. My baby was good and ready to take this dick, but first I had to taste her. Edie lay on the bed with her legs spread, presenting me with a feast that could compete with the Last Supper. She was the most beautiful and curviest centerfold I'd ever laid eyes on. The desire to own every inch of her filled me more, but so did fear. My tongue trailed over my top lip as I unbuttoned my shirt. Not in a sexy way either, but more so in a nervous manner. Edie would see my ghosts one day, so I might as well put it out there now and pray she would still accept me. I closed my eyes and moved with faith. I removed my shirt and my tank underneath. I heard a sharp intake of breath. There was no way I could stop. I had to keep going. She needed to see all of me. My pants and my black boxer briefs were next to be tossed. I crawled stealthily to her and settled between her legs. Her tiny hands worked overtime to pull me up and get my attention, but I wasn't ready to face Edie yet. Pleasure should be the only thought in her mind right now. My nose bumped her rosebud, and I inhaled her intoxicating fragrance of pears and apples. I looped my arms around her plush thighs and pulled her closer to my face. Edie's ass was locked in place. She was about to get all this tongue action. I took my time and French kissed her pussy as I slapped on that juicy clit of hers. The only sounds that permeated the room were sounds of good pussy eating. When Edie's cries of passion were thrown in the mix, it was an EP I could listen to for the rest of my life. Edie had the fattest pussy I had ever encountered. My tongue drilled inside her. She squirted all over my face.
Fuck, Gennaro. Right there, baby.
She moaned loudly. I tapped that same spot again, and Edie rewarded me by squirting more of her delicious juices down my face. Talk about an all-natural facial. Her essence dripped down my face, moisturizing my skin.
Gennaro!
Edie cried as she pushed my head further into her pussy. Her passionate cries sailed straight to my dick. I had never been this hard in my life. What the hell had she done to me? Edie rolled my face faster. My tongue twisted in and around her asshole, making her whole body shake once again. Edie screamed out another orgasm.
Gennaro!
We were lucky she had no neighbors because I was sure they knew my name by now. My little Bella had creamed all over my tongue and face, and I made sure to savor every drop. I sat up and kissed up her body from that juicy pussy to those double D melons of hers. Her areolas were medium brown with nipples thick enough to savor. My ass had died and gone to heaven. Edie's natural body put women her age and older to pure shame. You just couldn't buy this type of body. I mashed both of her titties together, making it much easier to slobber and suck all over her nipples.
Damn, just like that.
She panted, grinding against my dick. Quickly, I thrust into her warm wetness while sucking her titties.
Ah, Gennaro.
My dick felt like it was fighting through a forest filled with thick vines as it struggled to penetrate her silky fortress. I closed my eyes, trying hard not to bust prematurely, but it was hard. When I opened my eyes, they melded with her hazel-brown eyes. I broke our eye contact and focused on the headboard because she weakened my resolve. Eddie's nails raked across my back as I pumped viciously in and out of her wet canal. Every time she moved with me, I groaned out. The more she gripped her pussy muscles, the tighter she put my dick in a chokehold.
Yes, 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 baby. Just like that,
she yelled. Swiftly, I slipped out of her and flipped her on her stomach. I impaired that kitty of hers again, causing her to yell out all kinds of profanities. I held on to her feathery headboard while I pumped in and out of that sweet love tunnel of hers.
Gennaro, fuck me harder.
She strained to speak. I smacked her fat-ass cheeks, and she hopped up on her knees.
Gennaro, your dick is huge, baby. Fuck me until I can't move, baby.
She purred like the temptress she was. I pulled out and licked between her ass cheeks and ate that booty like groceries. Each cheek was gripped by big hands as my tongue swiped between her ass cheeks like a credit card. Edie had one of those big country booties, round, plump, and plush.
Fuck, Gennaro.
My tongue rimmed her asshole until she came again and plopped down on her mattress.
Gennaro, I can't go again, baby,
she voiced breathlessly. Shh, I got this. I massaged my 10.5-inch monster and thrust in her again. There was a lot of resistance, but Erie liked it rough.
Just like that,
she sang. Leisurely, I moved in and out of her from behind while I gripped and tweaked her thick nipples. I picked up speed and pumped ferociously in her while I beat down on her neck. Fuck! I growled loudly as I came. There was a rush of liquid that trailed down my legs. Shit came again. Damn, I grunted. I busted the biggest nut I'd ever experienced in that wet, tight pussy of hers. After what seemed like forever, I stopped ejaculating and spazzing in her wetness. I rolled off her and placed us in a spooning position. Bella was already snoring lightly. I gripped her titty and my other hand gripped that dangerous pussy of hers. Yeah, I was a goner already. Sleep came easily for a change. My sleep was interrupted when I felt something wet and silky slide down my dick. The shit felt amazing until I felt my dick being swallowed. My eyes instantly shot open and grabbed the demon by his throat. I wanted him to die all over again. The shot to my groin caused me to drop my abuser, and I balled up in pain. Edie coughed and gasped for air. She came to after a while.
Gennaro, what the fuck? I was trying to surprise you with some morning head, and you flipped the fuck out.
Once my pain started to subside, I limped to my clothes and dressed. Edie just didn't understand. She could never. I was too ashamed and stunned to speak. I did what I do best. I looked back at Erie and walked out of her home. My heart broke with each step I took away from her, but my past was a can of worms I didn't want to open just yet. I made quick strides to my shop, bypassing Dawn and out the door to my truck. My adrenaline and nerves made me race out the alley, and I did 90 all the way home. I turned into my driveway and saw my neighbor Jillian. I didn't feel like being bothered, so I sat in my ride with the air conditioning running for I don't know how long. My body felt numb and weak. It was almost like I was immobilized or paralyzed. I didn't have the one thing that could keep me going with just the bat of her lashes. What the fuck? My hands rubbed down my waves. I craved greatly to be with Eerie. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to be wrapped around her like a fitted sheet on a mattress. My trauma was so rooted in me that I was barely holding on to reality. There was a tap on my tinted window, and I rolled it down. I expected to see Gillian's pale face, but I was blessed to see the most perfect toffee complexion with honey-blonde curls framing her round face. With angry hazel-brown eyes, Eerie demanded an answer.
Explain, Gennaro. Because we just talked about this shit last night, man.
I can't right now, Bella. It's still too painful. All that I ask of you is just give me time to explain. Tears slipped down her face.
Does it have anything to do with all the scars covering your body?
She asked sadly. Man, this is the shit I didn't want to deal with. But I couldn't lie and say it didn't feel good to have someone genuinely worried about me, besides Don and Uncle Mateo. Yes, I answered with a deep sigh. More tears slipped down her angelic face.
Can I give you a hug? It's more for me than you.
I killed my engine, stepped out of my truck, and enveloped her in my arms. That hug was filled with everything I couldn't say. What I did know was that I couldn't continue to carry on with her like this. Eerie cared about me. She sincerely wanted me. She could have left after seeing my scars or how I mistreated her, but no, she stayed. I didn't have it in me to change for myself, but Eerie was the perfect reason to change. After minutes of holding each other, we partially separated. That was when I had a good look at what she had on. What the hell do you have on? I probed. My eyes roamed over her body. Eerie had on some little-ass booty shorts with a sports bra.
I'm sorry, baby, but I had to grab the first thing I saw in order to catch up with you. When I ran into your shop, your receptionist, Dawn, already had your address waiting on me,
she expressed, teasingly biting her bottom lip. Understandable. You get a pass this time. I'm so sorry, Bella. I swear I'm going to do better. Time is all I need, but you got me. I belong to no one but you. I pulled her close to me by her fat-ass cheeks and tongued her down in my driveway.
Gennaro, please take your business into your home. No one wants to see you making a porno with little Debbie.
Gillian snickered at her joke. I moved to speak when Eerie silenced me with her finger. She turned and faced Gillian.
Isn't this the hour recycling management comes to pick up their waste? If I were you, I'd head inside before they mistake you as part of their pickup. I'd hate to see any plastic left behind.
My Bella played no games. I giggled behind her. Just in case you missed what she said, I prefer my women brown and natural, not filled with toxic waste. Period. Eerie sang. I guided my Bella into my home and proceeded to pipe her down like I did last night.
8. Eerie. Yesterday's events were a thing of the past as I sat up in Gennaro's bed and watched him while he slept. That was the highlight of my morning. He looked so peaceful and calm. The rise and fall of his chest was a for sure sign. His silk sheets covered his lower half, leaving his chest totally exposed. With shaky hands, I traced over the chicken scratch words, Satan's child. You could tell some monster actually took the time to carve the letters into his chest. How could anyone be so damn cruel and inhumane? The keloid skin around the old scars were repulsive. It was so bad that it made my stomach turn. I trailed my fingers lightly over the old sores and bullet wounds, and I shuddered a bit. There were a few knife wounds that healed pretty evenly, but due to all the wounds on his chest, they came together as one big canvas, which was to be expected when the wounds seemed like they were reopened several times. The cut on his lower waist looked fresh. Was he recently in a fight or something? I took a closer look. My hands gently caressed over the fresh wound. There was much more to this man than I knew. If only he felt safe enough to share with me. There was a thump against my elbow. I looked down. Gennaro had a full hard-on. The tent he sported made the sheets slide down, exposing that sexy V shape of his pelvis. Being the naughty girl that I was, I tugged a little more and the sheet slipped off to the floor. His masterpiece was in full glory. If I couldn't suck it, at least I could admire it. My mouth watered as I gazed at the dark flesh that encased his heavy mass. The tip of his dick was abnormally big. I'm talking about the size of an extra-large egg. Hydration was all I thought of every time my eyes connected with the angry purple tip. Thick veins circled his dark mass like serpents twined together. Let's not forget the 2 tennis balls that sat between his thighs. His dark beast pulsed again, and I just couldn't help myself. As soon as I wrapped my lips around his tip, Gennaro grabbed my head and tried to force me off. I slapped his hands away and grabbed his dick in my hand. I squeezed a little, weakening his resolve, and he held up 2 hands. The pain dancing in his eyes wasn't from me because I barely applied pressure. No, the pain shown in those angry, magnificent blue eyes of his was now absolute fear. When I stroked him up, then down, and added a little pressure along the way, he shuddered a bit. Gennaro, I will never hurt you. I can't begin to fathom the sick shit that has happened to you in the past. I'm so sorry that you had to endure what you did. But the oral pleasure between a woman and a man is one of the most special bonds they can form. You can trust each other to take your orgasm to new heights, but that's if it's done right, I affirmed. Baby, the only way to let some of those old memories go is to create new ones. I want you to have your first experience of what it feels like to be orally pleased the right way. Can you please at least try for me, baby? I pleaded sincerely. He stared deeply in my eyes before he blessed me with a subtle nod. You are in full control. I'll start off slow, but if you start to feel uncomfortable, just let me know and I'll stop. He nodded slightly again. Without haste, yet confidently, I wrapped my lips around his big tip and sucked. I moaned, savoring his addictive flavor. I moved at a snail's pace while my tongue circled around his bulbous tip. He grunted. I looked up at his body and noticed he wasn't so tense. Maybe his fear had been replaced by pleasure. I tapped his thighs and signaled for him to look at me. The outline of a smirk graced his beautiful face. The look in his eyes fueled me to go harder. I slurped and slobbered all over his dick, twisting my hands with finesse in a pepper grinder manner. He grunted again. That was my cue to try what I'd been dying to do. I deep-throated him and hummed a bit. I wasn't even able to get a good rhythm in before he pulled me off. Gennaro shook his head. "No more, baby?" I queried sadly. "No more," he whispered with a strained tone. "I respect it, baby. Thank you for at least trying. You did a great job. It means the world to me that you trusted me enough to try. I'll never forget it." I kissed his lips. Gennaro pulled me on top of him, and he kissed me back fiercely. I melted in his embrace as soon as his tongue invaded my mouth. He nudged his dick against my wetness, coating his tip with my essence. Inch by painful inch, he slipped inside me and groaned. "Shit," he hissed like a snake when he was fully inside my honeypot. I rolled my waist, matching his movements and speed. I needed more. Since the time we met, it felt as if I needed Gennaro instead of wanted him. How was that even possible? I sat up to ride him, but Gennaro pulled me back down with his arms around my waist. He gripped my ass and pummeled my insides with intentional, yet delicious strokes. I felt compelled to stare into his eyes while I fucked him back. Gennaro's strong hand spread my cheeks apart, digging deeper into my treasure. Them strokes were cleaner and smoother with no resistance. His heavy mass glided in and out of me like a bow gracefully gliding over a violin. "Fuck," he revealed. I looked into his eyes. "I'm sorry for putting my hands on you, Bella. That shit will never happen again. I've never laid a hand on a woman, and I never will. I'm so sorry, baby." Gennaro tapped my spot and my back eased off the bed. "Do you hear me? Do you feel me?" he questioned. "Yes," I panted loudly. "I feel every ridge and vein wrapped around your dick. Give me more, Gennaro." I gazed deeper into those unrelenting baby blues of his, and they revealed all the passion and love, yes, love, he had for me. That was my undoing. I could no longer hold back when he gripped my waist and pounded deeper in me. Fuck, Gennaro could lay pipe. A lightning-shaped vein protruded from his forehead. The muscles in his cheeks and arms flexed. I loved to see the many ways his body showcased his pleasure. "Shit, I'm coming, baby," I moaned in a desperate plea. My body quivered from the pleasure that ran wildly in me. Gennaro picked up his pace and assaulted my pussy more, and then he shook under me. He released his nutty essence and coated my slick walls without any care of consequences. Fuck, he ranted until his body stopped shaking. Soothingly, I caressed his chest until we needed to get up. After a while, Gennaro padded to the bathroom. I heard the shower water come on, then he appeared in the room again. Gennaro helped me from the bed and guided me into the bathroom. He held me around my waist, kissing my curls, neck, and collarbone like a man in love. We'd spent 2 beautiful days together, but it was time to show my face and check on things. Gennaro climbed into the water first, and I joined him next. He wrapped me in a tight hug, and I welcomed the closeness and affection. As the hot water cascaded down his thick, muscular body, I rubbed his chest in circles until I grabbed his throbbing manhood. He fiddled my kitty and kissed me blindly. It wasn't long before he lifted me and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He impaled me on his quivering erection. "Damn, Ro," I called him by his new nickname, and he smirked. All of a sudden, his demeanor changed. His smirk left and brows furrowed together. In the blink of an eye, he pushed in one of his wall tiles and produced a gun with a silencer. With speed and precision, he extended his arm and fired off one shot. My eyes widened, mouth hung slightly agape, and heart raced like crazy at the sight of his gun and actions. I honestly thought he was about to kill me. "Fuck, Gennaro, it's me, Dawn," his receptionist revealed. I climbed off him and covered up with one of his plush bath towels. "What the fuck is going on? Why are you shooting in the first place?" I questioned, confused as hell. "There's a valid reason why, but right now you both need to get dressed because there's a situation at your cafe, Erie. I've been calling you like crazy, Gennaro," Dawn stated with her hand on her chest. "What do you mean?" I inquired shakily. "Someone broke into your cafe and destroyed the place. The police are there now. Check your phones," Dawn answered before turning and leaving the bathroom. We followed behind her, throwing on the first articles of clothing we could and racing out to our vehicles. I gassed my car all the way there. Gennaro pulled up right behind me. I hopped out and ran to the busted-out main window. A middle-aged cop grabbed me, but Gennaro quickly removed his hand. "I'm the owner and this is my store. What in the hell happened?" I asked frantically. An older cop walked up and extended his hand. "I'm Detective Coles, and from what I have gathered and analyzed, you've been a victim of robbery," he responded, lustfully licking his thin lips at me. Oh my goodness. He was disgusting. He was pale as sugar with a rotund belly and bald spot in the center of his thinning hair. "Ma'am, can you think of anyone who would want to destroy your shop?" Detective Coles inquired nonchalantly. "No, I can't. I've been here 3 years and nothing like this has ever happened," I answered with tears trailing down my face. "Any scorned lovers or friends?" he quizzed snidely. I said no, sir. "Are you guys going to do a thorough investigation? There are things I need to check on," I expressed rudely. He really pissed me off, asking the same questions. "Here's my card if you can think of anything else." He handed me his card and walked away. Gennaro grabbed my hand and we eased inside my cafe. My heart broke with every step we took. I covered my mouth when I saw how my Gigi's jukebox was smashed to pieces. Every item in her remembrance was shattered and ruined. Tears instantly rolled down my face as I walked over to the jukebox. I caressed the bass and top part. "Why?" I screamed. "I've never done anything to anybody." Gennaro enveloped me in his strong arms and rubbed my back soothingly as I sobbed. "I'm so sorry this happened to you, Bella. I truly am. I'll pay for all the damages." His kind words fell on deaf ears, and my sobs slowed down immediately when a bad odor filled my nose. "Do you smell that, Ro?" I queried curiously. "Yeah, I do. It smells awful," he agreed. Together, we searched for the putrid smell. I slipped on some broken glass and smeared food, but thankfully Gennaro caught me. He pushed through the double doors and walked into the kitchen. I leapt back in fear. There were dead rodents and small carcasses placed all over the kitchen. Dead rats and other rodents covered my stovetops, hung from the ovens and refrigerators. and placed where we kept the dried goods in the storage pantries. What the fuck is going on? Ro, I'm more scared now than pissed off, I voiced, hiding in his arms. He led us back to the dining room. This wasn't a robbery. It was staged to look that way. The money is still in the register. All the sentimental items are smashed and broken. Not to mention the dead animals in there are mostly rats. This situation is personal. I stared into his eyes and knew he told the truth. I believe you, baby. I'm just having a hard time coming up with suspects. Why would anyone refer to me as a rat or dead weight? I questioned out loud. It's the time we have a talk, Bella. Talk? About what? I need to call my daddy and insurance company. Well, invite him over. He needs to hear what I have to say, Ro expressed. I nodded. With shaky hands, I dialed my daddy and put the call on speakerphone. On the second ring, he picked up. Hey, sweet pea, he answered in a deep tone. Daddy, something terrible happened at the cafe and I need you here. I'm on my way. Stay put, he voiced with finality.
9. Janeiro. I exhaled. All eyes were on me. I wasn't sure if Erie and her pops were about to be cool with the news I was about to deliver or come out of a bag on me. I had held this secret for a while and I meant to tell her. I just didn't know how to tell her. We sat in the dining room of Erie's cafe. I cleared my throat. There is no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to rip off the bandage. Erie, I know who's behind sabotaging your store. It's your brother, Troy, I confessed. Erie's brows furrowed together. Wait, huh? You said it's Troy Jr. How is that even possible? She questioned with confusion written over her beautiful face. That can't be right, her pops added. If it's true, how the hell do you know? I know because he hired me to kill Erie. She gasped and covered her mouth. Her tears immediately trickled down her face. I shook my head. I was so fed up with hurting Erie. In no way did I intend to hurt her. It was not my intention in the slightest, but I had to be honest with her. I am sorry that I keep hurting you, Erie. I swear I am. The truth is my businesses are just a cover for my part-time gig. I am an assassin or a contract killer, for a lack of better words. That is why I'm always traveling out of town. It was the main reason for my Paris trip I took a while ago. Troy took out a contract on you a month ago. How he got my info? I don't know. The moment your name and information came up, I could not do it. I had observed you for a few years and I knew you were a good person. I wanted to meet you for myself. After our first sit-down, I cancelled the contract with Troy, but I knew that would not stop him from finding somebody else. I have been trying to stay close to you to prevent any more bullshit from happening. It is clear I failed. Boy, you get the fuck away from my daughter, and don't you ever come near her again. You ain't the only one who got connections. I do too. Now get the fuck out of her store. Her father shouted. I heard what he said, but This shit didn't faze me. Eerie, baby, please listen to me. She shook her head. Her teeth sank into her lower lip. Eerie was pissed off. Nothing I said even mattered at the moment. She looked into my eyes.
You've been playing me this whole time. You're a killer. And you were contracted to kill me,
she voiced loudly, slamming a hand on the table.
I want you out of my store and out of my life now. We'll deal with Troy, but you need to go.
She stood and pointed at the door.
Bella, it wasn't like that. Please listen to me. It's not me that wants you dead. It's your own fucking brother.
If you guys don't deal with this... I let my sentence trail off because I didn't want to speak her death into existence. I cared for Eerie too much. I'd kill Troy without hesitation.
Leave, Gennaro,
she expressed softly, then sniffled. My poor baby was hurt, and I was the last person she wanted to be around. As you wish. I stood from my seat and walked toward the door, but I stopped in my tracks. You got every right to be pissed off, Eerie. Take a couple of days, but if I haven't heard from you by then, I'm coming to get you. I walked out the door and into the warm evening air. Eerie could best believe I was coming back to get her. She belonged to me, and only me. I had invested too much into her mentally, emotionally, and physically. She had me open like a can of pop, and there was no way in hell she could get rid of me that easily. 2 days had gone by, and I still hadn't heard from Eerie. She thought shit was sweet, but it wasn't. Her cafe was still closed and being exterminated and professionally cleaned. I paid for all the damages like I said I would. It was only right that I did. If only I'd come cleaner sooner. The glass was replaced the day before yesterday. I stopped by this morning since London oversaw the renovations of the cafe. She told me that Eerie was a few minutes away at the local cemetery. It was where she went to clear her head. Visiting and talking to her Gigi helped give her clarity. I pulled into the large cemetery and drove around the path until I spotted Eerie kneeling in front of a fancy headstone. Hurriedly, I parked, then hiked to her. There was no time to waste. I needed my woman back. My heavy footsteps prompted her to turn and look at me. The sadness in Eerie's red and puffy eyes pulled at my heartstrings. I felt like a piece of shit again, but I wasn't leaving here without her. Eerie turned away from me.
What do you want? Are you here to kill me or just looking for another way to fake care about me?
Ouch. Her question stung like a bitch. I understood, though. Her anger was placed on the right person. I took a seat next to her on the grass. She stared at the headstone. Eerie's tears ran down her face. She appeared to be more hurt than I suspected. Baby, you got every right to be mad at me. I withheld a lot of shit from you. Had I been open and forthcoming, then we wouldn't even be in this situation. I am a killer. That is what I do for a living, partially. Eerie looked at me again.
What do you mean by partially?
I released a deep sigh before I pulled her onto my lap. I was 17 years old when I became an assassin. After what I endured as a boy, I wanted to rid the world of as many monsters as I could. I wanted to help children that were preyed upon. No kid deserves to experience what I did. I had been caught up in this life so long that I forgot what it was like to show emotions and love. I didn't remember how to do any of that until I met you. You made me feel and love again. It was never my intention to hurt you, but in the process of trying to keep you safe, I withheld a lot of key information. Confessing that I'm an assassin on the first day we met would have had you running for the hills. On top of that, telling you that it's your own brother that's trying to kill you is wild in itself. Those are not conversation starters, my love. Eerie, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I promise never to lie to you again or withhold any information unless I absolutely have to. The less you know about my assassin lifestyle, the better. What you know now is that I will never hurt you. Never. I care about you way too fucking much. You have my heart, and I need you back in my life. Please, can you find it in your heart to forgive me again? Eerie sniffled, then turned and faced me. You're a bad boy, Gennaro. I know, I responded, with my chin resting on her head. Eerie sighed. But you're my bad boy. You know your Italian accent gets me every time. Thank you for being transparent and allowing me to get a little closer to you. You're right. Those confessions of information would have had me running away from you. I appreciate you for trusting me enough to tell me some of your secrets. You had every right to play things close to your chest until you were able to fully trust me. I would have done the same thing, had the roles been reversed. I'm ashamed to admit that I was more pissed off at Troy's betrayal than you. I just wanted to take my frustrations out on you. Gennaro, I was wrong. I understand completely where you're coming from. But I am wrong too. You didn't deserve my wrath. Yes, my emotions were all over the place because I felt so alone and betrayed. You've had my back since day one. I truly appreciate you, your obsessive ways and protectiveness. I'm blessed to have a man like you in my life. How about we try to communicate with each other in healthier ways? No more lies or secrets unless it's absolutely warranted. What do you say? I 100% agree with you. I'm also blessed to have a little lady like you in my life. Eerie, you keep me grounded and happy, and I'm not giving you up for nothing. You are mine. All mine. Am I clear? She nodded with a sweet grin on her face. The twinkle in her eyes, the dimples in her cheeks, and the warmth from her body revealed something deeper to me. It was at this moment that I realized I loved her. I was madly in love with Eerie Lakes.
10. Erie, July 2025, 2 months later. I moved in my sleep as light and feathery kisses peppered my face. I moaned. Those kisses belonged to one man only. I knew his kisses like the back of my hand now. My eyes fluttered open. They met the oceanic blue eyes of my lover. Gennaro's head rested on the pillow next to mine. His upper body was covered in a light denim button-down that clashed against his dark brown skin and brought out his pretty blues. There were times I couldn't believe this man belonged to me. He was everything I desired in a man and good partner. Gennaro's heart was so big, he just needed the right woman to remind him of his softer side. A woman that he was safe with and would never intentionally hurt him like his past did was what he desired and had now. He was my heart, and I could never mistreat him. I cared about him too much. "Morning, Bella," he stated in his deep timbre. He looked so fresh and clean. The mint from his breath filled my nose. I couldn't wait to kiss him. Gennaro always smelled so good. He tasted just as good. That was one of the reasons why I couldn't keep my hands or mouth off him. "Good morning, my love. Are you going somewhere?" He nodded. "Yup, we're going somewhere." My brows merged together. "Where are we going?" "With all that's been going on, I thought we could take our first trip together. I have my private jet all gassed and ready to go. All you have to do is get up and get dressed. There's no need to pack because I'm taking you on a shopping spree." My eyes widened at his admittance. I sat up abruptly, causing my blanket to slide down and reveal my naked torso. Gennaro's eyes flitted to my exposed breasts, and he licked his lips. He made me chuckle because he couldn't keep his mouth or hands to himself either. "Gennaro, baby, thank you so much. I can't believe you planned such a beautiful and thoughtful date for us." He sat up, taking his time as he kissed up my breasts and then my collarbone. "This is only for you. The only pleasure I want is feeling your body as much as I possibly can." Gennaro's tongue made wet ellipses up to my neck while his fingers rolled over my erect nipples. My clit thumped and pussy grew wetter. The feel of his big body weakened me. Gennaro's soft lips and cologne worked as a duo to subdue me further. I needed him in the worst way. "Ah!" A soft gasp escaped me as my back gently hit the bed, and Gennaro's mouth latched on to my dripping honeypot. His mouth never left me as his arms wound tightly around my thighs and yanked me to the edge of the bed. "Oh, God!" I shrieked from his sudden movements. Gennaro continued to consume my pussy like I was a slice of peach cobbler. The way his tongue swept around my honeypot like a vacuum cleaner, I couldn't help the way I sprayed his face and beard. Gennaro owned me. His headplay took my body to heights I never knew existed. My legs shook uncontrollably. The sounds of his slurps sailed straight to my clit, inciting my orgasm to come alive. Gennaro's tongue tapped my clit, and I rained down on him like a storm. "Oh, my goodness!" I screamed. I thrust my pelvis on his face as I rode the wave. The grip on my thighs held me in place, but I held his head closely to my pussy so he wouldn't miss a drop. Once Gennaro had slurped me up like country gravy on a biscuit, he stilled. Leisurely, he stood and stripped out of his clothes. Gennaro's eyes bore into mine as he stroked his large, long, and thick erection. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. There's no God here, Bella. There's only my strokes and your cries of passion." Assume the position, he commanded. Gennaro had drained me like a gas can, but if I didn't toot this ass up, there would be hell to pay. I turned on all fours and put the nastiest arch in my back. Oh, baby. He spoke in a tone that revealed his desperate desires. Gennaro slapped my ass cheeks, making my body lurch forward. Fuck, Ro! He rubbed the stinging area only to slap my ass again. Damn! I yelped. Gennaro's large body leaned over mine. He rubbed my ass, burying his full beard in the crook of my neck. No woman makes me feel the way that you do. It is my pleasure to suck your pussy bone dry every day. Gennaro's hands eased down my body until he toyed with my clit. His mouth nipped and nibbled on my lobe and neck. You tease me unmercifully. Every smile, batter your eyelashes, the sway in your hips, or the feel of your fingers along my skin taunts me to the point where I'll strip you naked in the public and fuck you without any remorse. He whispered in my ear. My body shuddered at the feel of his satiny beard until Gennaro swiftly pushed through my wetness. Shit! I screamed from the sudden invasion. I bit down on my blanket and grabbed on as much of it as I could. Gennaro's strokes were so powerful and filling that I always had to brace myself. I'd caught his groove and threw my ass back, matching his strokes. In this short time, I realized I was no match for Gennaro. He fucked me like I was a side chick, but I loved his deep strokes. They were deliciously rough, yet they felt amazing. Gennaro's body was toned and muscular and warm against my skin. The sounds of our grunts and groans serenaded us. His grip was firm on my hair. Gennaro made sure to leave his mark on my heart and soul every time we made love. He wanted me to feel him, and damn, I did. I loved that man. I'd fallen so deep for him that no lifeguard or raft could save me. I didn't want to be saved. What I wanted was to be with him until I no longer could. My love delivered a stroke so deep that it pulled out my orgasm and his. What a damn ride this was. We'd landed a few hours ago in New York and enjoyed a hefty lunch together. I still couldn't believe he planned us a 2-day getaway to New York. I'd always wanted to visit, but I never found the time. Gennaro found time. He was a man with a plan. Actions meant more than words to him. That was a trait about him that I appreciated so much. Currently, Rose sat in the designer storefront on Fifth Avenue and watched me intently as I modeled my clothes for him. He wanted to see me try on every article of clothing I was interested in. He leaned against the store's large chair with his long and toned legs spread wide for me to stand between. Damn, he looked good with his denim button-up, partially opened, revealing some of the intricate ink on his neck and chest. Not to mention the way he chewed on his gum had me ready to sit on his face. I twirled around, modeling the mini dress Gennaro picked out for our future date night. He couldn't take his eyes off me. It was sheer as hell, but all the private areas were covered with built-in material. What do you think? I probed. Gennaro pulled me onto his lap. His lips immediately found my lobe like always. You look so fucking good. It's taking everything in me not to fuck you in that fitting room. Since I'm going to be on my best behavior, I say get the dress in black too. He whispered in my ear, placing a sweet kiss on my neck afterward. I shivered. This man kept me aroused. Gennaro was my everything, and I really would let him fuck me in that fitting room. I giggled and stood from his lap. You know I love that freaky shit. Don't I know it? Gennaro slapped my ass before I walked away to grab the other dress. When I returned, Gennaro helped me carry all my clothes to the cashier. After dropping his black card, we walked out with 4 bags in each of our hands. My gifts weren't enough for Gennaro. We walked down to the next door. It was filled with jewelry and designer bags. My mouth watered as my eyes scanned over all the purses. I really could get used to this life. I was far from broke. Honestly, I was wealthy myself, but I'd never had a man that spoiled me this way. Besides my daddy. Gennaro walked behind me and kissed my neck. You can have whatever you like. Meet me at the cashier when you're done. There's something I spotted. All right, baby. We shared a quick yet deep kiss before we went our separate ways. A personal shopper followed me around the store as I explored and selected purses, scarves, headbands, socks, and jewelry. I'd shopped so much that my ankles ached and it was time for dinner. When we made it to the cashier, Gennaro leaned against the counter with a small jewelry bag in his hand. His eyes zeroed in on me. There was lust and love present. My baby loved me. It was obvious, and soon he'd tell me. You got everything you wanted, Bella. I nodded. Yes, I do, my love. All right. Gennaro kissed my forehead. I finished the last of my champagne and waited patiently for the cashier to scan and bag my items. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed cashier looked up with tired eyes, but a bright smile. Your total today is $50,000, sir. I gasped and looked up at Gennaro. Baby, that's too much. I can put some things away. Gennaro chuckled. I could have spent millions on you for generations, and it still wouldn't have scratched the money or assets I have. You're my woman now, Bella, and you get nothing but the best. He handed the cashier his black card smoothly. Well, damn, it's like that, I see. Yes, it is. Accept it because I will not change. No does not exist when it comes to you. Understood? Yes, Big Papa. Good. Now give me those lips. I kissed my man with urgency. Yeah, I could proudly say that Gennaro was mine. All mine.
11. Janeiro. A week later. We were back at home, but Erie and I needed some more alone time. Today I had a wonderful date planned for Erie and me. We both needed to relax and let go of some of the stress we'd been under. The first stop was indoor skydiving. Erie was outgoing and full of life, and I wanted her to stay that way. There was no way I could see myself just jumping and partaking in an exercise like this, but with her, I felt like I could do anything. I pulled up to the place and turned off the car. Erie grabbed the door handle, but then she let it go and looked at me. I smiled at her and admired her beauty for a bit. Today she wore this strapless soft yellow one-piece, and her curls were in their full glory. Her light pink toes complemented the pink rhinestones in her bedazzled open-toe slides. Erie's beauty still stunned me. You see something you like, Big Papa? She smiled coyly. My hands floated to her face, and I pulled her in for my panty-wetting kisses. Her words, not mine. When we parted, I observed the love that flew around like a bird in her hazel-brown eyes. Before we exited my truck, she attempted to remove her gloss from my lips, but I stopped her. Bella, I told you that you don't have to do that. I love carrying around the essence of you however I can. Erie grinned.
You have a way with words. I love you, Gennaro.
I'm in love with you, Bella. You are the only radiant element in my life, and as you commonly say, I love that for me. She fell on me laughing. Erie was tickled.
Ro, you are so funny. I love when you relax and let go. It makes you even more handsome.
We shared another kiss before she grabbed her flowery tote bag. My love and I held hands as we walked into the building and straight to the front desk.
Hello, I'm Erie, and this is my boyfriend, Gennaro. We're scheduled for the noon session,
she voiced happily.
Hi, guys. I'm Amanda. I'll need to see your ID. Then you can sign your release forms. Afterward, I'll direct you to your instructor, Will.
I nodded.
Sounds like a plan.
Erie cheered. We handed over our IDs, then filled out the release forms.
Okay, guys, follow me over here.
I was amazed at the whole setup. People were suited and encased in these see-through pods where the wind blew them around crazily. I wasn't sure if I wanted to experience that, but I probably didn't have a choice because of Erie.
What's up, guys? I'm Will. Is this your first time?
Yes, we answered in unison.
Okay, awesome. Here are the mandatory uniforms for the skydive. No jewelry of any kind is permitted. Miss, do you have a hair tie for your hair?
Will asked nicely.
Yes, I do.
Erie quickly pulled the hair tie from her wrist and placed her hair in a low bun.
Also, do you have any sneakers? The sandals are not permitted.
Erie raised up her crossbody bag.
They're in my bag,
she replied.
Awesome.
Will handed each of us a blue jumper with the helmet and goggles. Once we were dressed, he continued with his speech.
The wind coming from the tunnel is really strong, so the helmet and the goggles protect you. There are also tiny holes of ventilation in the helmet that will blow loose strands of hair in your eyes. That's why we direct you to pin your hair down. It may seem like you're being blown around for a long time because you have no control or balance, but this exhilarating ride is only 10 minutes long.
After Will finished going over the do's and don'ts, it was time for us to get started. As usual, Erie opted to go first. Erie always tried to take the lead. It was her way of trying to protect me. Most men would probably find this offensive, but I didn't. It felt good having someone willing to love me and protect me for a change. Every time she took the lead, it just reminded me of the lionesses in a pride. The male lions allowed them to hunt and lead to a certain extent. They naturally knew when to step in, and that was how Erie and I were. I was perfectly confident in my manhood, and I knew exactly when to step up. I watched as Erie laughed and flipped all over the indoor pod. My Bella soared like a real bird. She clearly had the time of her life. My body filled with so much happiness to see her happy. Whatever was how that would be. After a few more flips, her turn was over, and she ran into my arms.
Ro, baby, you are going to love it.
She clapped eagerly like a kid on Christmas morning. I sure hope so. When it was my turn, the wind hoisted me around like a paper plane. It was such an invigorating feeling. At this point, I was carefree and a kid all over again. I didn't have the burden of the past weighing down on me. For once in my life, besides being with Erie, I closed my eyes and thought about nothing but freedom. Before I met Erie, I just seemed to drudge through my life without a second thought. I dreaded sleep every day because of the painful memories of the past. Now, life had changed. The past only surfaced when I had a job to do, and even then, Erie's touch always brought me back to the life we were building together. She was my saving grace. The wind blew me all the way to the top, and I held my hands at my sides like I was a rocket. The wind gradually decreased, and my turn was over. Once I'd gathered my bearings, I exited the pod, and Erie ran into my arms.
"How was it, baby?"
she asked happily. It was a wonderful experience. I smiled and kissed her.
"That's what I like to hear."
We changed out of our jumpers, then proceeded to my car, holding hands. She slid into the passenger seat, and I jogged around to the driver's side.
"Where to now?"
she inquired. "Downtown to Millennium Park."
"Yes! I can't wait."
She leaned over and pecked my cheek. Minutes later, we pulled into a parking garage. I helped her out and popped the trunk. Present were all the items I needed for a great picnic. I pulled out my mini cooler.
"Well, we're having a picnic?"
Erie's eyes widened and she smiled dreamily. "Yes, Mom." Mentally, I patted my back because I was killing this date. We held hands and chatted all the way there. First, we stopped in front of the Crown Fountain. The Crown Fountain was two big 50-foot towers that displayed images of the Chicago citizens. The fountain was one of Chicago's most recognizable art pieces. Only during the summer could everyone waddle through its reflecting pool. If they were daring enough, they would stand under its waterfall. Children and adults splashed around in the water. I nudged Erie a little, encouraging her to partake in the water action. She turned to me and I gave her a nod. My Bella slipped out of her sandals and handed them to me. She freed her wild mane and it was in its full glory again. My eyes stayed glued on her. She paddled to the tower and splashed around a bit. Erie's feet and ankles were submerged in the water, and I snapped pictures of her.
"Join me,"
she instructed with a wide grin. We snapped a few selfies together. Next, we moved over to Cloud Gate, or what we Chicagoans called the Bean. It was the largest sculpture in the world. The bean had an oval shape and looked just like a bean. When you walked in front of it, your image was distorted and you could be all shapes and sizes. We snapped a few more selfies. Erie leaned down, having a blast looking at her weirdly shaped body, but when she rose, she stumbled and I caught her. "Bella, you good?" I quizzed, looking into her eyes.
"I think so. Woo!"
Erie shook her head, leaning against my chest.
"I grew dizzy all of a sudden and lost my balance."
"Maybe you've had too much fun for one day. How about we find a shady tree and rest?"
"Okay, baby."
We found a nice shady spot and rested on a thick blanket. We watched the waves of Lake Michigan slap against the huge boulders. The feel of her thick body and the warmth she exuded comforted me in more ways than one. Erie didn't know this yet, but she helped heal me with one hug, one kiss, and a smile per day. I couldn't get enough of her.
"Well, I'm having a wonderful day with you. Thank you for this amazing date. We really needed this chill time together."
"I'm glad I could do this for you, baby. I'm having a great time." Seeing that smile on your face made today worth it, I replied.
"Is that right?"
Erie straddled my lap and kissed me. She knew just how to persuade and relax me. The way she rolled her waist had me harder than a brick. If I didn't stop her, we'd definitely get in some trouble. I patted her ass and broke the kiss before things got out of hand. "Time for some lunch, hot girl." Erie giggled. Okay. What are we having? I pulled the cooler over to us and removed our lunch contents.
Baby, this looks amazing. And it smells so good. When did you find time to do all this?
While you were sleeping last night, I prepared everything. We have turkey and provolone cheese sandwiches on ciabatta bread with cold gazpacho soup. There's also a mix of your favorite sliced fruits, kiwis, blueberries, and raspberries. The mixed berry tea is from your cafe. I love the drinks you offer.
Ah, thank you, my love. This was such a beautiful gesture. I can't wait to dive in.
Erie beamed. Her plump lips wrapped around the jumbo orange straw as she suctioned up the fruity tea.
Yum! So good.
I watched as she took bites of her sandwich, then scarfed down her fruit. Erie had a hearty appetite, but I'd never seen her eat so much. I didn't want to mention it to her out of fear she'd think I was calling her a big back, but I made note of the dizzy spells and increased appetite. I kissed her forehead and enjoyed the rest of our day. It was Thursday evening. I worked in my shop while Erie made sure her staff was on point for 50-cent wing night at her lounge. Thursdays brought in a lot of revenue for her because guys came to eat and watch the big screens, while ladies drank and flirted with them, boosting their male ego. My phone pinged with a text from Erie. She walked out her store and locked it up. Erie had been so tired lately and under the weather off and on that I wanted to get her to my place so she could relax. She was a hard-working woman and deserved to be pampered and taken care of. I took my place in her life seriously. There was nothing she needed or wanted that I didn't provide. Her constantly feeling ill was why she had an appointment tomorrow. It had been that way since our picnic weeks ago. If I hadn't made her, she would have still put it off. I cut my office light out and grabbed my jacket and keys so I could let her in the front door of my shop. As soon as I made it to the door, she smiled. I attempted to grin back when the familiar sounds of screeching tires filled the night air. My stomach did backflips. Some young niggers hung out the window of their car and fired in our direction. I snatched the door open as soon as gunshots rang out. Instinctively, I pulled my custom BK-6 semi-automatic from my waist, and I let my bitch clap. Two of the masked men took chest shots while the third guy took a headshot. I popped the tires, and the getaway driver swerved and hit a light pole, causing the car to catch a fire. They were gone now for good. I turned around abruptly and searched for Erie. I did not see her, but gurgling noises filled my ears, which led me to an old-school brown Cadillac. She must have tried to take shelter, but she was hit before she could. My little Bella bled from her head and chest. "No!" I roared from a very foreign place. The beast was awakened and out for blood. "Fuck! Baby, stay with me, Erie. Please, don't leave me, baby." I placed her head on my lap while I called for an ambulance. "Just breathe. Please, just breathe," I pleaded with her. Erie kissed her fingers and placed it on my heart. She gurgled again, then closed her eyes. "No! Erie, please, don't leave me here alone." I sobbed like a child. 12. Janeiro. I dialed the only number I knew would always have my back. On the third ring, he answered threateningly. It was a secure line, and we only used this line if it was an emergency. I never had to use it until now. "Whoever has this phone better be prepared to die." He spoke menacingly. He must have assumed I wasn't in possession of the phone any longer, because I hadn't used the line until now. "Zio, sono io, Janeiro. Uncle, it's me, Janeiro," I stated around the lump in my throat. "Janeiro? Cosa c'è, ce ne va?" "Janeiro? What's wrong?" my Uncle Matteo questioned.
I need you and Aunt Bianca to come to Chicago.
Is everything all right, my boy?
I sensed his protective nature pushing through. No matter how old I got, to him, I'd always still be his little boy. No, Zio. My girlfriend has been shot, and she's currently unconscious. I blew out a deep breath, trying to clear the frog from my throat. Deep down inside, I was a wreck. My emotions were all over the place. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, fall to my knees, and weep like a baby. I needed my girl back. The pain that filled my chest inspired me to savagely claw at my flesh and remove the hurt that coursed through my veins. I didn't possess the power to do so, and I could not show any weakness. In my line of work, I couldn't show any emotions. I had to remain strong in the face of my pain. Uncle Mateo's voice interrupted my thoughts. Actually, my boy, we are here. We had some business to take care of. We're going to drop in on you. My pacing halted. If they were here, that meant they were on a job. Your aunt is going to get on you for not telling her about your girlfriend, but send us the address, and we'll be there shortly. The call disconnected. I texted him the address quickly and walked back into the hospital and headed to Erie's room. I took my place by Erie's side, while London and Erie's pops sat in the chairs across from her. Erie looked so peaceful while she slept. That was what I told myself. She was simply sleeping. I had to believe in that like I believed in God. It was all in His hands now. I'd done so much dirt that I could only pray that God heard my prayers. I picked up her hand and kissed it. She was warm. That made my heart smile. She was always so warm, just like my mother used to be. We'd get through this. I knew we would. Minutes passed and rushed footsteps entered Erie's room. I looked up. Troy Jr. and Trix walked in with worried looks on their faces. That bitch-ass nigger had the audacity to show up like he didn't put a hit out on my Bella. Like I didn't know he was the reason Erie was laid up unconscious now. I could not shoot him in front of all the witnesses. Time and strategy needed to take place. I needed to put Erie's recovery over my emotions. Troy Jr. could count his days, though. Once I was on his ass, death would soon follow. Pops, how's Erie? Troy Jr. queried and halted. Why are you two so hugged up? He pointed out. Trix walked around him. Her nose flared with aggression. Is this bitch the reason why you don't come home anymore, or why you won't fuck me anymore? Mr. Lake stood with London by his side. You seem to be firing off a lot of questions, Junior. Explain to me how I called you both at different times. You both were on two different sides of town, yet you both arrived together. He inquired calmly. Troy Jr. scratched his head while Trix eyed London with venom. Trix, I already told you what would happen if I saw you again. If you're not ready for me to make do on my promise, I advise you to back the hell up, London spat. Fuck what you talking about? Are you fucking senior? Trix hollered. London stepped closer to her face. I'm riding that big dick every night, she smirked. In the blink of an eye, all hell broke loose. Troy Jr. swung on his dad, but Mr. Lakes ducked and grabbed him by his throat. Mr. Lakes was agile and swift, and he body-slammed Troy Jr. on the hospital floor. Before he could stomp his son, I pulled him away, and security rushed in. London was still committed to the ass-whooping she gave Trix's ass. Security ran in and separated them, but a doctor was called in to help Trix. This shit ain't over, old man. It's far from over, nigga, Troy Jr. shouted. He was escorted from the hospital, yelling out obscenities and threatening his father.
Of course, Mr. Lakes was void of all emotion. He had stock in the hospital, so naturally they made sure he was okay. I discovered that when he had Erie transferred to a room in the private wing of the hospital.
Looks like we missed the fun.
We all turned, and in the doorway was my uncle and aunt. I went to them first and grabbed my aunt in a tight hug, picking her up off the floor.
Zia Bianca, I've missed you.
Excitedly, I kissed her forehead.
Figliolo, anche tu mi sei mancato. My boy, I've missed you too.
I placed her down.
Zio Matteo, anche tu ci sei mancato.
Uncle Matteo, you were missed too, I stated, feeling a lot better now that they were present. He grabbed me in a bear hug and held on to me a few seconds longer than he usually did. Thank you both for coming on such short notice, but I needed you. My aunt fanned her hand at me.
We are family,
she voiced, grabbing my cheeks. Zia Bianca was in her mid-60s but didn't look a day over 40. With light brown skin, silky brunette curls, sulphur brown eyes and a slender face, she was still my uncle's most prized possession. Zia Bianca was tall and statuesque, with a slender build. Ever since I went and lived with them at 7, there wasn't a day she wasn't wearing heels. She stood at 6 feet with her heels on, yet my Zio Matteo still towered over her. At 6 feet and 3 inches with a football build, my Zio Matteo was definitely a force to reckon with. He had thick black hair cut close to his scalp with ocean blue eyes like mine. He was my mom's big brother. My eyes clearly came from their side of the family. His nose was kind of crooked because of an accident on one of his missions, but that only added to his bad boy reputation. Zio Matteo was always in a t-shirt, jeans, and thick combat boots. He would never be the most handsome guy in the room, but he'd for sure be the deadliest if Navy or I wasn't in the room. My uncle and aunt were my everything. They were the reason I was in the assassin business in the first place. My first kill was a child molester at age 17. After that, my taste for killing grew. The rest was history. Come on. I have some people I want to introduce you guys to, I professed. Oh, no need for that, Mr. Lakes intervened. He walked over and kissed my aunt on the cheeks and embraced my uncle in a bro hug. Matteo, Bianca and I go back a long time, a time before any of you young'uns were even thought of. It's how I was able to build my empire today. This here is my special lady, London, he voiced proudly.
It's nice to meet you both,
London expressed, shaking my uncle and aunt's hands.
Wow, horse! She has a nice grip. Strong and beautiful. Can she fight?
My Zia probed.
I'm more than capable of kicking ass. Ask the dumb broad laying on the stretcher.
London pointed.
You and I are going to get along just fine, dearie,
my Zia stated with a smirk. So, if I got this right, you are dating Horse's daughter? My Zio inquired curiously. Yes, Zio Matteo. Sleeping Beauty is her. He pointed at Erie. I nodded.
She is gorgeous,
my Zia expressed. She turned her brown-eyed gaze on me. My Zia examined me.
You are covered in blood. Are you hurt anywhere?
She turned my face side to side and checked my body for wounds. No, Zia Bianca, I'm not hurt. This is Erie's blood, I replied sadly. You know who did it? My Zio questioned, folding his arms. Yeah, and I killed them, but not the person behind the hit. The loudmouth I'm sure you saw being carried out is the culprit. Her own damn brother. I expressed, dropping my head. My uncle's phone pinged. He quickly pulled out his phone and examined the message. Horse, we've been in town for a few days. There's been a hit contracted for you and your daughter. The message that just came through is for your lady here, London. I take it that was your son who issued the hits, he announced. Yes, that would be my waste of a nut, son. What do you say we go old school? Mr. Lex quizzed mischievously. Are you sure you want to really do this? My uncle questioned. For the first time ever, I realize that I don't have any other alternatives. It's not something I'm going to take pleasure in. If I don't, he'll keep coming for us, and I can't have that. I don't roll over and play dead for no one. Mr. Lake spoke with finality. I am here for you, brother. They pulled each other in for a hug. That won't be necessary, Mr. Lex. This hit is personal. No offense to you, but I'll be handling Troy Jr. on my own. He exhaled and stepped in front of me. The last time we saw each other, things got heated. Erie is my daughter, my sweet pea, and I refuse to let anybody play in her face. I was hurt that you came into her life to potentially kill her. Erie sat me down and we had a talk about you. Your intentions for her have always been clear, and it's obvious how much you love and care about her. Continue to do what is necessary to keep her safe, even if that means you have to take out my namesake. He's left us no other option. He extended his hand. I grabbed his hand and we gave each other a tight hug. Thank you for coming around and accepting me. Now that we are on the same page, can I have your blessing to marry Erie? She's my heart and soul, and I refuse to do the remainder of this life without her. What do you say? You love her that much? Mr. Lex probed. I'd die for her. That's my sweetheart in that bed. When she wakes up, I'm going to show her how much I love her. He smirked. I get it. Trust me, I loved, married, and buried my first love, and God saw fit to bless me with another incredible love. You have my blessing, son. Mr. Lex and I gave each other another hug. Thank you, Mr. Lex. No, thank you for loving her the way she needs and wants to be. He expressed it after we separated. I nodded in agreement. We were interrupted by a knock on the door. Are you all the family of Miss Erie Lakes? The short and pudgy doctor queried. In unison, everyone answered, yes. He walked toward us with a clipboard in hand, and he shook all our hands. I'm Dr. Steinberg. I'm filling in for Dr. Schaffner. As I've been told, you all know the surgery went well. 1 bullet was removed. 1 bullet scraped the side of her head, causing a lot of blood loss. The second bullet was lodged in her upper shoulder, but it was easy for us to remove it. She lost a lot of blood, but your prayers were heard. I'm here to tell you guys that after further tests, we discovered that Erie is pregnant with multiple babies, and they are just fine. He revealed. My knees buckled for the first time in my life. My Zio was the first to grab onto me. Did you say babies? I stuttered with apparent fear in my voice. Dr. Steinberg laughed. I take it you're the soon-to-be father, but yes. She's pregnant with triplets. The babies are 8 weeks gestation and growing good so far. Erie has slipped into a mild coma, though. Sometimes patients can come out of it within a few hours or days. I recommend you guys talk to her and coach her to wake up. It honestly would speed up the process. Any questions? No, I sputtered. Everyone else shook their heads. All right, here's my card. Don't hesitate to reach out. Dr. Steinberg exited the room. I took a seat. I can't believe this. My hands shook uncontrollably. I was about to be a father. 1 minute, I walked this earth as a single man. Next, I met the most beautiful person ever to live. Now, I was responsible for 4 beings. Holy shit! All I could think was that God had a funny sense of humor. No fucking way! London cheered excitedly, jumping into Mr. Lex's arms. Ah, congratulations, nipote! My zia sang, hugging me tightly. Nipote was nephew in Italian. I stood before he could pull me from my seat. My zio clamped his strong arms on my shoulders and embraced me in a tight hug. It's going to be all right, nipote. You got family all around you now. We separated and Mr. Lex stepped in front of me. He embraced me. Thank you for being by her side. Continue to do so, and we'll always get along. He voiced with a smirk. Understood. I gripped his hand firmly. We all turned and looked at Erie. She looked so angelic, lying there peacefully. We all surrounded her on both sides and bowed our heads. Mr. Lex led us in prayer. Afterward, everyone said amen and took turns talking to and coaching Erie to wake up. Once we all finished, I opted to spend the night. Nipote, I'll be here in the morning to bring you breakfast and a fresh change of clothes. We'll stop by and feel Donnie too, my zia informed me. She kissed my head again and patted my shoulder before they walked out. We're heading out too, but we'll be back in the morning once we make sure her cafe and staff is taken care of, London stated. They hugged me before they left. Everyone was gone, and it was just me, my Bella, and my babies. I took my seat next to her queen-size hospital bed and rubbed her belly. Boys, take care of your sister in there while I take care of Mommy out here. I had no idea if it was 2 boys and a girl, but I just had a feeling it was. Mommy will be up and running before you know it. Erie, please come back to me, baby. You can't open me up and introduce me to all these new things in life just to leave me alone. I can do a lot on my own, but why should I have to move on without you? Please come back to me, my Bella. I said another prayer before I kissed her lips and closed my eyes.
13. Eerie. Wherever I was, I didn't want to leave. The butterflies and flowers were so colorful and lively. The blue sky and clouds looked so unrealistic. There were harmonious sounds that called out to me. The blue skies and clouds moved in sync, displaying breathtaking memories of my life. I tore my eyes from the skies and walked through the field of blooming flowers as I swept my hands past the honeybees. They worked so diligently. My spirit felt so free and at peace. I twirled around in the flowers until I collapsed on them. I swung my arms and legs as if I made a snowman out of flowers. My childish actions made me giggle. Out of nowhere, David Ruffin's "My Whole World Ended" played loudly, yet there wasn't a speaker or radio in sight. Swiftly, I sat up and looked around. Immediately, my surroundings changed, and I stood outside my Gigi's house. You gonna wait for me to invite you in, or you gonna come in on your own, child? Gigi queried in her usual sweet yet raspy voice. Without hesitation, I raced up the stairs and ran into her arms. I hugged her tightly. Gigi, please tell me I'm not dreaming. I don't want to wake up if you're not going to be there, I cried. Hush, child. Your old Gigi won't be going anywhere but here, she expressed, guiding me to sit at her kitchen table. She walked over and grabbed a bowl of potatoes with 2 knives. Gigi handed me a knife. I dug in and grabbed a potato and started peeling it. First, let me say how proud I am of you, Eerie baby. I smiled. I hadn't heard that nickname since she passed away. Chills danced along my skin. It felt so good to see her again. You gave me a promise and you followed through with it, honey. But it's time for you to let me go and live your life. Gigi done lived her life. She reached for another potato. I grabbed another one too. Gigi, I got a fella. I smiled broadly at my admittance. Oh, I know, and he's fine as hell too. We giggled like schoolgirls. Sweet pea, you've blessed that man in more ways than one. He needs you. Gigi is fine here, she said, nodding her head to Nat King Cole's fascination. They don't make music like this anymore, Gigi. I smirked, peeling another potato. No, they don't, sugar. But stop changing the subject. She tapped her feet to the music. When I reached for another potato, they were all gone, and I looked at her. Time is up, my precious. She walked over to me and placed her delicate hands on my stomach. They need you, sugar. They? Gigi? Like it's more than one? I quizzed in amazement. Try more than 2, she giggled. 3? Oh, no, Gigi, I can't do this without you, I cried. Sweet girl, you've got more help than you know. Now it's time for me to go. I got to make sure your grandpa ain't got into nothing up here. She laughed. Gigi, please don't leave me, I begged her. We will meet again, sweet girl, but not anytime soon. Take care of my babies. I'll always be watching over you all. A gentle breeze sailed by, and I closed my eyes. Present day. When I opened my eyes, the Temptations played softly. There was an old record player crooning out the bluesy tunes. It belonged to Gigi. I had it stored in my apartment. How did it get here? Where was I? The whirring from the machines seemed like the background music. I looked around until my eyes landed on my handsome man. Gennaro's shoulder was pressed against the wall. His brows were furrowed tightly like something heavy weighed on him. He stared out the hospital window with his hands inside of his jogger pockets. Whoa, wait, joggers? This was the first time I'd seen him so dressed down in public. Gennaro was a classic man, so he dressed to impress. He did own a tailor shop, after all. It was nice to see him in relaxed clothing. He sported an all-black designer hoodie with the white logo stretched across his broad chest and the black joggers to match. The latest model of Vapor Max brought his outfit together. My eyes trailed over the sprinkles of salt and the dark waves and beard. The white hairs were the only accessory he needed, but his gold watch was always present. My man looked so good, yet sad. I looked around at my surroundings. I was laid up in a hospital bed. Now I understood why my man looked so gloomy. Don't tell me another woman's got your attention. Why are you staring out that window so hard? I teased. My voice came out raspy. Gennaro's head snapped in my direction. Bella. He raced over and kissed my lips, face, and neck. You're awoke. Thank God, thank God. He cheered. He rose and kissed over my hands. Damn, it's so good to have you back, baby. I thought I lost you at first, but you came back. Thank you for coming back to me. I'll always come back to you, my love. Can you get me some water? My throat is dry and it hurts. Hold on, Bella. Gennaro immediately sprang into action. I looked on as he poured me a cup of water. He brought it over to me. My love held my head while I drank the cup of water down in 1 second. He gave me another, per my request, and I was good to go after that. I cleared my throat and smiled at him. Hi, Ro, baby. His eyes filled with tears as he hugged me again. I cannot stop but thanking God. Thank you, God, for hearing my prayers. I prayed for your recovery, baby. Every day I prayed, and I promised to God that I'd let the past go and focus solely on you and the babies. You're back here with me and our babies, and I'm going to make do on that promise. He expressed, kissing all over my face. It's 3 of them, huh? His brows scrunched together. How do you know? Gennaro probed. I grinned. My Gigi told me. I paid her a little visit before I came back to you, I replied. He smirked. I'm glad it was a short visit. I chuckled at his comment. His mood changed, and Gennaro grabbed onto my hands. There's something I want to talk to you about. But first, let me call everyone and grab the doctor. I'll be right back. He voiced and then jogged out smiling. I hope he wasn't breaking up with me because I wouldn't be able to handle that. It had to be something important, but what? I guess I had to wait to find out. Minutes later, a pudgy, balding doctor walked in hot on Ro's heels. Hi, Erie, I'm Dr. Steinberg. It's nice to see you're awake. I'm just going to do a little routine testing to see how you're doing. How are you feeling? He questioned, flashing a light in my eyes. It's nice to meet you, and I'm feeling okay. I feel a lot of soreness in my head and shoulder, I responded. That's good. The bullet wounds are healing. You're a strong woman, he affirmed. Dr. Steinberg examined my body. Can you feel the pressure I'm adding to your chest and legs? Yes, I can. He slid the stethoscope across my chest as he listened to my heartbeat. Strong, beating heart, my favorite kind. He lowered his stethoscope. All right, all seems to be well. We can provide you with a mild pain reliever, but that's it. Due to your delicate state with the babies, we can't provide you with anything stronger. I'm glad to see you're doing well, Erie. I'll send the nurse in to check on you as soon as I leave. Thank you again, Dr. Steinberg. I appreciate all your help. You're welcome, Erie. He strolled out of my room. Ro sat next to me. Baby, how long have I been out? I inquired, interlocking his fingers with mine. A funky-ass week, he replied with a deep sigh that followed. Damn, did they find the person responsible? Gennaro's whole demeanor changed. Yes, they were caught and taken care of, he stated, staring at our hands. Bella, let me say this before I lose the nerve to. He exhaled loudly and rubbed down his beautiful face. When I was 7, my parents died in a car crash from a drunk driver. My uncle and my aunt resumed caring for me, but 3 years after their death, I went fishing. It was something I'd done since I could remember. I was in the countryside and not far from my house when I was kidnapped. For 6 months, I endured almost every sexual torture a child could experience. Apparently, he'd taken me to a house where a bunch of other kids lived. They were all of different cultural backgrounds. He took his time, demeaning, degrading, and torturing every little boy and girl there. That monster didn't have a preference. He wanted what he wanted. My kidnapper was pure evil and a sexual sadist. He had so much confidence that he wouldn't get caught because nobody would ever suspect him or know where we were. That monster bragged how he'd gotten away with this shit for years, and no one noticed a thing. He would say adults listened to adults, not kids. Sometimes he would lock me in the basement of the house and starve me. One day, I got some strength and kicked him straight in the balls, but I couldn't break out of my coughs. That night, he came down to the basement and using a carving knife, he carved Satan's child in my chest. The days he didn't feel like molesting me, he beat the shit out of me. I gripped his hand, giving him the strength he needed to continue. My baby had been through so much in life, and so early in his life on top of that. Our tears flowed freely down both our faces. Gennaro sniffled and wiped his face. I prayed every day and night that someone would come and rescue me. No such a luck, though. It was up to me to free myself. I took him down by his weakness. You get my drift. Afterwards, I escaped. I left the door open for as many kids to get out, but my only concern was to make it home. The stars led me home. My parents showed me that trick just in case I got lost in the woods one day. It came in handy. I collapsed when I made it back to our village. A friend of my uncle saw me and rushed me to them. My uncle collected as much information as he needed from me. Him and his cavalry rode out, while my aunts took care of me. They all cried so hard when they noticed all the areas I bled from. I was too numb to cry. I was all out of tears. What I wanted was my revenge. My uncle and his crew killed everyone in that house, then burned it down to the ground. They didn't spare a soul. That experience changed me, though. I went years without talking. The only time I opened my mouth was to eat or brush my teeth. Other than that, no words. My family gave me the space to feel and come to terms with what I'd endured. The next time I spoke, it was my 17th birthday, and I told my uncle and aunt that I wanted to be an assassin just like them. The rest was history. I became just like them. Eerie, I've traveled all over this world. I've killed all kinds of monsters and spent the time with a few ladies of the night. But I have never fallen in love. You are the first woman I've ever loved and fallen in love with. And that's why I can admit to you that I will be killing your brother, Troy Jr. He put another hit on you, and that is why you're here now. My uncle and aunt were here because they received a contract to kill your dad in London. Of course, they're not going through with it, Plus, I didn't know your dad was one of their American allies. Apparently, he had a different life before he became a company man. Gennaro exhaled. How do you feel about the information I just dumped on you? Thank you, baby, for sharing your story with me. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me. You are such a strong, kind, considerate, and beautiful man. I'm blessed to have you in my life. I've never met a man like you before, but I know I don't ever want to lose you. I really wish I could kiss your passed away, but since I can't, I plan to love you a little harder every day. When it comes to my brother, I can't give you the okay to take his life, but I support however you want to handle the situation. I have no more time to waste on Troy Jr. He made his bed, so only he has to lie in it. My main concerns are you and our babies. It may sound selfish, but all I want is you, Gennaro. Just you. You're never selfish, Bella. I'm more selfish than you are. I want you more than the sun and the moon have to trade places. We'll spend the rest of our lives making new memories and making sure we provide our children with nothing less than unconditional love, hope, and protection. I agree completely, handsome. I sniffled. Ro wiped away my tears as he bent down and sucked my tongue in his mouth. Shit was about to get real heated until there was a knock on the door. "Sweet pea, you're awake," my dad expressed in his deep tone. "Yes, Daddy. I have you all and Gigi to thank for that. I heard all of you all's prayers and conversations," I revealed, smiling. "Daddy, you and London have my blessing." I winked at them and turned my attention to the two new strangers I assumed were related to Ro. Now, who's going to introduce me to this lovely couple here? Bella, this is my uncle Matteo. Next to him is his wife, my favorite aunt Bianca. Zio and Zia. This is my Bella, my girl, my world, Iri. Ro boasted proudly in his Italian accent. "It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful," his smooth uncle voiced, kissing the top of my hand. "Ooh, chow. Now I see where your mannerisms come from, Ro." A blush crept in his cheeks. Everyone laughed, and it felt good to laugh. "Your aunt is gorgeous. I need your skin regimen, ma'am," I spewed, checking out how fashionable she was. "I said the same thing," London added. "Thank you, ladies. We have a lot of chatting to do once you're released, Iri. Plus, Gennaro has told us so much about you, sweetheart. As soon as you're released, we gotta get some homemade Sicilian food in you to get you back up and running again. You'll need your strength to carry all three of those babies around." His aunt Bianca responded. "Sounds good to me. I love food," I professed, thinking about food already. London stepped next to me. "The cafe is doing great also. It's doing so great that some of Chicago's hottest rappers will be performing at the 4th anniversary celebration," London animatedly announced, rubbing my hair. "Damn, that's what I like to hear. Now that we're here and acquainted, where's the food at? I can smell it." They all laughed at me. I was so serious. Just because I was hurt didn't mean I wasn't hungry. Gennaro's uncle and aunt passed out trays of food from my cafe, and I beamed with joy. 14. Eerie. 3 months after my attempted assassination, I still had a hard time processing that my own brother wanted me dead. The man was so serious that he'd made a couple of attempts. He even hired my own man to take me out. Troy Jr. was as delusional as they came. Since he was still a free man, I feared when the next attack would be. Ro continued to reassure me, but I didn't fully believe it because something told me that Troy wouldn't stop until I was dead. What Troy didn't know was that I had a real rider by my side. He could continue with his attempts, but Ro was going to handle business every time. My baby didn't play about his Bella. I'd recovered quite well. There was still some soreness in my shoulder. The thin scar on my head was close to being invisible. The healing process was slow, but nonetheless, I was good. I was grateful for my fighting spirit and a very caring lover. Today was a special day for Ro and me. I was in my office and worked diligently to tackle everything that I needed to do before I was forced by Gennaro in London to go on maternity leave. The last task on the list was my proposal for Raquel, my lounge bartender. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," I shouted. Raquel popped her head in. "What's up, boss lady? You wanted to see me?" she asked skeptically. "Yes, come on in and have a seat." "Is everything okay?" she quizzed, taking a seat in the opposite chair of me. "Relax, Raquel, you're good, boo. Remember some months ago I told you I had a proposal for you?" "Oh, yeah, it slipped my mind. My bad, boss lady." "No problem at all. The proposal I wanted to run by you was us working together to start our own line of fruity alcoholic drinks." "Yo, that's a dope-ass idea. I'm down, seriously," she replied eagerly. I smiled genuinely. "Yes, boo, let's get this shmoney." I animatedly rubbed my fingertips together, making the universal money gesture. "Okay, do you have time to talk?" "Yes, I do. I got nothing but time right now." "Thank you for this opportunity, and I won't disappoint you. I honestly thought you gassed me up, but now I see you meant every word. You damn Skippy. I don't fake it for nobody, boo. Now, here's the contract I had drafted for our business. This is an equal partnership. I want you to find your own lawyer and have him look this over. If you can't afford one, I will cut you a check to pay for one," I stated. "No need, boss lady. My uncle is a lawyer, so I get a family discount. Thank you for the offer. We about to take over, girl. You ain't saying shit but the truth. Now go celebrate, but pay attention to the deadline for the contract. I want to make sure we get the ball rolling soon." "Oh, no doubt. I'm on top of it." Raquel stood to leave when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," I yelled. Dawn stepped into my office, and immediately the atmosphere changed. Raquel and Dawn stared at each other with lust-filled eyes. Raquel's tongue snaked out of her mouth and ran across her upper lip with skilled precision. I cleared my throat. "Ahem. Hey, Dawn." "Hey, Eerie," she spoke, not taking her eyes away from Raquel. I looked between both of them. The sexual energy that filled the air was thick enough to choke on. Their pheromones seasoned the sexual tension with their own fragrance. Lust number 9. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but there are a few more things I need to handle," I remarked. It was my way of trying to break them from their reverie of each other. "My bad, boss lady. I just need a moment to get to know this beautiful woman standing in front of me. What's your name, sweetheart?" Raquel inquired. "I know you just heard Eerie say my name," Dawn sassed. "I did, but I'm asking you. Now, what's your name?" Raquel repeated, swaggering in front of Dawn. My name is Dawn, and you are? Raquel licked her lips sexily. My name is Raquel, but the most important people in my life call me Toy. I'm hoping you can be one of those people. She picked up Dawn's hand and placed a gentle kiss on top of it. We shall see, sexy. They exchanged information, and Raquel walked out of my office. Hey, Erie again. I'm ready to set up your new surveillance cameras. Yes, boo, I'm ready. Do you need me to show you around again? No, babes, I'm good. It's my job to remember things like this. You can do your work while I set up and go from there. All right, let me know if you need anything. My fingers worked the keys of my laptop while I came up with ideas for the baby nurseries. After some much-needed online shopping, time went by. Before I knew it, Dawn tapped me on my shoulder. I'm all done. Already, love? Yes, ma'am. What I installed for you are state-of-the-art surveillance cameras. They're tiny and waterproof. These little devils are so good that even if the power is tripped, they still work because of the engineering behind them. If there is an emergency of any kind, they automatically alert the police. You also have a new security system that's mobile. You'll have access to your security footage and everything else, no matter if you're in or out of the country. Dawn explained. Wow, this is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Dawn. How much do I owe you? Don't insult me, girl. You've paid me enough by breathing life back into my boss. Doing this is just a simple thank you. But if you must know, Gennaro already covered the expenses. Now, I need to get going, and so do you if you plan on making your flight to you guys' baby moon on time. Dawn wiggled her eyebrows. You are absolutely correct. I'll walk out with you before Gennaro picks me up and carries me out caveman style. We laughed together. You have a point there. We gathered our things and made our way to the dining hall of my cafe. I walked over to London and gave her a big hug. Are you sure you can handle this for a week? It's okay to want to change your mind. Girl, if you don't get gone and enjoy this time with your man, one day soon I'll be doing the same and I won't think twice about it, London revealed. I know you won't. You and my dad are obsessed with each other. I playfully pretended to frown. Girl, hush. Everyone knows you're a creep about Gennaro. You're always invading his personal space in any capacity and don't feel bad about it. Only if he knew relationships aren't supposed to be that weird. Am I lying, Dawn? London chortled. Dawn held up her hands in a surrender pose and chuckled. Whatever, Ro loves my weirdness. He's equally obsessed with me as I am about him. Nah, hater. We all laughed. If you say so, that poor man just goes along with whatever you say to make you happy, Erie, London expressed, bumping my hip playfully with hers. I think so too, London, but it feels so damn good to have someone love you unconditionally without any hidden motives, I admitted. Gennaro is enamored with you, like Troy Sr. loves the heck out of me. I don't know what we did to get blessed with two loving men, but I'll tell you one thing. I ain't letting mines go, and neither should you. She shrugged her shoulders. You damn right about that. All right, sis, I'm heading out. Call me if you need anything. I also left Gennaro's info in my office. Dawn is across the street keeping eyes on things from a distance. No problem, boo. Enjoy your baby moon and try not to smother Gennaro too much, she teased. Whatever, big head, I'm gone. Love you. I love you too. Dawn, tell Gennaro to take care of my baby or it's gonna be some problems, London joked. You already know he's on the job, Dawn responded. London and I hugged, and we stepped outside to see Gennaro leaned against his truck. Damn, this man was so damn scrumptious. His blue eyes paired well with the cerulean polo he wore. His ankle-length dark brown pants balanced the cherry brown loafers he sported. My man knew how to dress. I turned to Dawn. Thank you for everything, love. I'll see you in a week. I hugged her tightly. You're welcome, boo. You're family now. She hugged me back equally as tight. She and Gennaro gave each other a nod as she strolled across the street. He greeted me with a breathtaking kiss before he grabbed my travel bag and purse and placed them in the back seat. My love, your chariot awaits, he professed in that beautiful Italian accent of his. Gennaro opened the car door and helped me inside. My stomach grew bigger by the minute. Carrying triplets was no easy task at all. I bumped into objects a few times a day. Once I was all the way in, he closed the door and jogged around to the driver's side. So you're still not going to tell me where we're going? I queried, snuggling under my favorite travel blanket. Eerie, you are too spoiled, he teased me. I'm still not telling you until we make it there. Gennaro tapped my nose and drove off. Roughly a half hour later, we pulled up to his family's private airstrip. A very tall and muscular man walked up to the car. His bald head shined, and his menacing demeanor made me uneasy. Gennaro got out and greeted him. They walked around to my side, and the man grinned at me. Wow, he had a beautiful smile. Now he looked sweet as pie. His grin reached his eyes, and I knew he was a genuine person. Gigi taught me what to look for with untrustworthy people. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the evil that brewed in my own brother. That was how life went, though. We as people were always blind to our own shit. Gennaro helped me out of his car. Navy, this is my life partner, Eerie. Eerie, this is Navy. I'm my family's most trusted guard since I was a boy. Nice to meet you, Eerie. You have to be the world's most hidden treasure to get this guy to soften up, Navy teased. It wasn't on purpose. I accepted Ro for who he was. All that time and attention I gave him has ended up with me in this pickle. Now I'm carrying all three of his most treasured pieces. I cooed. Navy's eyes widened in shock. His voice trembled. Triplets? There's triplets in there? He probed again for reassurance. Gennaro and I laughed. Yes, triplets, I responded. Don't worry, that was everyone's initial reaction at first. That includes us, too, because we most definitely didn't see it coming. We chuckled together again as Navy wiped down his face, still in utter shock. Wow, this is truly a blessing. Congratulations to you both. Eerie, welcome to the family, dear. Gennaro, you'll guide us safely to the plane, and I'll bring the bags, he instructed. Gennaro nodded. He took his time and helped me up the stairs and led me to our seats. Wow, Ro, this plane is absolutely stunning, I noted in awe. The warm vanilla and brown colors splashed together and made me feel welcomed. Gennaro sat right across from me. This was his way of being able to see me at all times, never giving anyone the opportunity to harm me in any way. I'm glad you like it, Bella. There will be plenty of more flights in our future, he asserted. I released a girlish giggle. I can't wait either. 10 minutes later, Navy walked back over to us. We are about to take off. Can I get you guys anything beforehand? I'm okay for now, I replied. I'm good as well, Gennaro responded. All right, we are taking off now. Buckle up. He walked away and the airplane rolled to gain momentum. Minutes later, the airplane soared through the pillow-soft clouds. I sat back and closed my eyes. The babies made me so tired. I opened my weary eyes when I felt someone touch me. Come with me, baby. Gennaro removed my seatbelt and led me through a curtain-covered room. There was a queen-sized bed with a beautiful comforter set and pillows. Some very relaxing-looking chairs with ottomans were present as well. There was a mini fridge and stacked snacks all around. This was my kind of place. Gennaro helped me to the bed. I would have brought you back here sooner had I remembered it was here. I rarely use this room. Navy reminded me. I wanted you to relax and be as comfortable as you can. I know it is not easy carrying one baby, let alone 3, but I want you to know how grateful I am. Oh, thank you, Ro, baby. You are the absolute sweetest. Will you join me? You know I get my best sleep when you're around. You don't even have to ask, he retorted. We climbed into bed together. I was so blessed to have Ro. I was so grateful that God saw fit to save him just for me. Gennaro was my forever. I snuggled deeper into his chest before I slipped into a peaceful slumber with my love.
15. Janeiro. My heart really wanted to take Erie to my home country, Sicily, but I didn't want to put her or the babies under any strain. Instead, I brought her to a cabin I had built from the ground up 10 years ago. Once there, she'd be able to relax, eat, and have as much fun as her heart could stand. We made it down the plain stairs, and our new family truck was parked in front of us. I wanted us to fly to Michigan solely so I could drive our truck back home. I had a few surprises up my sleeve for my baby. I tried to prepare for the arrival of our triplets as best as I could. Erie didn't need any added stress. Her arms wrapped tightly around my waist.
Baby, this truck is super nice. How did you get a rental so fast?
It is not a rental, Bella. I helped her into the truck. It is our new family truck. We most definitely need the space with 3 little ones on the way, I voiced, kissing her cheek.
Wow, handsome. I love it. You're already thinking ahead. I have so many ideas for our nursery. I can't wait until we find our dream home. As exciting as everything is, though, I'm just looking forward to our week together. All I want to do is lay under you and feel your warmth. I don't want to overexert myself, so I'm going to take it one day at a time, as you say.
Erie expressed, rubbing up and down my thigh. She knew exactly what she did to me. Erie knew the warmth from her body always turned me on. Her fingertips trailed up my leg until she grabbed my dick. Bella, you are a naughty girl. Erie looked at me and giggled.
I had to. You looking too good today.
I grabbed her hand and sweetly kissed the top of it. It's only for you. Save that energy for later on. But to piggyback off what you said, thank you for being on the same page as me. This is why I planned our trip. You needed time to relax. I saw the stress you were under and how the babies have filled out your stomach. Don't worry, beautiful. This is going to be one relaxing trip for you. Erie grinned.
You have no idea the amount of faith I have in you, Ro.
We are each other's lifeline. I pecked her lips, then closed her door. Once I was comfortable behind the wheel, we headed out. Navy had already piled our bags in the trunk, so we were good to go. Our truck was fully loaded with a state-of-the-art entertainment system. Erie, in true fashion, was already tinkering with the radio. She loved music.
Any preference of music, handsome?
She inquired sweetly. You know I love your playlists. I'm with whatever you play, or whatever it is you young people say. I shrugged my shoulders.
You're good, babe. I understand where you were coming from.
She giggled.
Let's start with a little Sade. No Ordinary Love is a perfect song for us.
Her playlist started with Sade's soulful and sultry voice. I'd always enjoyed her music. Sade spoke about love in so many different capacities. That was why she was so loved all over the world. Erie was right, too. Our love wasn't an ordinary love. I mean, we loved each other just like any other man and woman did, but our circumstances were quite different from everyone else's. I was hired to kill her. Instead, I fell in love with her. How could I not? I wrapped my fingers around the steering wheel and hummed along with the melody of the song. After a few more minutes, the song ended and Lauryn Hill's Sweetest Thing was next. Bella, is it too much to ask for a few notes from you? She turned in her seat and smiled at me.
Anything for you, Ro.
Eddie cleared her throat and sang. My little Bella's eyes were closed as she mouthed every word I knew were meant for me only. There was no one who could tell me differently. She opened her beautiful hazel brown eyes and they were filled with unconditional love.
How was that?
Your voice is definitely one of a kind. Every time you speak, it sounds like you are singing to my heart. I didn't even know a love like this could exist for me. I never considered myself as lucky or blessed. My whole world changed the moment I met you. It was a season of new experiences and real love. I got my own real love, I revealed.
Yes, you do, Big Papa. You got your real love,
she cooed. You are right, beautiful. I kissed the top of her hand.
Baby, I'm hungry now.
Do you want to stop and pick up snacks, or do you want to sit down somewhere? I probed, watching her attentively.
I want some real food.
All right. I know a nice little diner just a few miles up ahead. I used to visit it when I could. They have some really good food, I announced.
Sounds good to me, love. I'm following your lead.
She sat back and sang some more tunes until we arrived. We pulled up and quickly found seats. The waitress greeted us and took our food and drink orders. 10 minutes later, she returned with our drinks. We talked and laughed until she delivered our steaming plates of food. Edie and I ate in silence until our stomachs were filled. I didn't realize how hungry I was. How did you like the food, sweetness?
It was really delicious, baby. Thank you.
Food was one of her love languages, for sure. You're more than welcome, beautiful. I paid for our food and we left. We weren't even driving for 15 minutes before Erie fell asleep again. Our babies really took a toll on her. She would get all the rest she wanted this week and from here on out. I'd already persuaded her to take her maternity leave earlier, so the hard part was done. 30 minutes later, I pulled up to our cabin and kissed her awake. She whined a little until her succulent and full lips kissed me back. Erie was awake now. She pulled back and stretched her arms out. We're here, beautiful, I announced.
Where are we?
She asked, groggily. We've made it to our cabin, Bella. Look. Her eyes flitted from me and gazed out of the front window. She turned to me with her mouth agape. Erie's eyes widened in awe.
This is no ordinary cabin, baby. It is amazing. It's fit for a king and queen.
I laughed. Bella was so animated. I climbed out of the truck and walked around to help her out. Once Erie had her balance, she shook her head in awe.
Baby, this is absolutely magnificent. It looks like a mini mansion.
Erie continued her starstruck rant. Some parts were designed with brick and others with wood. It was well lit since it was evening. The lights on my property were on a timer, so they automatically turned on and off with the sunrise and sunset. My favorite exterior feature was the wraparound porch. The entire porch was made of wood. Furniture riddled the entire porch just in case we wanted to sit in any area of the porch. There were huge picture windows on each level of the house, and those windows were my favorite. I gave Erie my attention. I'm glad you like it. I was skeptical at first because cabins aren't everyone's thing, you know? There was silence. I turned and Erie still stared at the cabin. It is pretty magnificent. I designed this cabin for the family I wanted someday. It means so much more now that I have the family I've always wanted. I kissed her neck. Erie gazed at me.
Bravo! Job well done, my love. It makes my heart smile that you're able to live out your dreams with me. I love that for the both of us. It brings me great joy to see you genuinely happy and smiling. I love you past the chaos, the trauma, and the money. It's you, Gennaro, that makes every breath more vital than the one before.
I pulled Erie in my arms and stared into her almond-shaped eyes. I've done a lot of shit in this world, but somewhere down the line I did something good to be blessed with you. My Bella, my sweet girl, and most valuable asset in this world for now. I vow to give you the softest and most beautiful life in my control. There won't ever be a day where you have to question my love or loyalty. Do you feel me? Erie sniffled and nodded.
More than you'll ever know.
Good girl. Let's go in, baby. I'll give you a tour, then get you settled in.
Sounds good, handsome.
We climbed the 3 stairs together. I unlocked the door and stepped in. You don't have to worry about a thing because I had a cleaning service clean thoroughly. Also, the fridge and pantry is fully stocked. All you have to do now is relax and let me cater to you. Erie chuckled and held on tightly to my hand.
You spoil me so much.
I always will. I gave Erie the tour of our 8-bedroom and 4-bath cabin. It was her cabin just as much as mine now. After our tour, I helped her onto the oversized sofa chair that reclined. I removed her black thigh-high boots. Erie surfed through the TV apps while I massaged her feet. When she was comfortable, I pecked her lips, then jogged to the truck to bring our things in. It took several trips to bring in our luggage. Once I was done, I strolled in the living room. Erie had taken off her faux fur vest and was snoring softly on the couch. Gently, I spread a thick throw blanket on her and busied myself with the house. I was able to put all our things up and make the place cozier for Erie. Now, as I drank my bottled beer, I watched the flames engulf the charcoal bricks. Our steak and salmon were seasoned and marinated. I made sure to wrap my salmon and vegetables in aluminum foil before I placed them on the grill. The vegetable mix I wanted to grill was also prepped and ready to go. Quiet steps filled my ears. My baby was up. Eri wrapped her small arms around my waist and laid her head on my back.
Hey, handsome. How long was I asleep?
About 2 hours, beautiful. I tossed back the remainder of my beer. She wobbled her sexy ass in front of me.
I've been asleep for 2 hours? Why didn't you wake me?
I told you already. This week is for you to rest and relax, not cater to me or anyone else. I want to spend our baby moon catering to you and our babies. I eyed her. Just like I knew she would, Eri crossed her arms and poked her lip out. I kissed her thick, juicy lips, causing her to snuggle closer in my embrace. The feel of her warm body against mine made me break hard. I could kiss her all day. I didn't even know I was the kissing type until I met her. If we didn't stop, I'd surely fuck up my charcoal. Casually, I separated us. I walked Eri over to the lounge chair and draped a blanket around her.
Thank you, handsome.
You're welcome, Bella. I handed her a bottle of water, then stirred the charcoal once more.
Baby, is there anything I can help with?
She quizzed softly. No, Bella. I've taken care of everything, but there is one thing this grilling session could use, and that's some good mood music. Eri smiled broadly.
Say less.
She removed her phone and connected it to the Bluetooth wireless soundbar I had outside. Soon, oldies flooded the backyard. I placed the steak on the bottom rack of the grill and placed the foil-wrapped salmon and veggies on the top rack. I loved the smell of burning charcoal. When I was done, I pulled the lid down and sat next to Eri in the lounge chair. Before I was able to relax, Eri was on top of me. She rolled her lower half on me. My dick instantly sprang to life. Eri, what you doing, baby? I'm cooking, I asked, groping her ass. She rolled her waist again. Her full lips descended on my earlobe, nibbling my tender flesh.
It's been hours, and I haven't felt my man in a while,
she whispered in a sultry tone. Eri leaned down and suctioned my tongue in her mouth. Her small hand slid down my chest and inside my joggers. Eri was small but strong. The firm grip she had on my dick always weakened me, giving her temporary control over me. You felt me on the plane, I reminded her.
That was a long time ago,
Eri fired back. She took my mouth hostage again. While we indulged in a sloppy kiss, I grabbed each of her cheeks in one hand. I lifted her dress around her waist, revealing her lace tongue that looked like dental floss between her hefty cheeks. With my thumb hooked around her tongue, I trailed my knuckle up and down the space between her ass.
Ah!
Eri panted. She loved when I did that. I loved when she released her desires for me. It turned me on even more. My hands moved up her back and tugged at the strings around her neck. Her dress fell to her waist, showcasing one of my favorite assets, her double Ds. My mouth was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. I gripped her titties and suckled her like she was the best-tasting fruit in the world. Eri desperately pulled my dick out of my joggers, freeing the beast for that gushy shit. I pulled her tongue to the side and lifted her up, helping her slide down my erection with ease.
Fuck, Gennaro.
Her teeth sank into her bottom lip, creating one of my favorite love faces. Damn, I couldn't get enough of her. We rocked together until we found our groove. My large hands gripped those fat, round cheeks of hers while she bounced on my dick. Eri twerked while riding me. Fuck, Bella. You feel so good. I stimulated her asshole with my thumb. Eri squirted. She loved that freaky shit. Eri bounced on my dick with precision. Her hands caressed my chest, making me bite down on my lip. She had the most beautiful sex faces I'd ever seen. I felt my nut rise. I couldn't wait to fill her up with more of my kids. Edie had to come first. It was time to lock in. I wrapped my arms tightly around her waist and firmly slammed her down on my dick. Our bodies moved together rhythmically to the jazzy song that played in the background. Edie bit and kissed down my neck, and I shuddered. "Fuck, Bella!" I sighed. I looked at my lady. Her brown skin looked sun-kissed under the moon. Edie's curls were out and her stomach was more rounded by the day. She looked like a goddess, my goddess. Money couldn't buy a better portrait. Edie was my forever girl. Her pussy muscles clamped down on me like a trap snapping down on a mouse. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! I'm coming, Gennaro!" She howled. Her pace picked up, titties bouncing all over. Edie rolled out her orgasm and collapsed onto my chest. I continued to drive furiously in her until my nutty essence coated her slick walls with more of my babies. "Shit, Bella. Damn, you got some good pussy," I affirmed. My dick continued to throb in her while I gripped her hefty cheeks. My chest rose and felt like I'd just ran a marathon. She sat up and looked me in the eyes. I gazed in the eyes of my queen. "Edie, I'm not done with you at all. You better hope I can get through dinner without pounding into your ass again," I admitted. She smiled slyly. "Don't worry, Big Papa. I'm not tired at all." Edie smirked and climbed off me. "I'll be back. I'm going to freshen up." She kissed my lips and sauntered away. I rose from my seat, fixed myself up, and ran into the kitchen to wash my hands. When I came out, I tended to my grill. Bella's fine ass would be the death of me. 16. Janeiro. Edie wobbled outside in a short nude lace maxi dress. Her nipples and bare pussy was on full display. Edie's beautiful round stomach looked majestic with the lace material and flower pattern that covered it. I gulped hard while staring at Edie intensely. It was now clear to me why I was so blessed and obsessed with her. Everything about Edie was majestic. Here I was, living a lonely life for 41 years, when out of the blue, this hazel-eyed, curly-haired woman waltzed into my life, commanding my heart and nothing less. If I had friends, I imagined they'd ask me if I gave in to her. I could picture myself saying I gave her what she demanded, my heart. Too bad I wasn't in the friend-making business. Edie was the only friend I needed. I cleared my throat. "You are something else, woman. You're a damn temptress." She smiled and wiggled her eyebrows. Edie took her seat next to me. She wrapped herself up in the blanket. "You know I live to tease you, my love. Is the food ready yet?" She probed, rubbing her hands around her protruding belly. I joined her, rubbing my hands on her belly as well. "Yes, you do, Bella. But the food is ready. I just removed the veggies. I've been waiting for you," I answered. My lips replaced my hands on her stomach. I said a prayer for her to have a safe delivery for all 3 of my angels. My anticipation to meet my 3 little beings was through the roof. I couldn't stress how I loved and appreciated my new life. Shit would surely change when they arrived. Edie's voice filled my ears, pulling me from my thoughts. "Oh, okay. No worries. I'll fix the plates." She went to move, but I stilled her. "Nope. I got it, beautiful." I rose and plated the steak and salmon with grilled veggies. I placed the plates on the table and grabbed another beer for me and water for her. Carefully, I guided her to the table and pushed her chair in. We said grace, then dug in. "Damn, baby, this food is so good." Edie moaned, forking some roasted veggies in her mouth. She closed her eyes and moaned and groaned until she swallowed. When she looked up, I stared at her. "That was just sexy as hell, girl. You got me adjusting my dick over here." She giggled. I loved making her smile and laugh. We talked and laughed, and after a while we finished up our meal. He replaced the leftovers in plasticware while I cleaned the back patio. Once we finished, I helped her into the bed and took a hot shower. After I handled my personal hygiene, I padded into the room naked. To my surprise, Erie was spread eagle on the bed and toyed with her wet pussy. Damn, I voiced in awe of her full and curvy body.
This party has already started. We're just waiting on you, Papa.
Erie raised her full brow. With no hesitation, I jumped in the bed and crawled between her legs. I feasted on her fat pussy and swollen clit. Firmly, I wrapped my arms around her thighs, locking her in place, and slapped all over her stiff clit. Edie's back arched off the bed.
Just like that, Ro. Fuck.
Her hand pushed my head closer to her pussy. I unwrapped one of my hands and inserted 2 fingers in her tight canal and continued to French kiss her pussy. The moment I vibrated my tongue against her clit, her legs shook uncontrollably.
Yes!
Erie yelled out her release. She squirted all over my face. It was something I looked forward to every time we were intimate. I lapped at her juices like a fiend needing their next high. My tongue licked all around her plump lips and stiff bud, making sure I didn't miss a drop. I eased up her body and nipped at her lace-covered nipples. With her help, she slipped out of her thin dress easily. Her titties were out and I sampled the deliciousness like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Edie's breasts were the perfect size. They weren't overbearing, but they weren't mosquito bites either. I placed my face between them and instantly I felt sandwiched. Everything about her was perfect. After I got my fix on her voluptuous double Ds, I moved up to her tender lips and merged my tongue with hers. I made sure to put all my weight on my arms and not her stomach. Erie and I sloppily kissed, but I needed more of her. Baby, I need to feel you. Turn around for me, I expressed between our kisses.
Okay,
she stated with a heavy breath. We pulled apart long enough for me to help her turn on her knees. Even with 3 kids in her stomach, Bella's arch game was perfect. Her pretty pussy glistened and licked for me only. Sloppily, I sucked her pussy a little more. I needed another fix of her addictive essence before I entered her warm and wet honey pot. She whined for more. I was about to give her more. I teased her opening, admiring the way her flower unfolded to let me in.
Don't tease me, Ro. Fill me up. I can take it,
Erie panted. You got it, Bella. Just as she directed, I felt her swift and hard. Her knees buckled. I caught her around the waist before she fell on her stomach.
I'm sorry, beautiful. You okay?
I queried before I moved an inch.
Oh yeah, Big Papa. You know I love that rough shit,
she replied hoarsely. Eddie threw her ass back, signaling me to go ahead. Each stroke I gave my baby made me feel one step closer to heaven. That was the only way I could put it. Sliding in her felt like a tunnel of never-ending pleasure. Pulling out felt like an MMA fighter had my ass in a chokehold. Shit, she had grip.
Fuck, Bella,
I wailed.
This pussy is so damn hypnotizing.
I slapped her ass.
Throw that shit back. Yes, Ro, just like that,
she retorted. Eddie threw her ass back faster. My baby had them cheeks clapping every time I pulled out to the tip and submerged back in her love nest. I pulled out again and tapped her spot. It squirted all over me. Oh, you like that, huh? Let's try it again. This time when I pulled out, I immediately ran back in her, and she blessed me again, raining down all over me.
Fuck, Gennaro, I'm about to come,
she screamed. I leaned down to her ear and whispered, Baptize me then, girl. I bit down on her lobe. She released hisses I'd never heard her express. I toyed with her clit and continued to drive into her savagely.
Shit, I'm coming,
Eddie sang loudly. My strokes grew deeper and faster as she tightened around me. Within seconds, Erie had creamed all over me. My dick looked like it was coated in cream filling. I fell deeper in love with her every time it happened. I tapped that spot one more time, kick-starting my own orgasm. Fuck, Bella! My head hung back while I basked in the big nut I'd just busted. Edie had me in Wonderland. I groaned and grinned from the way her muscles tightened around me. After a while, her moves slowed down and she threw her ass against me lazily. Bella milked me good. I pulled out and helped her turn on her back. Sluggishly, I trekked to the bathroom and wet a new washcloth. I wiped myself off, then cleaned her up. Erie had a fat pussy, so I made sure to clean her well. Afterward, I lazily tossed the towel on the nightstand and pulled the covers over us. I turned off the lamp and spooned my Bella. 2 days had passed. We ate, slept, and watched movie on top of movie in the theater room. Erie and I also made love and fucked every chance we got. I needed to feel my girl regularly. We didn't get a chance to do things like this often because of our busy schedules. I was perfectly content with just lounging around the house with her. At this present time, she was kicking my butt in Uno.
Pick 'em up, Big Papa,
she yelled after slapping down 2 draw 4s. Man, damn, I groaned.
Aw, don't be a sore loser, baby,
Bella teased me in a baby voice. I give up. I'm ready to eat. We can pick this up later, I pouted. She laughed hard. Finally, her laughter died down and we walked hand in hand into the kitchen. Any suggestions on dinner? I queried.
Let me think. I don't want anything too heavy. I feel like I've gotten bigger since we've been here. I'm thinking maybe some butter noodles with light Italian seasoning and oregano.
She nodded and rubbed her stomach. Sounds like a plan to me. Erie's phone rang. She wobbled to it as I made myself busy with dinner.
Hey, Daddy. What's up?
She froze. Is everything okay? I probed. I looked at her with concern. Erie shrugged her shoulders.
Daddy, slow down. I hear the ambulance.
She went silent again until her eyes widened.
You guys have been shot at.
Bella, give me... But my sentence was cut short. A bullet whizzed straight through the window and it hit the water kettle.
Doc!
I hollered.
17. Eerie. A bullet whizzed past and the whole kettle flipped in the air. Instantly, our cabin was riddled with bullets. Gennaro grabbed me and we ducked it down, running quickly to the pantry. He pulled the electrical box lever down, and a secret room replaced the canned goods. Bella, just hide in here. I'll be back, I swear. Ro, what kind of room is this? I cried. I was scared as hell. It's a panic room, love. I have them built all over the cabin, but right now I have to go, he expressed. The room is fully stocked and protected. You'll be able to see everything with the monitors on the walls. I pulled him in for a kiss. The feel of his plush lips brought me a little comfort. It was more than I had a second ago. Gennaro, please come back to us, I pleaded. I will, my love. Trust me. He kissed me and then closed the wall on me. My heart raced and my palms grew sweaty. I knew he had to handle business, but I wanted him with us where he would be safe. But that wasn't in Ro's character. So I was forced to live in agony, watching him kill the bad guys that ruined our baby moon. I wobbled over to the monitors. I was able to see everything. The cameras covered damn near every nook and cranny inside the house and outside. I looked on as Gennaro grabbed his guns and twisted on the silencers. When he was armed and positioned, Ro aimed and killed 3 of the shooters with precision. He was incredibly skilled and sharp. I walked backwards to the queen-size bed present and wrapped a thick blanket around my body. That blanket was the only physical security I had until Ro came back. I leaned against the headboard and watched my man perform hand-to-hand combat with one of the intruders. Swiftly, Gennaro broke his neck and fired off 2 bullets into the intruder that tried to backdoor him. I took my eyes off the screen for a bit and looked around the room. It was fully stocked with all the amenities that one would need in here. I shouldn't be here much longer. My gaze flitted back to the screen, but I froze. I couldn't help the way my body shivered. Tears filled my eyes because I couldn't see Ro on any camera. I rocked and shook uncontrollably. Where was he? How could he just disappear like that? Hurriedly, I wobbled over to the wall, but there wasn't a button or lever in sight to open the wall again. Ro! Ro, where are you? Are you okay? I screamed. I felt so defeated and hopeless. Where was my man? I walked back to the bed and pounded the pillow while crying harder. My eyes flooded with tears that eventually flowed down my face. I hiccuped and sobbed some more. Where was he? I rocked on my side until I drifted off to sleep. I felt feather-like kisses all over my face. Damn, I must be in heaven again, I thought. The kisses increased and the added pressure to my lips sparked me to open my eyes. My eyes clashed with the beautiful blue eyes I'd grown to adore so much. They cascaded over his toasted caramel complexion, and I just had to make sure I wasn't seeing shit. Am I dreaming? I inquired out loud to no one in particular. No, you're not dreaming, Bella. You're always right here, he whispered softly. He ran his fingers through my wild curls. Ro kissed me so passionately that I ended up suctioning his tongue like a vacuum. He was real. My kisses were potent and intentional. After we'd gotten our fill of kisses from each other, we pulled apart. I sat up. Your eyes are so swollen, Bella. Were you crying? Why, baby? He asked sincerely. When you disappeared from the cameras, I couldn't see you anymore. I panicked because I thought you were dead. I sniffled. My tears formed again and rolled down my cheeks. Bella, I'll always be here with you and for you, he professed. You never have to doubt that, my love. I'll do whatever I need to make it back to you and our babies. Rose sat on the bed. I removed the blanket. His eyes roamed over me seductively until he climbed under the covers. Rose's words always provided the security and reassurance I needed. Now that he was alive and well, I needed to feel him in more ways than one. I straddled his waist briefly until I rose from the bed. The lustful look that materialized in his eyes revealed to me he knew what time it was. I slid between his legs and pulled out his heavy, long, pulsating erection. Tasting Ro would help make me feel better as well. Damn, his bulbous tip was so fucking beautiful. Hungrily, I swallowed his engorged organ. Fuck, he growled. Ro's eyes rolled back and so did his head. I breathed through my nose as I took on the challenge to deep-throat this monster. He grabbed the back of my head with trembling fingers and guided my motions. This was how I taught him to do it. It was my way of giving him a sense of control and stability. My Ro still wasn't completely over what happened to him as a child, but he made a lot of strides to enjoy our intimacy together. I tapped on his thigh so he could watch me. every time I performed oral on him. I wanted him to see me and not the past. I wanted my image ingrained in his mind. It would take time, but I refused to give up. Ro's baby blues gazed into mine. I stared back at him as I slobbered all over his extra-large head. When I saw his shoulders lower, I assumed he was relaxed. It was now or never. Quickly, I slurped his juices back in like ramen noodles, then took him down my throat. Ro surveyed me through awestruck eyes. He wasn't the only one with skills. The grip on my head and his teeth in his lower lip were all signs that he enjoyed the pleasure I brought him. Oh, shit, Bella. Ro thrusted his hips up, feeding me more of his rigid and veiny dick. I stopped slurping and smoothly inhaled him. His body shook under me. I just didn't suck him bone dry. I ate that dick. How could I not? Gennaro fed me his dick like it was the only sustenance I needed in my life. My baby had enough dick for a 3-course meal. Hell, it was enough for a buffet if you asked me. I let his pre-cum and my slobber build up as I massaged his dick with my hand. I had to give both of his crown jewels some love, but the moment I did that, he could no longer hang. Shit, I'm about to come, he roared. Swiftly, I released his balls and wrapped my thick lips around his pulsating pole. He groaned. Rose creamy elixir gushed down my throat. The thick texture coated my larynx, leaving in its wake a tangy and nutty aftertaste. I suctioned to my cheeks, making sure not to spill a drop. When I pulled every drop I could from him, my tongue snaked around my mouth, making sure I didn't miss an ounce of his hypnotic essence. Like a newborn animal nuzzled with their parent, my face nuzzled his dick until it stopped throbbing. I was obsessed with the feeling his dick created when it thumped against my face. My level of freak went much further than Ro knew, but I noticed he started to comprehend. He pulled me up and kissed my lips until they throbbed. You are one of a kind. Bella, you got me going. I'm not ashamed to say that shit either. It's not just the sex. I mean, there are no words to describe how much I enjoy sex with you. For me, it's the love and care you demonstrate for me through every action, gesture, and thought. I closed my eyes, enjoying his touch and kind words. Ro kissed all over my face and neck. The thought of what happened earlier entered my mind, and my eyes instantly opened. Baby? I lifted my head and peered up at him. Yes, beautiful. What happened to the intruders? I did see you take a lot of them down, but what will you do with the dead bodies? I stared intently into his eyes, praying he didn't lie to me. Eerie, you know I can read your expressions in the body language. I'm not going to lie to you. Ro kissed my lips and hand gently. You've been asleep for a while now, because the cleanup crew came and left. I have someone repairing the window now, and we need to go. I told the repairman I'd be back minutes ago. Okay, but were the bad guys sent by Troy Jr.? Ro nodded. Yup, he put another hit on us and your dad in London. I guess he finally found someone to do the job after you were released from the hospital. I lowered my head in total disbelief. Troy Jr. just could not get right. Being on Ro's shit list was a terrible thing. I'd seen what Ro had done to those intruders, and sadly Troy Jr. would be next. Gennaro placed his knuckle under my chin and gently guided me to peer into his eyes. I will always do what is necessary to keep my family safe. Your brother will pay. That's not for you to worry about it any longer. You understand? I nodded. Yes. Good girl. Ro kissed my lips sweetly. He helped me stand, then smacked my ass. Oh, don't start again. You know I want more, I warned him. Oh, I plan to give you more tonight. He fixed my dress and kissed my forehead. Follow me. We walked over to the monitors and a coffee mug sat there. I had just noticed it. Ro took his time and twisted it in a counterclockwise direction. Like magic, the wall opened, giving us a clear visual of the kitchen. I turned to him. I really feel like I'm in a Spy Kids movie. Spy Kids? He raised his eyebrows. Inspector Gadget? I inquired curiously. Warmer, but I prefer the black James Bond. I gasped, then laughed loudly. Ro, baby, you cracked a joke, I revealed, astonished. He smirked. I guess your silly ways are rubbing off on me. Ro shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Come on, Bella. He grabbed my hand and we stepped through the wall. Ro guided me in the kitchen. The repairman looked a bit startled. It wasn't every day you witnessed people walking through a wall. Mr. Torelli, I was looking for you. I'm just about done cleaning up my mess now, the repairman stated. No worries at all, Dishon. Just let me know when you're done and how you prefer your payment, Ro replied. I let my baby handle his business while I rinsed my hands and mouth in the sink, then headed to the refrigerator. I'd do just about anything to keep my mind off my brother. I pulled out the contents to make stuffed chicken and wild rice. Cooking and baking were always an escape for me. Gigi always told me that an idle mind was the devil's playground, so I always made sure to keep busy. I put my busy mind on hold and prepared our meal. Before I knew it, I was almost done cooking. While the chicken simmered on the stovetop, I prepared the rice. An oldies tune filled my head and I hummed the lyrics as I worked. I mixed some brown rice, jasmine rice, long grain, and black rice together to make my own wild rice mix. The grains were in a saucepan and I poured a can of coconut milk and 1 can of water into the pan because I used 2 cups of rice. Trust me, each element balanced itself out, so the coconut milk didn't overpower. I added my seasonings plus saffron, so the rice was good to go. I covered the pan and turned the stove on medium heat. When I rose, the feel of Gennaro's fingertips created chills along my skin. He placed the strap from my maxi dress on my shoulder, then lifted my stomach. I loved when he held my stomach. It took a lot of pressure off my back. We swayed side to whatever slow tune played in our heads. I leaned against his brawny chest, soaking in all the comfort he granted me. He would always be home for me. Can I help you, mister? You can. Let me sample some of that chicken, he whispered. I couldn't help the laughter that escaped me. Big Papa was hungry. Ro gently lowered my stomach. He walked over to the stove and raised the lid on the chicken. The savory scent wafted through the air and into our noses. Damn, I am a lucky man, he gloated. Indeed you are, I sassed. Ro smacked my ass and it jiggled. I see what I am eating for dessert tonight. In a tempting manner, he licked those luscious full lips of his. Oh, really? He arched his eyebrow. Yes, really. He spoke with assurance as his accent pushed through. I damn near burned the rice drooling from that accent of his, but I got myself together. That man kept me so discombobulated. He winked at me before he proceeded to set the table. We continued to talk and joke until dinner was ready. Since I cooked, Ro led me to my seat and plated our meal. I let us in a quick grace. The only sounds that could be heard was our forks scraping the plates and our moans to show our appreciation for the meal. As our meal came to an end, I'd caught the itis. Baby, thank you for an amazing meal, but there is something I need to run by you, Ro confessed. You're welcome, my love. What's on your mind? What do you say we head out of here early because I have some urgent matters I need to attend to, Bella? If we must, I trailed off. I wasn't ready to leave, but if his business was urgent, then I understood. Don't worry, baby. It will be worth your while. He wiggled his eyebrows, pulling my move on me. I giggled. Okay, Ro. I'm going to lie down because the baby seemed to still be worked up, I admitted tiredly. Ro walked over to me and helped me to stand. He placed a sensual kiss on my forehead. How about you take a nice shower? I'll clean up and give you a nice massage afterwards, he offered. Sounds damn good, Big Papa. I'll see you in a bit. I strolled away from him and wobbled up the stairs. Minutes later, I gathered my items and wasted no time getting in the shower. I released a few tears because I'd be an only child soon. Ro had no more patience for my brother. Tonight was the final straw. Troy Jr. was the reason my baby moon had to end early. Damn him. After I'd handled my oral and body hygiene, I climbed into bed and lay on my side. I could hear Ro moving around downstairs and smiled. My eyes grew heavy. It didn't take long for me to doze off to sleep. Strong arms pulled me back. The smell of Ro's masculine body wash wafted into my nose. I took a deep whiff and snuggled closer to his chest. Sleep came easy yet again.
18. Janeiro. Eerie hissed as my hands caressed between her thick thighs, then down to her feet. She moaned sexily. That feels so good, baby. I proceeded to massage all areas of her body until I made it to her scalp. We switched positions and Eerie now sat between my legs. I took my sweet time sectioning and oiling her scalp. My heart swelled with pride because I was really getting a handle on this relationship thing. I'd never allowed myself to get this far with any woman. It wasn't that I couldn't find one because they were always throwing themselves at me, but none of them were willing to put up with me genuinely. Secondly, I just didn't vibe with any woman the way I did my Bella. She always had me watching some of those natural hair tutorials. Erie's reasoning was, what if we had a daughter and she couldn't do her hair because she was sick? I needed to be able to help my daughter just like I could my son. She made a lot of sense. I'd trained my eyes, mind, and body to expect how monsters moved and thought, but it was Erie who showed me there was much more to life than killing. For her, I'd learned how to navigate a healthier life and relationship. There was a possibility that I could have one or multiple girls, and I just needed to be my best self in order to help them thrive and navigate this world. I was brought out of my reverie when I heard sniffles. What did I do wrong? I stopped and looked down. Tears flowed freely down Erie's beautiful and wet face. What's the matter, Bella? Am I hurting you? I wiped her face and helped her turn around to face me.
Nothing is wrong. Everything is just right. I haven't felt this kind of love since Gigi was alive. She always took the time to oil my scalp. I sat between her strong legs while we talked about everything under the sun. Those moments always made my day. Her fingers used to caress my scalp soothingly like they were mapping out directions. She never used a comb to section my hair, just her fingers. Afterward, she oiled my hair with coconut oil and vitamin E oil. Your fingers just reminded me so much of hers. Memories just flooded my mind, Erie expressed. She released a sniffle. I cuddled her in my arms. Erie hugged me tightly. I rubbed my fingers soothingly through her hair and hummed lightly. I didn't have words at the moment, but sometimes all a person wanted was someone to vent to. She snuggled closer to me. I continued to soothe her until I noticed her body went heavier. Time went by, and I looked down. Erie snored lightly in my arms. She'd cried herself to sleep. I picked her up and placed her gently in the bed. I pulled the thick comforter over her and placed all the supplies on the vanity. When I saw Erie was good, I decided to take a shower and rest next to her. Tomorrow, it would be time to head out. I had a big surprise for her. I had a feeling Erie suspected I wanted to leave early so I could handle her brother, but that wasn't the full truth. I'd already made these plans for her. I knew she'd love it. Once I'd scrubbed myself clean and moisturized, a quick nap sounded good. I placed both of our phones on charge. Erie put it in her sleep, and I chuckled. I loved that girl so much. I climbed into bed and snuggled behind my world and rubbed her stomach. She was always so warm. I started to doze off when I felt light bumps against my hand. My eyes popped open. I rubbed at her stomach again. The little bumps happened again. My babies communicated with me. Their tiny kicks continued as long as I rubbed Erie's stomach. My chest swelled with adoration. I reflected on how my life had gotten to this point. Everything I had endured was worth it for this moment. Daddy is going to give you all the world. I'll protect you all from all the bad monsters in the world. If I can't, I'll die trying. I said a silent prayer for my family and fell asleep. The next morning, I wanted to get a start on things early since we were leaving today. My love did not make it easy for me at the moment. Bella, please don't argue with me, I begged her. You've been on your feet a lot, baby. I can handle packing our things alone. I looked at her pleadingly. Well, you've done a lot, too. I can help by...
Erie, enough! I raised my voice. The sorrowful expression on her face ricocheted through me like a stray bullet. I fucked up.
Well, you yelled at me.
She nodded in a sad tone. Erie shook her head and walked out the room. I felt horrible because I didn't mean to yell at her. Nice going. I just wanted her to let it go and relax while she carried our babies. Erie didn't know I'd noticed her wincing in pain for the past month. It was a daunting task to carry one baby, let alone 3. I released a deep breath and tossed our packed luggage on the bed and went after her. There was no way I wouldn't. Erie only wanted to help, but she didn't need to overexert herself anymore because I was now in the picture. I would explain that to her calmly. I checked all the spare rooms until I found her in the theater room watching Sing. My baby loved that movie with all those damn singing animals. At a snail's pace, I crept down the aisle and sat down next to her in our plush recliners. Bella, baby, I'm sorry for raising my voice at you. You're in your second trimester and kinda close to the finish line. I want you to have a successful and safe delivery. I've been watching you move around in pain for the last month. When were you going to tell me? She looked down at her joined hands. It is things like that why I go so hard and cater to you. It is my job, Bella. You are carrying not one, not two, but 3 babies. I need you to understand where I'm coming from. I exhaled loudly and rubbed it down my face. I always did that when I was frustrated.
I'm sorry, Ro, for storming out. You're right. I'm being selfish and not considering your feelings. I don't want to come off as the lazy, pregnant mother. I'm trying to help you as much as possible,
she revealed. Erie lowered her head and fiddled with the material on her woven sweater. You are not lazy at all, Bella. Get that silly notion out your head. You don't have a lazy bone in your body. Just remember it's my job to take care of you and our children. It's a job I created and I take it very seriously. Silence enveloped us as I examined her. Bella looked beautiful. She blushed. Her full lashes batted at me as I caressed her soft and moisturized skin. The babies had rounded off her toffee-coated face. My eyes trailed down to her little nose that spread more than she liked. Lustfully, I stared at her thick, juicy lips. I could never get enough of both pairs of her lips. Erie's lips were full and the perfect shade of light brown. The long, soft, pink, frilly sweater dress she wore molded around her round stomach. Erie paired black thigh-high boots with her outfit, and I daydreamed about her smooth and inviting brown legs around my waist. Instantly, my dick hardened under my dark green sweats.
Well,
Erie voiced softly. I arched my brow.
Si, amore mio.
Yes, my love, I answered. I almost didn't recognize my own voice. This woman just brought out a different side of me every time she looked at, spoke to, or touched me. My dick pulsed against my thigh. I was more than ready for Erie. She gave a light shiver whenever I spoke Italian to her when it was sexy time. It was crazy. My native tongue turned her on, and the things she did with her tongue turned me on. Her straight white teeth bit down on her full bottom lip as she stared at me lustfully. Erie's eyes lowered, breath picked up as she gazed into my eyes. That look turned me on every time. With ease, I pulled her on top of my lap. Erie's thick thighs held my lower body hostage. I trailed my hand between us and freed my dick from my joggers. Ellie lifted slightly, then rested on her knees. She kissed me so slow and deliciously. I massaged her rosebud until she dripped for me. Her head fell back from the pleasure. I had just got started, though. There was way more in store for her. I used 2 fingers and pulled her tongue to the side. My tip caressed over her lower, swollen lips, replacing my fingers. Erie rocked against my tip. She wrapped her hand around my neck and pulled me in more for a deeper kiss. The teasing was driving me insane. Erie knew how to build me up for an explosive orgasm.
Sss, Ro,
Erie hissed.
I want to feel you, baby.
You want to feel me, Bella? I quizzed, rubbing my dick against her dripping opening.
I need to feel you.
She leaned forward and bit down on my neck. Fuck. I couldn't hold back anymore. I had enough of the teasing. It was time for me to feel Erie's walls. I lifted her up by her round, hefty cheeks and eased her down my dick. In true Erie fashion, she slammed her ass down on me.
Ah, fuck!
She panted loudly.
Damn, Bella!
I professed. She moved leisurely until she caught her groove. My eyes closed from the pleasure, but only for a few minutes. I never missed a moment to gaze into her eyes when we fucked face to face. Erie picked up her pace. She bounced on my dick like a woman possessed.
That's right, baby. Give me those strokes. Shit. I love this big-ass dick.
Erie rode me like a prized horse at the derby. I held her ass in place and deep-stroked in and out of her like a man on a mission. Beads of sweat formed over my brow and top lip, but that shit didn't deter me. Guarda me. Look at me, I commanded. Erie's pretty hazel eyes looked at me. The power they held, she didn't understand. Every time she looked at me, I felt my heart and soul being entrapped more. If this was what love was, then I could die a happy man because I never wanted us to end. Erie and I stared into each other's eyes as she grabbed the back of my neck and rode me harder. Her firm and thick thighs encased me tighter, and my nut rose higher. I couldn't hold back any longer.
Bella, hai il mio cuore piccolo. Ora piove su di me. Bella, you got my heart. Now rain down on me,
I directed.
Ah, Ro, I'm coming, baby.
Erie shouted out her praises like it was a Sunday morning service. I pulled her upper body over my shoulder and watched as I slammed her down on my dick. My orgasm hit me like a ton of bricks. I came inside her, gripping her ass for dear life. Since Erie had been pregnant, her insides felt like a sauna. I was enjoying every moment of her pregnancy.
Bella!
I spat, trying to gain some kind of control. She twerked a little, inciting my dick to throb more. Eddie knew my body was super sensitive after I came. The twerking didn't help. Eddie always made sure to drain every drop from me.
Ro, baby, you are my world. You are my king. Now snuggle me because I'm sleepy,
she joked. Before I wrapped my arms around her lower back, I maneuvered her so she wasn't lying on her belly. I kissed her forehead gently. We closed our eyes and rested. After a while, I helped her up. We took turns and freshened up. It was 1:00 p.m., and we needed to hit the road. I helped Erie into the car, then loaded up the truck. Once I was done, I climbed into the driver's side and pulled off. Home, here we come. It was 1:00 a.m. Instead of me resting next to my queen, I sat in the comfy chair and watched Erie sleep. My gun laid across my lap. I just watched her. She looked like a real-life sleeping beauty. I'd never seen a specimen so beautiful. Erie was just a doll. Her thick body and pregnant belly were outlined by her blanket, and I craved to lie next to her. She looked so warm and at peace. The way she slept and snored softly, I knew her conscience was clean. Her hands were clean. Erie was pure. Too pure for a sinner and bad guy like me. Killing was my hobby. It was a sport I learned and was damn good at it. I was so skilled at my job that I could sniff out a monster in a heartbeat. Erie was no monster. She was a lover and nurturer. I'd planned for her to stay that way. I stood from my seat and tucked my gun away. Casually, I swaggered over to her bed, getting a closer look at my forever love. I couldn't resist touching her. My fingertips trailed lightly over her wavy curls, then brushed over her round cheek. I could never kill an angel. but I'd slaughter a monster. Eerie stirred in her sleep. I stilled. She snuggled further in her pillow and blanket, then fell back to sleep. We'd made it back safely, but now it was time to go deal with a monster. It was the only way my surprise for Eerie would go smoothly. I flexed my fingers in my leather gloves. That nigger Troy Jr. had played in my face for the last time. If it hadn't been for Eerie needing to recover, I would have been ended his ass. It was cool, though. Now was a better time than ever. While we were away, I had one of my sleeper agents place a tracker under his truck. The nigger should have stayed inside his hotel with his security team. Naturally, Pussy made the world go around. That was why he was out and about instead of in hiding. He made it too easy for a skilled assassin like me. Troy Jr. stumbled out of the club with tricks on another woman on his arm. 2 of his guards observed their surroundings while 2 other guards helped him and his female company inside of his truck. I was parked in the alley across from them. It didn't matter where he went in his truck. I would have his location. I wanted to kill him before he made it back to the hotel. There would be way more witnesses if he made it there. Tonight, his whole little entourage would die. When they were settled, they sped off from the curb of the strip club. I allowed 30 seconds to pass before I pulled out and trailed them. His driver zoomed on the expressway, weaving in and out of the traffic. It didn't matter to me. I bided my time. They drove for about 20 minutes and exited. When his driver turned onto a road that led to his hotel, I grinned. That road was a long stretch to his destination. Without wasting any more time, I removed my gun and shot at his tires. Troy's truck swerved side to side, out of control. Bullets rang from the back window, causing me to slightly swerve. I gained my bearings and aimed at the shot-out back window. When I did, Troy's truck swerved and landed in a ditch. I abruptly stopped my truck and climbed out. Stealthily, I crept to the driver's side and pumped 2 in him. I eased around to the passenger side and snatched open the door. They were all fucked up. All I heard was moans and groans. I riddled Trix, the random woman, and his guards' bodies with bullets. I didn't need any witnesses. Troy's bitch-ass cried and cowled on the floor of his truck. I grabbed onto him and snatched him out.
Come on, man. Have a heart,
he pleaded.
We can work this out. I'll pay you however much you want.
His cries went in one ear and out the other. I had no remorse. Troy continued to cry and beg as I dragged him from the door and to the street. I dropped him in front of my truck and shot him in both of his knees.
Ah!
He screamed. He for sure wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. I climbed inside my truck and drove until my tire rested on his chest. I leaned out the window.
I can't breathe.
He struggled to speak. And I don't like being shot at. I don't like that you targeted my woman, your sister. I told you to let it go, but you didn't listen. You young niggas always got to learn shit the hard way. I aimed my gun at him and lit his face up like Christmas lights. When I had no bullets left, I rolled over him and sped away. Now, he had enough time in the afterlife to think about his decisions.
19. Erie, August. A month had passed since we'd returned from our baby moon. Both of us had a lot of work to handle. I was officially on maternity leave, and Ro handled his business per usual. Ro made do on his word. He took out Troy Jr. When I got the news, I was hurt. I loved my brother. He just didn't love me. I had hoped one day that we'd settle our differences, but boy, was I wrong. It was hard to have any remorse for him after he'd hired someone to kill me multiple times. How else could I feel besides slightly sad? I didn't know why he didn't like me. Now that he was dead, I guess I'd never know. Troy's secrets died with him. Ro leaned over and kissed me deeply. When we pulled apart, we stared at each other. He caressed my wild curls, prompting my eyes to close and enjoy the warmth from his fingertips. "How did you sleep, baby?" I opened my eyes and grinned. My fingers trailed over and down his toned chest and abs. It was insane how obsessed I was with him. The feeling was obviously mutual. Plus, the large, branded flesh he carried no longer made me pity him. It simply made me hold him a little more or touch him a little longer. I slept well, handsome. I sat up and licked the top of my lips sexily. His brows merged and a sly smirk formed. "What are you up to?" he queried. I straddled his waist. "I'm relieving both of us before we start our day, Big Papa." I squatted over his dick and let the tip play around in my juices. I slid down his thick, lengthy erection until he was fully inside me. Ro's hands flew to my waist. It was how he gained some control. Ro still struggled with my riding skills. I stayed seated, basking in the intoxicating feeling our lovemaking offered me. When I bounced on my tiptoes, I lifted all the way to the tip and then went back down. He gripped my waist tighter and I stared into his eyes. His beautiful eyes conveyed everything he wanted to say that he couldn't because I continued to squeeze my pussy muscles. The strained expression on his face partly revealed the truth. Furthermore, the most powerful emotion displayed was adoration. Eyes were the window to the soul. Ro's unique optics revealed just how much he loved me and how much he loved my pussy. I released a sexy moan. "Keep telling me your story, baby." I slyly smiled. The deep strokes he gave me felt as if he had something to say, and I appreciated the storyteller in him. Gennaro gripped my waist tighter and pumped harder in me. His moans and groans were erotic. Sex talk with him was definitely a weakness of mine. My hands adorned his chest like jewelry as I rode him harder. To be sexed good was one thing, but to be loved while being sexed good was a feeling that no words had been created yet to describe. "Fuck, Gennaro, I'm coming, baby," I shouted, shaking like a stripper on Friday night. Gennaro twerked my nipples, making me ride him harder. His hands trailed to my ass. As I slowed down, Ro voraciously pounded in me until he came. "Shit, Bella," he bellowed. The feel of his dick pulsating in me was a for sure turn-on. It had been times where he made me come from that feeling. Once his body had finally calmed down, Gennaro helped me off him. "I'll go run off the shower," he voiced out of breath. "All right, handsome." I turned on my side and slowly sat up. Since it was closer to my due date, Gennaro never let me shower alone. Now that I was in my 3rd trimester, Ro was super overprotective. He feared I'd fall and hurt myself in the shower. Plus, he constantly reminded me that I carried 3 babies instead of 1. It was the excuse he used to be a helicopter partner. Rose strolled in from the bathroom and helped me into the shower. We washed and caressed each other until the water chilled. Once we dried off and dressed, he took me out to get my favorite breakfast. Stuffed strawberry and cream cheese French toast with cheddar cheese scrambled eggs and turkey sausages was the perfect meal. If a side of cheesy grits were added, it would be a heavenly meal. I burped loudly after drinking my juice. Ro, you feed me too much. I think you're trying to fatten me up like a holiday turkey. I stuffed another forkful in my mouth. He shook his head and laughed. Bella, you're so dramatic. I'm not feeding you to fatten you up, baby. I'm feeding you because that's what I enjoy doing for you. Plus, when you eat, so do my legacies. Ro winked and wiped his face with a napkin. Are you done, Bella? Or you want to eat some more? No, Big Papa, I'm finished. I can't eat anymore because I'm thinking about my surprise. I squealed as I twerked in my seat. All right, let's go then, Bella. Gennaro paid for our food, then helped me into our truck. Minutes later, we turned into the gated community my father lived in. I looked at him suspiciously. My father has my surprise? I arched a brow. No, Mom, he answered without taking his eyes off the road. We drove for a few more minutes until we pulled into the driveway of a beautiful Queen Anne-style Victorian home. The house looked like it came out of a children's storybook. That was how unbelievable it appeared. The exterior would give any architect a hard-on. It was a 3-story home with lofty gabled roofs. There were picture windows and other uniquely shaped windows around the house. The stained glass and decorative woodwork made me want to cry. Dormers, towers, and turrets helped create the classic Victorian look. She was a true beauty. The manicured lawn and artistic shrubbery that was shaped into statues exuded magnificence. Ro turned off the engine and looked to me. I wanted to save this house for last on our list. You want to take a look inside? Hell yes! I would love to tour it. But don't we need a realtor to be present? It's an amazing home, but I have no plans on delivering my babies in a federal prison. I joked, but I really was serious. It's a fine, Bella. Don got the approval and the keys for me while we were away. Trust me, love. You're safe with me. Ro, I knew I was safe with you the moment we met. If you say we're good to go, then I trust you. Let's go in, I expressed excitedly. My girl. Gennaro climbed out of the car and helped me out. As we walked up the driveway, there was a huge for sale sign that couldn't be missed. If I liked what I saw inside, then this baby would be ours. Ro guided me up the stairs and unlocked the door, allowing me in first. My knees damn near buckled at how immaculate and grand the interior was. There were high ceilings and an ornate staircase that jumped at you first. We took our time and walked around the lower level until Ro guided me up the stairs to the main bedroom. Damn, this room is nice. I could see myself having a lifetime of orgasms in here with you, Big Papa. Gennaro laughed. Is that all you think about, beautiful? I placed my hand on my face and imitated the thinking emoji. Pretty much. I can't help it. Every time I'm around you or not near you, I just wanna jump your bones, as you old folks say. I snickered and teased him. Oh, nice one, youngin. I see you got jokes. I'ma remember that later on. For now, let's check out another room. Maybe see which room would suit the kids." I nodded in agreement. That sounds great. Gennaro allowed me to take my time as we walked to the next room. When he twisted the knob, he had to catch me quickly because this time my knees did buckle. I faced him with wide eyes. "Ro, what is this? I mean, I know what it is, but how? How did you do this? I can't believe you right now." My lower lip trembled and my tears flowed like a river. I hiccuped and cried. Ro rocked me in his strong and toned arms. He rubbed my back gently until I gradually calmed down. I turned in his arms and stared at the beautifully decorated nursery. My dad stood there holding London around the waist. "Sweet pea, your mother was a beautiful woman. Some kind of a way, it's like she knew she was going to pass away ahead of time. In her will, there were specific instructions. The day her only daughter was about to give birth, she wanted a picture framed high on the wall, one of her and you, and one of your Gigi and you." My tears continued to pour as I gazed at the big photo frame that adorned the wall. It was a 2-picture collage. One side was my mom and I having our first skin-to-skin contact. On the other side was me at age 8, cheesing really hard as I sat at Gigi's table while we peeled potatoes together. Under the picture frame was my Gigi's favorite wood rocking chair that was reupholstered with a comfortable-looking seat cushion. There were 3 different wood cribs in the room. Each crib was pushed against a different colored wall. The nursery was decorated in neutral shades because we decided not to know the gender of our babies until birth. I cleared my throat before I spoke. In a trembling voice, I spoke to all of them. There are no words to express how truly grateful and appreciative I am for all 3 of you. Today, you guys have unlocked emotions and sorrows in me that I didn't know I still carried. That beautiful picture on the wall has officially closed the last hole that was in my heart. Daddy, I understand now. The feels and kicks of these little ones fuel me with a passion and love I had no knowledge that existed. Next to you, Gigi worked hard to give me the motherly love other kids experienced. You all have showed up for me in the most loving and healthiest ways possible. I can't stress enough how much I love you all. Our family has changed in different ways because God had other plans. Thank you for being the best father a little girl could dream about. Thank you, Pumpkinhead. It's not easy being a parent, but you made it worth the journey. I blew him a kiss and focused on my girl. London, you are one of my favorite treasures. When we started working together 3 years ago, I had no idea our bond would grow to be so strong. The time, effort, and love you've shown me can't be faked or imitated. When my Gigi passed, I thought I would never form a bond with another woman until we met. Thank you so much for your undying support and loyalty, honey. I wobbled over and hugged her and my dad tightly. We have a bit of news, too, London mumbled. Troy Sr. and I are expecting. We found out last month. We didn't want to intrude on you guys' happiness, but we're 2 months pregnant, she revealed happily. My dad looked at London adoringly. I imagined that was the same look he used to give my mother. I hugged both of them tightly again. I'm so happy for you two and the new addition. I'll be a great big sister. We know, they announced in unison. I released them, and Ro walked up and shook hands with my dad. Congratulations to you both, he happily stated. He turned and hugged London tightly, then released her. She turned to me. Now our babies will grow up and be close just like us, London affirmed happily. The joy my heart felt at the moment just couldn't be fathomed. London and I squealed like schoolgirls. Ro cleared his throat. You guys mind if I have a talk with my love just for a minute? We'll be right down. Sure. Come on, baby, London replied. They left the room. Gennaro, this surprise was the best gift I've ever received. Next to our children, of course. Thank you, baby. Truly, I thank you for absolutely everything. Gennaro wrapped me in his arms as we swayed in silence. Bella, if you don't know by now, I'll do anything for you. I hope this surprise has proven that to you. I stared into his endless blue eyes until I'd gotten my fill of them. He was all the man and the only man I would ever want and need. I know, but quick question. The for sale sign in the yard was just a hoax? He nodded. Yes, baby, I had to throw you off a bit. I pulled him down to me and slipped my tongue into his fruity-tasting mouth. Bella, I have one more surprise for you. Then I'm done. I shook my head. No more surprises, love. You've done more than enough. No, I haven't. I spent a long time alone and running away from my demons. I pulled on my curly bang. Now that I have our legacies, I'm going to spend the rest of my life thanking you. Oh, you're such a softie. I'm kidding. My life was completed when you made your appearance. For the rest of my life, I want to spend every waking moment with you. He swiftly picked me up off my feet. That can be easily arranged. Ro hauled ass out the nursery, leaving behind my laughter.
20. Janeiro. We'd finally made it home after a long day. Edie had us out practically all day shopping for our babies and new home. It was her way of having her last bout of physical freedom because she'd soon have to be on bed rest. 3 babies were a lot on her small yet curvy frame. It had gotten dark out. To my surprise, there were more cars parked on the street than usual. Maybe one of my neighbors had a function going on. I pulled into my driveway and killed the engine. You all set and ready to go in, Bella?
I'm set and ready,
she replied. Edie slipped into her chestnut-colored trench coat. I exited my truck and helped her out of the car. We walked up the 3 stairs to the front of the house. As I placed the key in the lock, Edie grabbed my dick. Bella, baby, now is not the time, I stated between a laugh and moan.
There's always time, Big Papa.
Her tongue snaked across her top lip, and that gesture alone had me break hard. She gripped my dick harder when I turned the key and opened the door. Bella, I moaned. Not now, baby.
Shh, baby. I'm gonna take care of you, Ro.
She dipped her hand in front of my joggers and firmly yet sensually massaged my dick. My head fell back and hit the coat rack. The sound of quiet chatter filled my ears, and my eyes popped open. I forgot about Erie's surprise.
Surprise!
Our guests shouted in excitement. The lights were flipped on instantly. Erie and I were exposed to our families and friends. The looks on their faces were priceless. I was pretty sure our faces mirrored theirs. Eddie quickly stuffed my dick back into my pants and shielded me.
Erie, you so damn nasty. What have I told you about taking advantage of Gennaro?
London teased. I smiled and mimicked the oh well emoji.
He likes it,
Erie retorted without a care in the world.
Question is, what are you guys doing here? What surprise?
London pointed to the banner over our heads. Erie's eyes flicked at the banner. She covered her mouth in shock. London pointed to the 3-tier cake, sweets table, and gifts table. Erie's sobs filled my ears. I assumed that all the puzzle pieces came together for her. Tonight wasn't any old function, but our engagement party. Tonight was the night I'd make her my fiancé. I removed the ring from my pocket and lowered to one knee. London grinned and pointed for Erie to turn around. She turned and her tears trailed down her face. My poor baby was a teary-eyed wreck. Her eyes left me and examined the ring I held. She was in such disbelief at the moment. I cleared my throat, prompting her eyes to focus on me. Erie, when I met you, I was a shell of a man. The facade I used to wear said I had my shit together, but I didn't. I was lonely, unfulfilled, and chasing after ghosts. The moment your gentle spirit walked into my life, all the chaos quieted. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced. For that reason alone, I knew I had to be around you as often as I could. But honestly speaking, I wasn't ready to accept the mirror you made me look into. I'm ready now, though. I'm healing because of you and no longer chasing the ghosts from my past. It's because of you I am a better man. For that alone, there will never be a day where you'd have to question my love or loyalty. You own me, Bella, physically, mentally, and emotionally. I am all yours, beautiful, and you are all mine. Will you please give me the honor of calling you my wife? Erie nodded adamantly.
Yes. Yes, I'll be your wife,
she expressed through her tears. Loud applause and cheers erupted around us. I was grateful for the celebratory affection, but my sole focus was on my soon-to-be wife. Thank you, Bella. I slipped the custom-made diamond-encrusted princess-cut ring on her finger. She fell into my arms, and I held her tightly so she wouldn't fall over.
Well, I love you forever and always.
The sentiment will always be shared. Thank you for making me the happiest man in the world. Erie and I held each other a little longer before our family and friends came forward. London and my aunt examined her ring as she looked around.
This is so beautiful, guys. When did you all find the time to plan this?
London gushed over Erie's ring, then pointed over Erie's head to me.
It was all his idea. Gennaro had a vision, but he didn't know how to execute it, so he called in the expert. You know I done worked hella jobs in my life,
London replied, making everyone chuckle.
Thank you so much, baby. I truly appreciate all the effort you put into making me happy,
she hiccuped. Erie stayed with the hiccups now that she was pregnant. It's my job and my pleasure, beautiful. I kissed the side of her temple. Tonight was the first night of forever for us.
Erie. All right. It's party time, London cheered. She led me through the kitchen and into the dining room. Rose's long dining room table was set in gold and white, with all the table accessories to match. My fiancé pulled out my chair, then took the seat next to me, which was placed at the head of the table. It was his home, after all. My dad sauntered over to us and kissed me on the forehead. Congratulations, sweet pea. Good shit, Ro. Our family is growing and thriving, and I owe a lot of this blessing to you, son. My dad voiced humbly. It really is all my pleasure. Thank you for agreeing to give me Iri's hand in marriage. Without her... Ro's sentence trailed off. My baby had seen some really dark days in his life. We hadn't talked about if suicide was on his list once before. Despite that, no such thing would come to light as long as there was breath in my body. I would die for that man. Not to mention, I planned to spend every day of my life loving him a little longer and harder, especially during the tough days. Thank you, Daddy, for everything, I professed. Anything for you, sweet pea. How are my grandbabies? They're doing well, Daddy. I love being pregnant, but I'm ready to have them already. My back feels like it's about to snap any minute. I'm done after this. I know I can't endure any more children after this bunch. We won't be missing out on nothing. We got 3 our first time around. I chuckled, and they all joined in with me. You may be right about that, sweet pea. I can't wait to meet my youngins when they arrive. He rubbed his hands together like Birdman. Daddy, you're so silly. He took the seat next to London, and I entertained Ro's aunt and uncle until it was time to eat. While I ate, I took my time and really looked around the room. There was beautiful 3D blocks decorated in gold and white. The boxes were stacked on the floor of each end of the table. There was a beautiful balloon arch adorned in gold and white glitter balloons. I had never seen glitter balloons before in my life. The other long table was filled with delicious-smelling food. I was pretty sure they came from my cafe because I knew the aroma anywhere. They were my Gigi's recipes. There were 6 different dispensers on another table that had my top-selling fruity teas in rotation. That was when it dawned on me that my whole staff was there. I turned to my row abruptly. How did you get everyone here? I asked excitedly. I paid everyone quite handsomely. I even paid for your cafe to be closed today so London could help decorate how she wanted. And they all not miss a day from their paychecks, he responded. Baby, I truly love what you did. But you didn't have to pay them for today. I could have done that, I expressed. Gennaro turned in his seat to face me. Again, Bella. I got enough money to spend in 3 lifetimes. I'm excited I get to finally spend it. My money is your money. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So, wipe that pout off your face. Ro leaned over and I sucked his full lips into my mouth. I trapped his face between my hands and we kissed sloppily like we always did. That's the reason y'all in the situation y'all in now, Raquel stated. I knew her seductive voice from anywhere. Ro and I pulled apart to see Dawn and Raquel standing before us. I smiled and wiped my gloss from his lips. Ro looked at me and smirked. When did this happen? I probed, looking at the 2 of them. This? Dawn pointed between them. Is still pending. We're just getting to know each other for now, Dawn replied. Raquel wrapped her arms around Dawn's waist and placed her chin on her shoulder. What she said, for now, Raquel affirmed. I clapped happily and snapped my fingers. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, eerie boom, but you're all talk. Dawn tossed at Raquel. You'll see. We're going to get food. See y'all in a bit. Raquel fired back. They walked off hand in hand. My gaze moved around the room. There were so many gifts that couldn't fit on the table anymore. so they surrounded the table on the floor. People came over and talked to us for a bit. After a while, I grew tired and I was stuffed. My cooks recreated my Gigi's recipe with ease. Tonight was superb, but I focused on my lover. He wasn't a social butterfly like me. Ro, are you comfortable with all of these people here? I pried. He had acclimated to being a loner for years. I wanted to make sure he didn't ever experience being alone again. His past caused him to stay away from crowds. It also could have been because of what he did for a living. I'm okay, love. You know how I feel about crowds, but I am toughing it out for you, Bella. Thank you. I kissed his cheek sweetly. More food, sweets, and drinks were served. Then London announced it was gift opening time. I opened at least 10 gifts. I could no longer proceed through the party. The walking and shopping today tired me out. I felt my feet and ankles swell in my boots. I'm sorry, y'all. There's no way I can get through all these gifts at the moment. But I'm so grateful for all the thoughtful gifts. My feet and ankles need to be elevated. As soon as those words left my mouth, Ro hopped up and helped me to my feet. London and Aunt Bianca, can you all take care of everything while I get Eerie situated? He quizzed politely. They both agreed. My dad rushed over from his seat. Is everything okay? He queried, worried. I'm fine, Daddy. I just need to relax some and elevate my feet. Please thank everyone for me. I'm sorry I can't. No need to apologize, sweet pea. We all understand, and for those that don't, fuck 'em. Simple as that. My dad was with the shits at all times. Even in a professional capacity, he spoke his mind freely. Before you retire for the evening, I want you to have this. He placed a black journal in my hands. What's this, Daddy? It's your brother's journal. I've been cleaning out his apartment and I stumbled upon it. I read a few entries. I think you should too. You don't have to now, but one day you should. You might get some much-needed answers. He kissed my forehead. I appreciate it, Daddy. Good night. Get some rest, sweet pea. He went back to his seat. I turned to London and Aunt Bianca. Thanks again, ladies. Tonight was so special and beautiful. I kissed them on their cheeks before Ro helped me upstairs to our bedroom. Once I sat on the bed, he removed my boots and sweater. Whew, I exhaled. The freedom I felt once my boots were off were such a relief. He helped me scoot to the headboard. I released another deep breath. I was always out of breath. The load I carried weighed heavy on my chest and bladder. No matter the direction I moved in, I was always out of breath. Rose sat on the bed and massaged my feet and legs. They were pretty swollen. Did you enjoy your surprise, Bella? He applied a little pressure to my ankles. I moaned. That feels so good. And yes, baby, I loved it. Thank you for making me feel on top of the world. Rose's hand slid up to my thighs. An accidental moan escaped my mouth. Gennaro pulled his hoodie over his head. He bent down and kissed his way up my thighs. I want my dessert I didn't get a chance to get earlier. I released a sexy sigh. Eat up, handsome. My head fell back from the pleasure his tongue delivered to my thighs. Before I knew it, Ro attacked my clit and my back arched off the headboard. Whenever he performed oral on me, he always put me to sleep. Tonight was surely no different. Epilogue. Erie, months later. Months ago, when I received Troy Jr.'s journal from my dad, I was reluctant to read it. There was no telling what kind of evil and selfishness was trapped between those pages, but there could have been some joy as well. Now was the time to find out. I had a few minutes to spare, so I cracked it open. There were a few colorful tabs in the journal. I assumed that was my dad's doing. I flipped to the first blue tab. The date listed caught me off guard. It was the day I was born and the day we lost our mama. An uneasy feeling filled my chest and stomach. That wasn't a good sign, but I decided to see it through. I read his hateful words out loud. September 7th, 1996. I hate her. That little monster ain't been in the world for a full day, yet she took the most special person in the world to me. How in the world could you let this happen, God? You're supposed to be our savior. How could you take my mama, God? Why couldn't you take Erie's evil ass? She's the spawn of the devil. Only a demon could be born and kill their own mother. You can't get any eviler than that. Tonight, I stared at the stilled body of my mama. The coldness from her hand was a chilling cold I'd never experienced before. Mama appeared colder than an actual wind-chill winter in Chicago. Why couldn't I save her? Why couldn't she be here? I only got to know her for 13 years. There was so much more to my life. She won't be able to see my prom, college graduation, marriage, or the birth of my first child. I hate my life. I want to end it, but if I did, I still won't be able to be with her. My heart is filled with malice. It feels like it's been that way since I could remember. Mama was the only pure and special part of me. Now I don't have her anymore. The chains of self-control are broken. Without her being around, there is no one around to contain me. My revenge would be exacted against my sister Erie. I don't know how or when, but I will kill Erie. She took my mama away from me. It was her that should have been dead, and I'll make sure that the devil gets its minion back. Daddy is on the list and so is Grandma. They sheltered that little bitch like she isn't the reason for Mama dying. My family now pledged their loyalty to Erie, but my loyalty would always be to my mama. Sleep good, sister, because you'll never know when death comes knocking. Present day. I shut his journal and tossed it on my vanity. My heart sank to my stomach. All this time, the doctors had said Grandma's death was undetermined, but now I see it wasn't. Troy Jr. had killed our Gigi because of her love for me. My tears rolled down my face. I dabbed at my tears because I didn't want to ruin my makeup, but how could he be so damn cruel and heartless? Gigi loved him just as much as she loved me. She gave him so much. He got his first car because of her. It was nothing that she wouldn't do for him. An ear-splitting scream erupted from me. How could he take her from me? I loved her so much. She was the only mother I'd known, and he took her away from me. Since I took our mother from him, he took Gigi from me. What a fucking monster. There was a knock on the bedroom door to my old apartment. Hurriedly, I cleaned my face before I invited the visitor in. Come in. The door opened slowly and my dad poked his head. The rest of his body quickly followed when he saw my sorrowful position. "Sweet pea, what's the matter?" He walked over to me and lowered in front of me. "I read the first entry in Troy Jr.'s journal. He'd been planning to kill me since I was born because he blamed me for her mom's death. To add insult to injury, he killed Gigi. What was wrong with him? How could he be so heartless?" I sobbed. "Oh, sweet pea. I'm sorry you had to find out on your special day. We won't let Troy Jr. win from the grave. That boy had issues way before you came into the picture. Your mom and I put him on different treatments and gave him everything he wanted, but nothing was ever good enough for him. He desired more. Your mom enabled him a lot because he was her firstborn. But all the love, money, and power would have never been enough for him. Now you are entitled to feel and mourn the loss of your Gigi all over again. But do that after today. Right now you have a date with your soulmate, and I refuse to let you miss it." My dad encouraged me. I dabbed at my eyes and cheeks again. My dad was right. I loved my Gigi. She meant the world to me. I knew she'd want me to have my moment. That was exactly what I planned to do. Today, something special and magical brewed, and it was time to consume the blessings of the day. "Sweet pea, you ready?" My dad questioned. I nodded and grinned. I've never been more ready for anything than I am for this moment. My dad smirked. "I'm happy to hear that. Let's get you married." He helped me up from my vanity chair. We exited my apartment arm in arm. My nerves were all over the place. The day was finally here. After all the trials and tribulations we'd experienced and after delivering 3 healthy babies, love had brought us to this day. Today, I just wasn't marrying the love of my life, but my best friend in the whole world. Ro was my protector and provider, emotionally, mentally, and physically, and those were just a few titles. Those were labels that he wanted, deserved, and nurtured. He took his role in my life seriously and intentionally. Next to my dad, I'd never seen a man so dedicated to the family he created. Every time I saw Ro in action, I yearned for him more than the previous moment. Our forever was just a few steps away. As soon as we descended the stairs, I ogled the cream rose petals adorning the burgundy carpet. What a beautiful sight. When my feet touched the last stair and we turned the corner, my mouth curved into a wide smirk. I was nervous, but more excited than anything to be called Mrs. Torelli. My eyes moved between our families and closest friends, dressed in their Sunday's best on this lovely Sunday morning. My cafe was decorated in beautiful shades of cream and burgundy, since it had been transformed into our wedding venue. My eyes landed on my Ro. Damn, he looked good enough to eat. He was dressed in an expensive tailored cream suit with a burgundy vest. The matching tie made my mouth water. In addition, the suede burgundy designer loafers he wore paired well with the suit. His lineup was so damn crispy it allowed his ocean waves to be more pronounced. The sprinkles of salt in his hair and beard made me so wet. I matched his fly in my cream-colored designer mermaid dress with cream tulle at the end that pooled on the floor. The dress had a V-shaped neckline with lace covering my breasts and arms. I still couldn't wrap my mind around all the embroidery and details of the dress. Ro paid a pretty penny for it, too. The fact that he made the alterations himself still made my heart melt. We didn't believe in those pre-wedding superstitions. My love and I had already dealt with evil. Whatever else came our way, we would handle it the same way, together. Olivia, my lounge manager, had beat my face something serious. She was surgical with her highlights and contour. I went to a black salon and they gave me a silk press as if God himself had done it. Temporarily, my mass of curls was gone. My hair flowed straight down my back. I focused back on my lover. We never broke eye contact from one another, and once we made it closer, the tears that ran down his face fueled my tears. My dad placed my hand in Ro's hand. Instinctively, he tugged on my straightened strands of hair. You look stunning, but I cannot wait to sweat this out the natural way. Ro professed for my ears only. I chuckled quietly. My man was a trip. Ro and I turned and gave our attention to the minister. A half an hour later, we sealed our vows with a kiss. After the wedding, we were led upstairs to my lounge area where the reception was held. The tables held steamy, hot dishes of food and drinks. There were sweets on both sides of the 4-tier cake they ordered. Only one layer of the cake was burgundy. Ro led me to our table while my staff served us food and alcoholic drinks. It felt so good to drink again. In between bites of my meal, we tended to our littles, even though they had nannies. I was a mother before anything else. Time had gone by and it was time to serenade my husband. I stood and walked in front of our guests. Olivia handed me a microphone. Thank you all so much for joining my husband and I to celebrate our union. You all put so much time and effort into making this day absolutely perfect. A special thank you to my husband who always seems to know what I need before I do sometimes. That's why I wanted to sing him a little something to show my appreciation. I smiled at him. He whistled with his 2 fingers, hyping me up. I sang Lauryn Hill's Can't Take My Eyes Off You, a cappella until the DJ played the instrumental music. The lyrics flowed through me like a river. I had sung this song to him countless times, but it meant way more in this moment. I made sure to make eye contact with him. I meant every damn word. When the song came to an end, cheers and applause filled the room. My husband sauntered over to me. You are so beautiful, Bella, and your voice is heavenly, he whispered in my ear. When he looked back at me, adoration was pronounced in his eyes. You just wait until tonight, and I'll show you what else my vocals can do, I stated naughtily. Ro kissed me so deeply it made me speechless. He swiftly picked me up afterward. Why you wait for tonight? He picked me up bridal style and raced out the lounge, leaving behind a trail of boisterous laughter and camera flashes. 7 years later, Erie. Lorenzo and Alessia! I yelled for my son and daughter. Lorenzo was the oldest triplet and Alessia was the second oldest. They tried tiptoeing behind me, but they walked too damn heavy for it to work. I heard the quiet chatter before they walked in. Those two always conspired together. I assumed they tried to come up with a story before I let loose on them. They appeared in the doorway of our huge kitchen. I continued to roll the cookie dough for their school bake sale. I never thought in a million years I'd be rolling dough for a school bake sale. Hell, I didn't even expect to have 3 kids at the same time, but I did. Lorenzo and Alessia damn near parasailed out of me. But little Enzo crowned, so they had to do an emergency C-section to remove him. "Yes, ma'am," they whispered in unison. "Oh, so y'all can speak at a lower tone? It's funny how the baby voices only appear when bad behavior has taken place. What's this I hear about you 2 yelling at the math teacher today?" Silence greeted me like a long-lost friend. "Well, don't all speak at once. If I ask one more time, I will call y'all daddy." Like clockwork, they spoke over each other. "One at a time, please." Alessia cleared her throat. As usual, I knew my little social butterfly would speak first because she was so fierce and a leader by nature. "Mommy, before you go bringing in reinforcements, we have a perfectly good explanation." "I'm listening, Alessia." "Renzo and I yelled at the teacher because he's always allowing the kids to pick on Enzo. No matter how many times we tell him what's going on, he still does absolutely nothing. He's the adult. He's supposed to have each of our best interests at heart, yet he doesn't. It was during recess that Byron kept teasing Enzo about his eyes. I told him to lay off, but he didn't stop. I warned him what would happen next if he didn't let up. So, since he didn't listen, I ignored his cries from the blows I gave him. I pinned his arms behind his back like Daddy taught me until he cried harder. I admit, Mommy, I may have gotten a little carried away, but he shouldn't have messed with my brother." She let out a sigh of relief. I placed my rolling pin to the side and cut out the cookies. "Lorenzo, how did you get involved?" I asked him calmly. There was some light shuffling behind me before he responded. "I got involved when Byron's 4th-grade brother tried to hit Alessia, Mommy." I sighed. "What did you do, Lorenzo?" I continued to cut out the different-shaped cookies. "I pieced him up. I taught him a very valuable lesson about trying to put his hands on a girl, my sister on top of that. I bet he won't do it again." They snickered together. "Why do you guys think this is funny? Does it look like I'm cracking jokes?" I snapped and turned around to them. "Come on, Mommy, you know it's best that we took care of them and not Enzo. When pushed too far, he would have unleashed a world of hurt on them. Dad is the only one who can reach him during his Hulk phase," Alessia replied. "Besides, we're triplets. What do those kids expect to happen when you touch one of us? It's 3 of us. The odds are always against them," Lorenzo added, making Alessia chuckle again. "You both are grounded for 2 days since y'all think this is a game." "Aw, Mommy," they whined in unison. "I don't want to hear the whining. You're not grounded for fighting but for yelling at your teacher. I told you guys this before. You all deal with the kids, and Daddy and me will handle the adults. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, ma'am," they pouted in unison. "Where is Enzo, by the way?" I inquired curiously. "I'll give you one guess," Lorenzo commented. "Go and wash your hands for dinner. That homework better be done and your chores better be completed before bedtime," I professed. "We're on it, Mommy," Alessia responded. They raced out of the kitchen. I placed cookie sheets in and out of the oven as I thought about my Enzo. He was sometimes teased by the kids in school because of his one blue and one hazel eye. Lorenzo had my hazel brown eyes, and Alessia had rose blue eyes. On the other hand, our little Enzo was what I liked to call our combination baby. He was the perfect blend of Gennaro and me. Both of our features were so pronounced in him. As sweet and innocent as Enzo looked on the outside, he was far from it. Enzo was a quiet storm just like Gennaro. Sometimes I barely got 2 words out of him. The most he ever talked to me was when he helped me prepare dinner and bake. My baby had a sweet tooth just like his mommy. Just like me, preparing food seemed to be an escape for him. He wasn't troubled, but my sweet boy had a very short fuse. Some kind of way, he harnessed all of Gennaro's pent-up emotions from the past. The only person he engaged with the most was his daddy. Enzo and his siblings had a very tight bond, but Gennaro and Enzo had an unbreakable bond. In his spare time, Enzo loved to paint. It was something he took joy in. It helped to be a great emotional relief for him. Once the cookies were done and cooled, I placed them all in my big purple Tupperware bowl and put them in the fridge. I dried my hands and looked at my smartwatch. Gennaro would be strolling in any minute. I had a few minutes to check on my Enzo. Maybe he'd confide in me before his daddy. I knocked on his door and he told me to come in. It meant so much to me to show up for him because I would hate for him to hate me like my own brother once did. Lorenzo may have been the spitting image of Gennaro, but Enzo was Ro through and through, from his mannerisms to the way he walked, the sound of his little voice, and how he always kept a close eye on everyone. Most importantly, he was a neat freak. Enzo knew where everything was in his room. Not an article of clothing was on the floor, not one toy was out of his toy chest. His clothes were folded and placed neatly in each drawer. When I entered his room, he was lying on his bed facing the window with his back to me. I walked around his bed and removed my shoes. Gently, I lay in his full-sized bed and stared into his beautiful eyes. "How are you, my sweet boy?" I rubbed the side of his face lovingly. "I'm okay, Mommy." Enzo stared at me. His eyes wandered all over my face. "Regardless of what those kids say about you, you're not a weirdo. They're the weirdos." I exhaled. "Let me tell you a story. You're mature enough for this story, but keep it between us. I'll tell your siblings at a later time." Enzo nodded in agreement. My mother died giving birth to me. It wasn't my birth that killed her. She had an active tumor on her brain that no one knew about. Most of our relatives took her death well, while others brewed a pot of vengeance. My older brother, Troy Jr., was the one brewing the pot. "Mommy, you have a brother?" Mommy had an older brother, baby. He hated me my entire life. There wasn't a good memory we shared together. From the moment of my birth, he hated me. As time went on, his greed and selfish ways fueled his hate for me more. One day, he took out a contract to kill me. The assassin he hired was your father. His eyes bulged out of his head. The surprised look turned into pure rage. "Daddy tried to kill you?" he quizzed in an angry tone. "No, your father didn't try to kill me. He took the time to get to know me. In the process of getting to know me, we fell in love. Your dad and I had a very unusual relationship because he had a very sad childhood." "Why, Mommy?" "Let's just say some bad people hurt him when he was a little older than you guys. They're no longer here, though. You get my drift? My brother made a few attempts on my life. I was shot twice when I was pregnant with you guys. I had no clue at the time. When I was 6 months pregnant with you guys, he hired someone to kill me again. Daddy handled business again. After that day, I never saw my brother again. I released a deep sigh. You okay, Mommy? I'm good, sugar. I said all of that to say this. It doesn't matter if you're doing something right or not. People will dislike you because of their own insecurities. Never allow anyone to dim your light because they're jealous of the radiant light you give off. We all cling to you, Enzo, because of your loving and protective nature, not because we think you're fragile. I named you Enzo because it means gift from God. You are my little gift, and don't you ever forget it. I tapped his little nose. You don't have to be anyone in life but Enzo. I love you, Mommy. I love you too, sugar. Mommy, there's something I want to talk to you about. His eyebrows scrunched together. That was my sign. I knew this conversation was about to get really heavy. I'm listening with my ears free of judgment, baby. He sat up and folded his legs under him, then looked me deeply in my eyes. Mommy, I want to be a killer like Daddy and both of my papas. I have my first kill already mapped out. I sat up and faced him. Enzo, that's a big decision to make at such a young age. How did you come up with that idea? Wait, who is it that you want to kill? Is it someone in this house? Of course not, Mommy. You guys make me so happy. I would kill anybody who harms anyone in our house. Mr. Wilson, our math teacher, has to go. The words he spoke were delivered with finality. Baby, can I ask why? He's a pig. Not only does he allow the kids to pick on me and call me all kinds of names, he creepily watches the girls in my class. He pays extra close attention to them. Last week, I caught him eyeing Alessia. She wore her yellow shorts with her pink, yellow, and white baby tee. I watched how he licked his sweaty lips as she bent over to grab her math book. I don't care about the kids in my class because they're no match for me. My concern is my sister and all the other girls in our class, he asserted in a serious tone. If it was anybody else, I would second-guess them. But I know you have an eye like your dad. You watch and observe everyone. So, I trust your opinion, baby. Don't you worry about a thing. We're going to take care of it. If being an assassin is what you want to be, then I support you all the way. You're surrounded by strong men who will help you excel at your new career choice. Dinner will be served in 10 minutes, baby. Wash your hands, then come downstairs. I kissed the top of his wild, curly hair and exited the room. When I made it in the hallway, my fine-ass husband stood there. His body was more defined and toned. Rose's face was a little leaner, and he sported his full beard like a GQ model. Our bodies were so in sync with one another. We didn't walk, we didn't run. We glided to one another. The magnetism of love always pulled us together. My lover and I embraced in a tight hug. How long have you been standing there? I queried when we separated. Enough to know that my son wants to be a killer, and my daughter's second-grade math teacher has been watching her like prey, he stated in his deep tone. His merged brows revealed that Enzo's statement wouldn't go unnoticed. Ro would take action sooner than later. Baby, let's have dinner first, and afterward, we can talk everything out tonight. I promise you. Ro gazed at me until he subtly nodded. All right, Bella. He replied, way too calm for my liking. He kissed my lips and we descended the stairs to the kitchen. Minutes later, we all sat at the dinner table and ate and laughed. It warmed my heart to see how far Ro and I had come. I looked into all three of our children's eyes, and my heart just swelled with more love. I'd do anything for them. After dinner, everyone washed up and were tucked in for school the next day. I finally dozed off to sleep. When I rolled over to grab Gennaro, his side was cold and empty.
Epilogue. Janeiro. Whenever my son Enzo expressed his thoughts, you could bet your ass he'd tell the truth. Enzo never lied. A drunken tongue had nothing on him. If you could trust anyone to give blunt honesty, it would be him. I killed the engine to my car. I had slowed down the number of assassinations I performed. I had kids now, and I didn't want to miss out on precious moments or leave a heavy load on Erie. What I did change was the location of my hits. I didn't take any more local jobs. All my contract kills were out of the country. In addition to that, whenever I had to leave the country, Navy made sure to put a security detail on my family. That man was as thorough and skilled as they came. Now that my kids weren't babies anymore, I didn't hide what I did for a living from them. They knew the basics, and that was more than enough. I quickly ran around to their teacher's back door and picked the lock. It was a piece of cake. When I stepped inside, the putrid smell of old food and overflowing garbage hit my nose instantly. Shit! I swept the kitchen and living room, but no one was present. Steadily, I walked up the stairs, twisting the silencer on my gun. If for a second anybody thought I wouldn't dead that nigger, then somebody had life fucked up. I stopped outside the room where I heard the loud television. The sounds of moans and groans made my stomach turn. Those sounds were undeniably related to porn. I peeped through the crack in the door, and that fucking fat pervert jerked his dick to kiddie porn. It was just like I expected it. Enzo never lied. I couldn't wait any longer. I crept inside his room and popped his ass in the head with the butt of the gun. Ow! Fuck! What the hell is going on? Take anything that you want. Just don't kill me. I have $4,500 stashed under the bed in a brown shoebox. Just please don't kill me, man. He begged and cried. Oh, I'm not in the stealing business. I snarled as I pulled up my face mask. His eyes widened from the recognition. Mr. Torelli? Why are you here? He stuttered. I see you have a thing for little girls. Naturally, I ran a background check on you before I arrived, and lo and behold, I hit the jackpot. You've been arrested on 3 counts of child pornography under 3 different aliases, Devon Ranks. Mr. Wilson is just another alias. I swear, man, shut the fuck up. You will never get a chance to have my daughter or anybody else's for that matter. Like I said earlier, I'm not in the stealing business, but I am in the killing business. I smiled menacingly and pumped 3 shots in his head and 3 to his groin. I threw papers on his dead body and jogged down the stairs and turned down the gas. It would be like I was never here. I flickered my lighter, tossed it on the stove, and the house went up in a blaze. Maybe in his next life the nigger would do better. I climbed in my car and hauled ass to my home. Tiredly, I walked up the stairs to my room. Erie was asleep in the same position I left her in. I turned on the shower water, removed my clothes, and climbed in. While I scrubbed the night's events off me, I thought about when I'd retire. It wouldn't be any time soon. I still had enough strength and agility in me to remove a few more monsters from this earth. But maybe in a few years I'd retire from everything and spend the rest of my life in Erie's garden with her. That sounded like the life. I dried off thoroughly and crept in bed, taking my place right behind my wife. You took care of him, didn't you? Erie quizzed. I should have known she'd wake up when she didn't feel me. Edie and I slept better when we could feel the warmth from each other's bodies. I kissed her wild curls on her neck, and she turned to me. Yes, I did. You already knew I would. I would have been a fool not to, Bella.
I hear you, Ro. In no way am I arguing with you. You always do what's necessary to protect our family.
I told you from jump that I will always protect you all. Thank you for having faith in me.
Ro, I always will.
I kissed down her neck before I climbed on top of her, prompting her to spread her legs.
Big Papa needs some loving now?
Erie wrapped her thick thighs around my waist. I looked at the alarm clock on her side of the table, and the time was 1:45 a.m. Today was the day. I grinned, gazing into her eyes. Happy anniversary, Bella. I slammed into her wet and tight pussy, filling her up with every inch I had.
Fuck, Ro. Happy anniversary, Big Papa.
She moaned, embracing my slow and deep strokes. This was how you were supposed to bring in your anniversary. Janeiro. 4 years later. Sicily. I sat in Erie's garden and watched as she planted another row of cabbage. She loved some damn cabbage, but so did I. 4 years had gone by, and I kept my word to myself. I retired from killing, my tailor shop, and the cleaners. I hired efficient managers to run my businesses properly. Erie followed suit and did the same thing. Her cafe was still successful. She hired 2 managers for the cafe and 2 for the lounge. When our affairs were in order, we packed up and moved to my hometown in Sicily. I made sure my wife and kids had dual citizenship so we could go back and forth. The kids were now 11, and they enjoyed spending time with their Sicilian side of the family. Here they learned more about their heritage. 3 years ago, I had our home built. Our kids could literally walk out the door and walk to their aunts, uncles, and cousins' homes. Not only that, but we could see them playing. There were cameras, sensory lights, and security equipment inside and outside my home. It granted me the peace and security I needed. Currently, the kids were at Aunt Bianca's home, so I kept Erie company. I sipped my wine and gazed at her fat ass. Her body was fuller, thicker, and way curvier after 11 years. I loved me a full-figured woman, this one in particular. I craved Erie like a fiend with a habit. I wanted her morning, noon, and night. Even during the days we didn't get along, I still only wanted my wife because no other woman would do. I tossed back the remnants of my wine and set the glass down. My dick was hard as hell. Erie knew exactly what she did to me, wearing that little-ass cropped top and tiny boy shorts. The way her cheeks hung from the lower part of her shorts had me salivating. Erie's sun-kissed skin glistened under the sun. The sunscreen she used did her skin well. She leaned forward and patted the dirt space that held her seeds. When her ass started to jiggle, that was my undoing. I walked from the patio, leaving a trail of my clothes from where I started and stopped. "Bella!" I called out to her, stroking my dick. She turned and grinned at the sight of me.
"I see somebody misses me."
She removed her gloves and seductively crawled to me. Erie took my dick in her mouth and down her throat in one swift swallow. My head fell back and I gripped her curls firmly. "Fuck, Bella. Just like that." I motivated her. Her tongue rolled over my tip when she needed a break, but it wasn't for long. I now enjoyed oral sex. It was crazy how I looked forward to it. Nobody pleased me like my wife. When Erie massaged my dick while she sucked and swallowed, it made my knees buckle. I needed to feel her before I came. Gently I slipped out of her mouth and couched her on her back. I snatched down her top, exposing her full and heavy titties. Then I ripped her little shorts off her. This was the first time we had sex outside, and from the looks of things, it wouldn't be our last. I was thankful for the privacy fences I had installed around our home. My hand toyed with her pussy, and she was soaking and warm. It was just how I loved her. She stayed wet for me. I placed her legs on my shoulders and took her fine ass to Pound Town.
"Oh, Big Papa, fuck me just like that,"
she squealed. Iris' titties bounced around like a round of applause. She had me mesmerized. I couldn't look anywhere else but at her. Every time I gave her a long, deep stroke, she squeezed her pussy muscles, taking me further in her web like I was her prey.
"Oh, shit, Ro. I'm about to come."
She pumped against me harder. All she did was pull my nut from me like she was a magician.
"Damn, baby. You got the best pussy in the world. Fuck, girl."
I pounded harder and faster in Erie until my body calmed down. I relaxed on the plush green grass and pulled her partially on top of me. "Thank you, Bella."
"For what, love?"
she probed, out of breath. She intertwined her fingers. Her thick leg draped daintily over my pelvis, and I loved the pressure from her full body. "You gave me hope." Hope was never on the menu. It is now. You walked into my life and changed it completely. We never talked about this, but there were so many times suicide sounded like the perfect ending to my life story. In so many ways, you said, "Hell nah," and gave me multiple reasons to live. I can't thank you enough for that, Bella. I'll always feel indebted to you. I know you would disapprove of me saying that, but it's how I feel. I really do owe you my life. She raised her head and rested her chin on my chest.
"You are entitled to your feelings, baby. If you feel like you owe me, then I won't say you're wrong because no one knows your feelings like you do. From my perspective, you don't owe me a damn thing, Gennaro. You have fulfilled and elevated my life in every aspect. We don't owe each other anything but love, respect, and trust. You and I deserve this kind of unconditional love. Now, continue to embrace it so we can spend more years together. Till death do us part."
Till death do us part. I pulled her completely onto my body and kissed her forehead. You are absolutely right. I slapped her ass and indulged in her sweet lips again. I may have started as a bad boy, but my life would end as a husband, proud dad, and man that was so grateful for his new life. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Stolen Moments with a Bad Boy, a murder-for-hire mystery, by Winter Time. Narrated by Vance Goodwin and Charlie L. Wood. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.